who is the Vice President Raw Materials of Tata Steel, who heads the entire, iron, so to say, the raw materials part of Tata Steel, procurement, mining, everything comes under him. And I think now that Tata Steel Mining Limited is also merged in with Tata Steel, so I believe Mr. Sundaramam is responsible for the entire iron ore business of Tata Steel, so to say. So he's our keynote speaker for this morning, and to take you through this morning, your MC will be Poshali. Poshali, can I request you to please come on stage? So Poshali will be our MC for this morning, who will take you through. And Mr. Deshpande, may I also request you to join your I would say ex-colleague, Mr. Sundaramam. So Mr. Deshpande was earlier managing director of Tata Sponge, and he spent a whole lot of time with Tata Steel as well. So Mr. Deshpande will be joining Mr. Sundaramam, our keynote speaker for this morning. Gentlemen, in the meantime, sit back, relax, and we have about 17 presentations. Mr. Aurobindo Bandyopadhyay of CD Asia is also with us. So is Mr. Khattoi, and Mr. Shubhashish Das, Director of Ardent Steel, is also with us. So they will be joining with Mr. Sundaramam in the panel. We'll get going in another 5 to 10 minutes. In the meantime, Poshali, please introduce yourself, because you're going to carry us through this morning. Over to you, Poshali.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mukherjee, for the warm welcome. Welcome, everybody, on the second day of Asian Steel Summit and Expo 2024. Can we have a big round of applause? And before we start the second day, can we all say together, good morning, everybody? I want to hear it once again from all of you. Good morning, everybody. Let us just prove that second day will be much more interesting, much more enriching for all of us over here, I'm sure. So we'll be starting the first session in another 3 to 4 minutes. Topic of the first panel discussion, raw materials and outlook for iron making technologies in steel industry. As sir have already introduced, our keynote speaker for this particular session will be DB Sundararaman sir, Vice President, Raw Materials, Tata Steel. Big round of applause, everybody. As speakers of this particular session, we have Mr. A.S. Prasad, COO, SR Minmet Limited, Dr. Shubhashish Das, Director, Ardent Steel Limited, and Vice President, Pellet Manufacturers Association of India. Everybody, we need applause for all our speakers and all our respected delegates. We have a day long for all the session. We have Dr. Suresh Chandra Khatoi, MD, Minute Consultants Private Limited. We also will be having in this session Dr. Deva Prasad Chakraborty, Chief Iron Making of Tata Steel. Big round of applause. And in this session, we'll be having Dr. Aurobindo Bandyopadhyay, Chief Technologist, CDE Asia. We'll be having Vikas Agarwal, MD, Eastern Recuperators Limited. Big round of applause. We'll be starting this session in another 2 to 3 minutes. If all our speakers are already there with us, then we can start the session. All the speakers are there. So I request all of you to please come on the dais and begin the first session in a very inspiring way, and everybody is looking forward. I think all our speakers are there. Only Mr. Vikash Agarwal will be joining us in a few minutes. Welcome everybody on the dais. Now, can we have a bigger round of applause? Thank you so much. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, everybody. So before I start, just I would like to introduce briefly about myself. I have passed out from NIT Rourkela, then REC Rourkela in 1990, from mining discipline. And I've been chartered for last 33 years. And also, especially I've been associated with raw materials. Today I look after iron ore, coal, chrome, manganese. These four minerals we do have today. We are the second biggest iron ore producer in India. Last year we produced 36 million tons. This year we are likely to be around 38 million tons after NMDC, National Mineral Development Corporation. In coal, we have underground coal mines in Sharia, which basically prime coking coal, and open cast coal mines in West Bokaro. These two put together, we are close to 10 million ton of washing capacity, but around the 2.8, 2.9 tons of premium and medium coking coal. In fact, the medium coking coal is fully used in Tata Steel because we have changed our battery technology. So, Deshpande, he knew much better than me of this technology because he has been working on that. He worked on that for quite some time. We have moved to stamp charge batteries, which can take almost 25 to 30% of medium coking coal. So that's the reason why we are able to use medium coking coal in Tata Steel. Apart from that, we have chrome mines. We are one of the biggest chrome, not only chrome ore, ferrochrome producers in India, and fifth biggest ferroalloy producers in the world, with chrome as well as ferromanganese, silicomanganese production. So this is all about Tata Steel and my self-injection. So today's topic is demand and supply outlook for raw materials in iron and steel industry. So we are definitely at crossroads in the sense already under Atmanirbhar Bharat, government of India has felt the dream of reaching 300 million tons by 2030. When we talk about 300 million tons of steel, I would just like to touch upon that day, 16th February. Especially, it has got a good special day in memory of Tata Iron and Steel Limited, because on February 16th, 2012, the first ingot came from Tata Iron and Steel Company, Jamshedpur. Because Jamshedpur Tata Iron and Steel Company was the first integrated steel plant in Asia that time. We started our steel operation in 1907. On 16th February, the first ingot came. So that has been a special day, at least for Tata Steel and also for Indian steel operations. So our journey has started way back, I think almost started 1,215 years back with integrated steel production in India. And today we are proud to say that we are the second biggest steel producer. So we are far distant from China, but still we have the distinction of being the second biggest steel producer in India. And also we have got the demand for steel in India and also the appetite for production. So just to give some figures, As per national steel policy, our target is to reach 300 million tons per annum. That means around crude steel production is going to be around 255 million tons, which takes the production of finished steel to around 230 million tons. Given that from our current consumption per capita, our target is to reach 160 kg. That takes us to almost 206 million tons of consumption as well by 2030 as the plants go as on date. So that also leaves us with around 24 million tons of exports as well. So today we are at around 7.2, 7.4 million tons of exports. From there, we are likely to move to 24 million tons of exports. So when we talk about the steel scenario in India, currently, the entire world talks about carbon emission. They say that the Indian steel sector also contributes to the carbon emission. But when the global steel production through BF route is 72%, whereas in India, we are at 46% BF route and 54% EAF route. That means still we are much better off than many other countries as far as carbon emission is concerned because our BF contribution is only 46%, which is the major carbon contributor. And going forward, the way we are planning for FY31 and also the plan which government of India has, it's going to be almost 40 to 60, 40% is BFPO and 60% is EAF. That is the plan for 2030 and beyond. So what is the basic difference between these two? Just I would like to share some numbers. Around 1.4 tons of 1.4 to 1.6. If you use scrap, then 1.4. If you don't use scrap at all, then 1.65 tons of iron ore is required for 1 ton of steel production. 0.8 tons of metallurgical coal is required, and 0.3 tons of limestone and 0.13 tons of scrap is required. Whereas in EAF route, the major contributor is power, almost 2.3 gigajoule per power is required, which is also a major, you can say, constraint as far as India is concerned, given our requirement of power and the way we have power supply. So now I'll take you, because other panel members to have much more wider discussion, I will take you to 2047, where we are talking about 500 million tons of steel production and almost 500 million tons. If you have to keep our carbon emissions under check, then 60% is going to be the EAF, the scrap, not even the scrap. And steel usage predicted to reach almost 220 kg by 2047, and where we are going to celebrate even 100 years of our independence. And government also requested all the business people that how do we cut carbon emissions by 30 to 40% by 2020. So these are some of the statistics which I shared. So when we talk about 300 million tons and 500 million tons, where is the raw material requirement in India stand? We do have reserves. We do have iron ore reserves. We do have coal reserves. We are one of the fourth largest producer in the world as far as iron ore is concerned. And we do have, currently also we have got more than 6 billion tons of iron ore. And coal is concerned, we are the fourth largest producer in the world. And last year, Coal India and all other coal companies put together close to 900 million tons production was done. And the way it's happening this year, we may have even touched 1,000. And by 2047, government of India predicts that we may have to produce 2 billion tons. The first milestone is 1.5 billion tons by 2035 and 2 billion tons by 2047. Because though people talk about renewable energy and all that, but given our requirement of power, requirement of steel, the consumption which is there in India, I think we are going to be dependent on coal for some more years. Almost sometimes talking in 24, maybe next 20 to 25 years. So coal is going to be key as far as India is concerned. Having said that, I would only like to touch on some of the constraints which we are having. One is the iron ore reserves are there, but they are becoming linear, we can say day by day. Because of that, I remember when we mined the first iron ore from Normandy iron ore mine, because that has completed 100 years in 2024. When we started our iron ore operations in Normandy in 1924, now it's completed 100 years in 2024. That time it used to be almost 67% to 68% efficiency. and the alumina used to be less than 1.5%, maybe 1.2, 1.4%. And today, the iron ore which we are processing is between 55 to 61, 62. And the alumina content and alumina plus silica is more than 7%. In alumina, at some places, is more than 5%. The typical problem India faces compared to many other iron ore bearing countries as well as iron ore bearing areas is we do have our uh, we talk about alumina, whereas Fe is okay with us. But many countries talk about Fe because alumina is, for them, alumina is it's less than 2, less than 1.7. It's not talk about Brazil or Australia. So how do we beneficiate iron? That is one challenge which we have for maybe this forum to discuss. How do we reduce alumina and silica content in our, because that is going to generate slag in steel plant. And if you can reduce that at the mine source itself, that is going to help. So that is one challenge which we have as far as iron ore is concerned. Coal is concerned, we have coal reserves, but predominantly have thermal coal. And whatever prime coking coal we are producing from BCCL and some parts of CCL, that is being used primarily for thermal power plants. So the steel usage for coal is very less. That's the reason why we are importing coal almost 55 to 60, 67 million tons of coal we are importing, which is prime coking coal for our steel plant operations. And because of some of the policies, since we could not meet 100% requirement of thermal coal, even we are importing thermal coal also. But the target from government of India is to make it zero. At least thermal coal, how can we make it zero? That's the target. That's what there have been a lot of discussions under Atmanirbhar Bharat. How can coal imports of thermal be zero, and how can we reduce imports of prime coking coal? Having said that, countries like Australia and all, they are also under scanner that they have got huge coal mines, and because given the carbon emission and the targets which have, now many of these countries are also, developed countries are also thinking to come out of coal. If that happens, India being the major dependent on Australia and Indonesia and also Russia, so we need to see for fulfill our dream of 300 million tons, where from we get that coal. So Niti Aayog has taken this issue very seriously. I'm told that on 1st March, there has been a big discussion also. How can West Bokaro coal fields, which has got predominantly medium coking coal, how can that be used in India so that we can reduce our import? And to just give an example, the medium coking coal which we get in West Bokaro is 35% ash. From there, today we are producing 16% ash. So these coals can be beneficiated. Yes, there would be yield losses. We are doing it around 41, 42% yield we are producing that. But rest 60% can also be used. Whatever middlings which we are producing, they are at almost 40% ash. They are being used by power plants. Whatever rejects we are producing 60% ash, they are being used in our own power plant, Udej power plant at West Bokaro. The tailings which we are using are being predominantly used in Bihar, UP, including Nepal, for making brick kilns. So it is 100% the utilization of entire thing what we are producing. So this is the context which we have, given the constraints we have in prime coking coal, and also the verification of iron ore still is a big challenge, given that how can we reduce? Because even if we reduce, even in, alumina, how do we address Fe content? If we want to make DRA pellets, then the Fe content needs to be between 65 to 67%. But whereas today, predominantly, we are capped at around 62 to 63. So given these constraints, and also the challenges which we have, the biggest challenge which we have, though auction has happened, people have participated in the auctions, and the average premium for iron ore mines is 111%. So this needs to be seen how we are going to make money with 111% premium we paid. All the integrated steel players have paid for these mines, number one. Number two, coal. People are participating in coal, also predominantly thermal coal. But the major issue which we are facing for the mines is how do we get competitive afforestation for our forest areas. Because there have been many amendments which have happened. Currently, Government of India has taken many steps. The best one being the recent Adhiniyam which has come, Sumrakshak and Samvardhan Adhiniyam. Recently, they have done on Forest Act amendment, where they have maintained that many of the clearances which you have got prior to 1980, 96 are valid, and you no need to have compulsory afforestation. But still, states like Jharkhand, Orissa, Chhattisgarh, which is predominantly forest areas, There you are getting non-forest area by the side of forest area is going to be a big task for private player. My suggestion is if it can be at par with public sector, where you have to pay money, then it is one enabler. Definitely, it is going to have, because all said and done, forest clearance is one thing which is creating a lot of, which is having a lot of time gap. I remember one of our forest clearances we got after 21 years. We applied in 2003 and we got in 2023-24. So you can imagine there are many issues getting the forest land, commercial deforestation land, and getting the approvals from DFO till PCF, both at stage one, stage two. So this is one major impediment we can see to increase private investment. And apart from that, the exploration. We hardly spend 0.2% of our of GDP we spend on our exploration, whereas the many developed countries they spend as well as high as 7 to 12%. If I take Canada and Australia, so these are the some of the issues. How do we address to make us self-reliant, to take care of our raw materials, whatever we have for steel production going on. Thank you very much for your patience here. Thank you.
Hello, hello. Am I audible? Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Sundaramam. Mr. Sundaramam, you know, we call him an expert not just on raw materials because, if I'm not mistaken, he was also the PEO earlier in the company, so he has handled at the helm of affairs. During the pandemic, I was fortunate to bring Mr. Sundaramam to quite a few of my webinars, which I did during that period, where it was really a challenge for every steel producer in this country, whether it was logistics, it was because virtually the domestic demand had vanished. So there was no domestic demand. We are largely dependent on exports. And I think Tata Steel at that point of time, took a very bold step in increasing its exports, just like JSPL, JSW, and even SAIL did at that point of time. So Mr. Sundaramam will, he has already highlighted the, way forward as far as use of coking coal, reducing our dependence on non-coking coal, thermal coal is concerned. Yesterday, our debate was primarily, sir, on whether it is the BOF route or whether we move with the DRI route. I think Mr. Deshpande also highlighted that we cannot wish away our blast furnaces. Whatever blast furnace, after all, 70% still comes from that route. But throughout the world, we find that there's an increasing trend of using DRI-EAF route as the way forward. And in fact, I think the think tank at Tata Steel also is thinking on those lines. And Mr. DP Chakravarti, who the chief of iron making at Tata Steel, organized a conference last month in Jamshedpur on iron making where I was there. In fact, we noticed a large number of technology providers who predict that DRI-EAF is the way forward. And obviously, Mr. Deshpande will not accept that view completely, because he will always say that the blast furnaces are here to stay. Now, Mr. Chakravarti, I would like to take your views on this. As the chief of iron making at Tata Steel, what is it that you feel is the real way forward, and how would Tata Steel, when you're looking beyond, as of now, you're what, say close to 20 million tons and then 12 million tons for international operations. So that makes it about 32 million tons. Now, at one time, 32. I remember when I interviewed Mr. Muthuraman way back in 2007, my first question to him was, what has Tata Steel done in 100 years? 4 million tons? He told me at that time, Mr. Muthuraman was someone I used to get along very well with. So I used to ask him anything. So he told me, you will notice in the next few years, we'll be among the top 5 producers. And then chorus happened and the entire scenario changed. On the other hand, I interviewed Lakshmi Mittal and I told him that what has Arcelor Mittal done except filling the pocket of one individual. Mr. Muthuraman was very happy. You pointed out, we spend more than those days. We spend more than 100 crore on taxes. We spend so much on, corporate social responsibility. We are a responsible company. So, Mr. Mittal today has come down to less than 50 million tons. Except this for a fact. It was close to 94, 95 million tons. Now, ArcelorMittal globally is less than 15 million tons. So the equation keeps changing. So based on market dynamics, what is the way forward for Tata Steel and the industry? That is what I want to ask.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Paggi. And good morning to our Sundaram sir and also other delegates. And you know that this is actually, if you see for Tata Steel, so we need to see the whole things in a different way because our strategy for our abroad operation, that is the Europe and that is in India, will be different because of the different perspectives. And you know that in case of Europe, we bought everything because it's starting from the all raw materials. So if you see from them, you know that they are, you know, there is a lot of, they have committed to for net zero quite earlier than us. And definitely we are also committed to net zero in the 2045. And you know that India is 2070. Now, if you see our European operations, so we'll be seeing the more green still there. So there we'll be adopting more of, you know, a DRI, electric arc furnace, and nowadays we are also talking about the open bar furnace. So there are different routes out there. So where it will be the minimum, you know, impact to the environment. The CO2 will be minimum. And in fact, if we talk about, you must have seen in the newspaper in the case of UK. So we are actually not operating. We will not be operating any blast furnace there. So there actually we'll be talking about the electric arc furnace, which will be completely scrap based. So your strategy in Europe for the same company, Tata Steel, will be different in Europe. So, and also we'll be learning many things from there and to adopt the different processes like this EAF route or DRI, OBF route. So we'll be seeing in a different way. But if you see that in case of India, as Sarah also said, Sundaram said, that you know that there is a roadmap for India also to become 300 million ton in 2030-31, means 531. So that's a huge, because if you see, and on this needed lots of growth. But we all know that all the blast furnace routes, the BF route is the most productive route. So in case of steel making. So now we need to make a balance. As I said yesterday also, we need to make a balance between the different routes. And also you've seen in case of India, we're also adopting the scrap-based EAF route also. We are doing the mix of all the things so that we can be in line with the government's expansion plan. And also the main, because today's forum is mainly because of the raw materials. Because you know what type of raw material is available here. You cannot make the entire business profitable by purchasing iron ore from the Brazil and Australia. So that's the main thing for, because you know because of the we do not have any coking coal here, means good coking coal here. So 85% of the coking coal we are importing from abroad, mostly from the Australia and Indonesia and other places. So, but iron ore, if everything can be purchased here, so it cannot be a sustainable business for any steel companies. So in that case, so we need to have a good mix of that. And also that, you know, as in case of DRI, EF route. So we need to have a DR grade iron ore. So DR grade iron ore means it has to be minimum gang. So, and you know that if you see the complex mineralogy of our deposits, it is really very, very difficult to beneficiate to that level. So the DR grade iron ore will not be available. Now question is that if you want to operate with the high gang material, so there are a lot of demerits, not only in this shaft furnace of DRI, but also in the electric arc furnace, there will be a lot of slack generations and, you know, a lot of energy will be consumed and a lot of AP loss will be happening. So that route may not be a profitable route if we go by that. So if you see the Indian perspective, we are also the 5th largest deposit in the world in case of iron ore. So we need to utilize that as well. So considering that, so we need to do a balance between the BF route and a scrap-based EAF route. with some more scrap will be available. So we need to utilize that also. And also some DRI EF route. So the combination of DRI EF route and also and this hot metal, because hot metal and this DRI can be charged in the electric arc furnace to make a profitable business. So this together has to go. So it is depends upon the strategy and also the government's policy. We need to align ourselves. And also definitely we need to go for net zero at 2045, where Tata has already committed. And you know that India was committed for 2070. So this is an strategy what Tata Steel is adopting. And as we go forward, we'll be adopting the new technologies. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chakravarti. I think point is well taken. Yeah, Rajesh, he wants to add a comment. So, yeah, can we have a mic for Rajesh, please? Rajesh is the managing director of Kalfrisa India, which is a manufacturer of recuperators, and energy management is the subject he specializes on. Yeah, Rajesh, please go ahead. We can't hear you, Rajesh.
Good morning. When we are committing of that magical zero, like Tata is, JSPL is the first company who is saying that we will be carbon zero. And when Tata Steel is saying 2045 and entire India is committing 2047. If we see the figures of production last year, approximately 42 million ton steel was produced by the producers which are unidentified. I mean to say the commitment was not from them. Majorly the commitment is from the major steel producers, larger steel producers. So this is, I feel, not the commitment from India, but from the commitment of only major steel players in India. Approximately 37%, 40% steel is produced by them. So do we have a policy that we can control the carbon emission from those players as well?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sir, would you like to take it?
You're absolutely right that some companies have come forward and given the commitment. Country as a whole told 2017, they also made Panchamrit, 5 principles which take us there. But the issue is, recently we had a session on carbon decarbonization in Jamshedpur International Seminar where Dr. V.K. Saraswat himself was present. So he himself has mentioned that how do we encourage people to do this? Either you give an incentive saying that yes, because if I go to a customer and I say my carbon footprint is 0.8 1 compared to a general BF 2.32. They would say, wow, that's a great thing you are doing, but he will not give me premium for that. So for sustenance, what we need to do, either the government needs to put in some incentives so that everyone falls in line, number one, or there is a penalty. That then I see if I put up BF road, it's going to last for 50 years because some of our BF blast furnaces are there for more than 70 years. And if I put up an EAF or DRI route, where is that cost? And the penalty is there, then I would say that it is better to put up this rather than pay penalty. So he has talked about 3 things. He said that there will be definitely incentives for the reduction of, and also you'll have carbon credit mechanism. They said government of India is going to bring it, and carbon trading mechanism. If these things happen, and if we have a penalty also for higher emissions, then definitely everyone would come into that. And to be fair to that 42 million tons, let me tell you, definitely there must be secondary steel players. Cannot be a primary steel players like BF. Definitely today they are much better off compared to us. So that could also be a reason saying that I'm today producing at 1.6 and 1.7 and Tata Steel and others are at more than 2. Let them come to me, then I will also commit. So that could also be one of the reasons, because when you said 42, which we do not know, could be better off there. So then I think as a whole steel industry has to work on that. And also industry is looking at government also for some of the proposals. And I think the direction in which we are taking, definitely will be able to reach those targets. That's what, at least the optimism which I have, looking at the commitments even from government of India. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sundaram. I'll now move a little bit towards, uh, again, a very important subject, which is beneficiation. We have a huge amount of fines which are wasted in this country. We are exporting fines at throwaway prices. And of course, Dr. Das, who is the director of Ardent Steel, uh, you know, he is also the vice president of Pellet Manufacturers Association of India. So the pellet manufacturers have been pushing for a long time for the use of more and more pellets in the blast furnace. That way we could look at energy savings, and at the same time, the pellet manufacturers would also get a fresh piece of life, which if every blast furnace in this country, every major integrated player thinks of that solution. So I'd like to ask you, Dr. Das, uh, in terms of both beneficiation and pelletization, what is it that you expect from the government? Because as you know, our steel minister is coming this afternoon with us. I in fact requested Mr. Sundaram to see if he can, but he has taken the company aircraft to fly to Kolkata from Jamshedpur, and he has to go back to Jamshedpur because he has an evening function in Jamshedpur to attend. So otherwise, I would have loved him to stay back with the minister and put forward these issues, because Tata Steel has always led these issues from the front right from the beginning. So, Dr. Das, what is your opinion, both on behalf of our association, the pellet manufacturers, as well as what do you feel about the beneficiation of low-grade ore, which I'm sure Dr. Bandhavata will also address. So, both of you. Yeah, as you wish, as you wish.
Good morning, everyone. I think, thank you so much, esteemed panelists, very well people in steel and metallurgy. Thank you so much, Nirmalji. I've been also part of your extended family now. So I keep on coming to his, all WhatsApp and seminars very regularly. So in fact, I have been into steel industry for last 35 years. And though starting from cigarette to DRI to power, and ultimately started focusing in the pellet industry since 2008, when the whole country has started this concept of pelletization. Though, if you talk about the history of pelletization, we started pelletization in 1960 by a company called Manvi pellet plant in Goa. Subsequently, the KISL started in 1987, and then they become expandable to 3.5 million tons. But when the previous government of Manmohan Singh, that is what we started a lot of encouragement from the government. If you see, to encourage enrichment of low-grade iron ore, of which we have huge reserve, I propose to reduce basic custom duties on plant and machinery imported for setting up a sustainable expansion of iron ore pellet plant and iron ore beneficiation plant from 7.6 to 2.5%. And that was the time the whole government was encouraging the miner to come into beneficiation and pelletization. But almost none of the mines could establish their pellet and beneficiation plant. And people like us have invested in pelletization. So today, as an association, we have 136 million ton capacity of pelletization and 104 million ton of iron ore beneficiation in the country. Though we are, I think, second largest producer, or maybe would be first largest producer after DRA in the entire country or entire world. So, but today we are bleeding. We are bleeding because of whatever reason. Mr. Sundaram, we have all been discussing a lot of time about the raw material. And today, if you see this statistic, which is for the JPC, before I go to, I just wanted to have that, we have initially compare for pelletization and sintering, how pellet has become, little more important than the sintering because of one major reason is that we need to have center plant with attached to the blast furnace because the tangible nature of the pelletization of the pelletization, it can move. With the center cannot move. I think yes, PL have started that machine. What is that called? Torpedo. I think they are also moving that hot to that center. But anyhow, that's one of the costly. And the point is that we discuss all the time about the center versus the pelletization, and I think we have been doing this, follow-up action with Steel Authority, Tata Steel, and almost all. In fact, I was one of the largest supplier to Tata Steel maybe till last year, and a lot of people have really come up, and then finally everybody have thought of starting their own integrated pelletization plant. We have very clear-cut distinction between iron ore pellet. One is the standalone pellet plant, one is the integrated steel plant where pellet is attached to that. So that has also become a lot of confusion. The standalone plant are many. As you rightly asked that question, what is the data available for the smaller players to exist or not exist? We are, let me tell you, in the steel, we are in the tangible steel. We are expecting 300 million ton, 1,500 million ton to be moved, plus 300 million ton of the final finished steel, which is 1,800 million ton. Whether India has got that kind of infrastructure or not, we heard that, last meeting of the Surface Transport Minister, you need to have a lot of intra-port facilities to river and smaller segment of the steel movement. 1,800 million ton, are we equipped to get into 300 million ton or not? Because I was in the committee in last time also when we are targeting 150 million ton in 2018. And this time also, with the Atmanirbhar and the committee, all that. So the point is, we need to have that kind of focus where the standalone plant also survives, the integrated plant also survives. Yeah, ultimately, we need to focus on the food steel. So that is what is our main focus area. So today, if you see, we are talking about domestic food steel production is 141 million ton. Considering 1.7 million ton little high grade iron ore required for 1 metric ton of food steel, this is crowd around 240. Iron required for WMT is 364. Factor for users of low grade iron ore instead of only high grade is 290. Estimated production for mine, including all grades of iron ore, including ore, which are very low grade, being dumped as per in the mine, is 270 million ton. The total project shortfall in the country is around 53 million ton. This is what the statistics for JPC is concerned. I'm sure all the Tata colleague of mine and other people are there on the district dais, and the people will agree. This is statistics for the JPC. I'm not saying anything for mine. So when you're talking about these kind of raw material shortage, and still we are expecting. See, the point remains, there is a confusion between the mine owner who will give the data to IBM, Steel Ministry, and the coal, and the mining ministry. There's a lot of confusion. When Tata Steel handles his, I don't know, or the mining, they always think that these kind of metal are dumped in my mines. When you go to the steel minister, he said that so much of material is lying in the mine. Why don't you utilize that? I said, I can utilize that, provided it becomes commercial viable for me. See, that is what, I think Vimalaj, you'll agree to me. When the pelletization started, what was that? We had one policy to conserve the natural resources. When you talk about natural conservation of natural resources, that is for the pelletization technology. I still believe when I was into Steel Authority, we used to pay 5 rupees per ton to evacuate the metal which is lying in Purnapani and other areas. My father is from Steel Authority of India. The batchmate of mine are almost all headed in every Steel Authority of India plant. What I'm saying is that the same material, same technology has been utilized to conserve the natural resources in the country, which is giving a lot of health benefits. Yes, we are not getting So maybe could not supply that 65 grade of, Fe to blast furnace or through DRI. But unless until we get that kind of raw material, because it's very simple calculation. X amount of Fe in iron ore, LOI is X, so I get increase of the same LOI into my pellet production. It is nothing rocket science. It is not rocket science. We have three technology: grade screen, straight gate, and circular pelletization technology. So most of the people have grade screen. A lot of high uh, volume of business has also come from a straight grade. And there is one, circular pelletization technology, which is one of the kind of pelletization in the entire world, which is established by Pro Minerals and now been taken over by Aditya Birla. What I mean to say is that there are a lot of technology happening on the pelletization industry also, so that we understand how best we, reduce our, conversion cost. But provided we get that natural resources, which was wasted, maybe 10 years back or 12 years back. See, today, in fact, you were talking about, I am the first person in the entire country where I've started utilizing one more waste from Tata Steel to convert it to pellet. I'm sure all of you agree on that. 2.5 years with a plant of 1 million ton and 1.38 million ton, a smaller plant like me, I tried, tested with all support from Tata Steel, and finally we were winner with fighting with the government of India. Ultimately, there are a couple of people who have started taking that, but now I could understand there are a couple of people who are taking LD sludge and selling in the black market or premium in the DRI material also. See, what I'm saying is that India is a country, as you rightly said, there are a lot of mix of people, both, democratic and autocratic. It's not pure democratic or pure autocratic country as a country of India. What I mean to say is that there will be always, there are a couple of people who does something or other on the right kind of people. What I mean to say is, we are now talking about the raw material. So, and the kind of help which you wanted to see, unless until these kind of people, the pelletization will help, we will not be able to achieve the kind of crude steel which we are planning by 300 billion tons by 2030. And the second point which Nirmalaji asked me about the iron ore benefits, which is a big topic. There is no structured iron ore beneficiation technology. People say, I have a processor, I have a jig, mine is an iron ore. People say, I have got HGMS, I've got some water, I wash my laterite, that's the benefit. But ultimately, you have to understand, which all of you agree, we need to reduce alumina and silver. So there are a lot of, technological, technical, scientific research is happening on iron ore. It is not that not happening. But yes, today we are thinking it is not commercial value. Today we are thinking it is not commercial viable. Might be another 2 years' time, the same people will get into the same technology. I started one technology which has not been there in the entire country. Of course, it's a China, but then I'm the first person to adopt that technology and then running 1.38 million ton beneficiation. But the point is how good you are to adopt this issues where we are all into cyclic processes. Steel is a cyclic process. Because I met the Honorable Finance Minister in just after the COVID, when she wanted to thank all of us, all pellet manufacturers, all steel manufacturers, kind of oxygen which supplied to different parts of the country. And he said, "आप लोग तो बहुत पैसा कमा रहे हो." So, do you think that any of these industry people would not like to earn money, but not harming others? That's one thing. See, the biggest trouble in the country, it is my, of course, personal, people might not agree or might agree with me. There is all the time competition between the mining and the steel. Yes, people like Tata Steels and other people who have got the mining, yes, they are little up. But otherwise, that fighting will always see. Today, somebody asked me, sir, lump or fine so एक रेट में बेच रहा है, कौन pellet खरीदे? कौन pellet खरीदे? And I have 136 million ton plant. And अभी, now I would request, Tata Steel कि भी आप 80% कर रहे हो, why don't you ask JSPL or JSW to use 80% of the pellet in the blast furnace? टाटा स्टील कर रहे हैं, उनका 6-12 मिलियन टन है, वो अपना करने दो, हम तो नहीं मिल रहे, हम तो बात करते नहीं खरीदेंगे. See, because there are a lot of people who have been blunt also. What I mean to say is that let's encourage. See, when you talk about pelletization, are we going into the gas space, which will be much cheaper? See, till I think I'm talking about Odisha, the gas connection has been already into 3 major industrial areas like, Kalinganagar, Angul, and Rourkela. Correct me if I'm wrong. So almost all industry has got them. But people are not being able to take that call whether they need to use that gas or not. Pre-heating zone में सर ये लगा है वो वेस्टमैन का बर्नर, उसमें सर गैस काम करेगा कि नहीं करेगा? So any new thing will come. Yes, the cost will obviously, at least 40% cheaper when you compare with the normal, fuel. Because today, out of 2,000 rupees conversion cost of a pellet, fuel cost is around 800 to 900 rupees, 40%. If I save that, I would very happy to supply pellet to steel manufacturer or into beneficiation with much lesser cost. I don't have to fight with the lump. And let me tell you on that to all of you, pellet, in fact, everybody understands, it's a metallurgical process. I have been telling, to railway, to government, to steel ministry, sir, why have you categorized both iron ore fines and, pellet in one section? What is it? Don't you think that there is a difference? We make it 800 to 1100 degrees centigrade in a normal kiln, which is the agglomeration process. Is it the same thing which is generated from the mines? You will kindly clear me or having my doubt on that. See, I also handled a 3 million ton mines in Odisha. So what I'm saying is that when we are encouraging the metallurgical processes, the technology involved in iron ore beneficiation and iron ore pelletization, plus talking about whether we need to go ahead with BF grade or DRI grade. And rightly said by Sundaram, the biggest issue is now the coal. See, if you talk about the western part of the entire country, you don't get that kind of coal or I don't know. Still, they wanted to start the steel making process. I think respondents will agree to in that side. You don't get that kind of coal. So whether you go into little technology which just will started about the thing that whether you convert it and then give it to the steel making process. So all this needs to be debated. I think all of you are learned people. Nirmal Jaldi is very good, to ask a lot of questions. I would request to layer up this kind of debate where everybody understands where you stand today. This is a statistic. And this will increase, let me tell you, sir. These shortage will obviously increase because crude will always try to have more crude steel. The secondary steel will always have to have secondary steel. And then when you go into this premium 110%, 111% plus the what is that dispatch per annum, the target of the premium. That's another issue, logistic and dispatch. By the private miners, by the public sector miners in any state, whether it's the NMDC, whether it's the Odisha Mining Corporation, you have a lot of, Today, I think tomorrow we'll have auction. We were targeting about 10 lakhs ton, but the auction is only 5 lakh because they will not be backward and then give you the material in your client. So always have that kind of, that gap. So today, it is good, sir. We have so much of good people to be here, participated. I would love to have that kind of debate where we come to a conclusion. Maybe when the afternoon the minister come, because he was aware of the entire things, we'll have 1 or 2 points, only 1 or 2 or 3, 4 points
not to have a lot of people. One is that whether we go for BF or DRI grid or not, whether you need to really, take care of iron ore beneficiation, reducing aluminum silica or not, whether you need to have more, raw material production to cater into the steel production. And the fourth point is the logistic, whether we are able to go into 1,800 million ton transportation inside the country. I think, I think these are the four major issues which you can debate in all along today. So thank you so much. I think I have played up the debate with these data. Let's hope that all these things will be put to today's meeting, and Nirmal will put it to that government. Thank you so much for listening to me. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Das. You have always been an excellent orator, and you have articulated your industry for the benefit of the nation as a whole. So that's what I would like to put it. Now, I'll move in line with what Dr. Das just mentioned. Continuing with the utilization of our low-grade ores. We hear stories in US. They have used red soil, 30% Fe. That they have beneficiated in US red soil, which is considered non-viable in India. It will be too expensive to use red soil. So in terms of beneficiation, what is it that we need to do to ensure that beneficiation is done at a reasonable cost? And it is because, you have to understand the market dynamics of iron ore pricing also. Now we talk about generally $100, around $100. That's what we put it as. But then again, it's a very volatile kind of pricing. In fact, NMDC yesterday, they highlighted, they have their board meeting. That's why the CMD could not come. Otherwise, I would have asked him that you are minting money. But anyway, as you wish, whatever makes you comfortable. Yeah, Dr. Aurobindo Bandyopadhyay is from CD Asia. And
good morning, everybody. And it's a pleasure to be here with you. So long the discussions are on only the bigger manufacturers of steel and metal. We represent people as your 40%, and who in fact require technology which should be user friendly as well as environmental. And that's where we come in from CD Asia. And it's very correct that the amount of ore required in the country is really a constraint. And we have to beneficiate or upgrade low-grade ores in a very economic fashion, possibly in smaller plants, because none of the mines, apart from the big ones, are having a big capacity. So we focus on beneficiating or upgrading or whatever you say, processing of that ore to produce quality iron. So that considering that we will be having blast furnace route, BF route for the next at least 20 years. I don't think we are going to compromise on that, as well as DRI. DRI is almost 50% of our production, if not more. So, and these are small operators buying more from small mines. And because the mines are able to sell everything, including all the fines, including all slimes, these sponge iron operators face a lot of problems. So most of our plants are in sponge iron, and we integrate them with their kiln. So this particular method of beneficiation, which we are going to discuss also in my paper, we propose that we have small units which are skid mounted, which can be moved from place to place, yet very efficient so far as power is concerned, water is concerned, requires less space. Space is a big constraint. We don't get space. And all other environmental friendly issues. So we did not always go in for pellets. I'm very sorry. If you don't mind. We can also have lumps and fines, etc. fines. And wherever it is absolutely necessary to go for pellets, there could be a proper method or a proper way of integrating the different equipments to produce pellet grade heat by grinding. So this is in short what we want to present in this forum, so that the small operators are benefited through this technology. Big operators have a lot of access to huge technology. They can afford it. But very well, the small mines, the small DRI operator, they require some equipments or process or technology which will be appropriate for them. So this is what we are going to discuss in my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bandyopadhyay. Now, continuing with, before I come to Mr. Deshpande about reducing our carbon footprint in the blast furnaces, what the coke ovens can do, I'll take a comment from, in fact, Dr. Khattoi. Yeah, Dr. Khattoi is a consultant for MinMet Consultants, primarily catering to the DRI units, which Dr. Bandyopadhyay was referring to. So, Dr. Khattoi, are you giving a presentation or?
Yeah, I'm just here.
Okay, go ahead. No problem, no problem. Deshpande ji, last 10 minutes आपका है. You have to sum up the entire session. Yeah. Yeah, because he has been the managing director of Tata Sponge Iron also. So PRI is also one subject he specializes on. Yeah, and DRI. Yeah.
Okay, we have discussed more on the raw material side and pelletization, and we have so many eminent personalities who will be giving us a lot of insight to this one. Lastly, Deshpande Saab will be speaking on this one. But since it was on the raw material and we have the outlook for technology, new technology, just I'll cover a bit very fast because time is going out. We are all talking that, yes, we have sufficient iron ore. But whatever India is having the reserve, as declared reserve is 5,422 million tons, and resources are 17,065 million tons. So we have all total 22,487 million tons. Magnetite ore is 53 million tons, and the resources will be 10,789, which constitute basically 10,789. So if you put together all, it will come to 33,276 million tons. From this 27,801 million tons, which is our resource, they're all low grade and lean iron ore. Maximum recovery will be 70%, comes to 19,460 million tons. So if we are reaching 300 million tons by 3031, our requirement goes out because if for 300, at least 480 to 500 million tons will be required. We are completing in 50 years. So this is alarming. It's not even one generation. Then we thought that we'll have a lot of scrap. Then we had a treaty signed in Glasgow. And whatever this scrap was supposed to get imported by India, everybody is holding back their scrap. They say we have also committed to reduce our CO2 emission. So we'll be going with melting of scrap. So the expected scrap will not come to India, and India cannot generate that much. So by 30 and by 40, and if you look at the total production by VF and BOF, 144 million tons, electric arc furnace, induction furnace will be 101, it will be 245. So out of 300, we may be at 245. 2040, it will be 373, and 250, it will be 528. So the requirement still goes up. So not even 50 years. Now we are talking of pelletization. Do we have a choice? Do we have a choice of the luxury of utilizing high-grade iron ore? Our high grade iron ore is depleting. When we started our plant in 1980, it was 65 plus, and we are rejecting anything less than 65. Today we are talking of 55, 60. And lastly, there is a norm that we have to use plus 45. So everything is in powder stage. So when it is in the powder stage, what are options do we have? Earlier it was a hard and massive 200 millimeter size of iron ore was there. Today it is few lumps and mostly powder. The more you go deep into the mines, it is blue dust. Fe contenting is going down. So you have no choice. You have no option that you will talk, you will not do agglomeration. Okay. Whether we will go pellet, we will go sinter, or we will go for briquetting is a different thing. There are many countries, they have started briquetting because there is a energy spent in pellet making. So directly making composite briquettes and doing reduction has started. That I'll be covering up in the next my presentation. So as far as the raw material is concerned, as far as iron ore is concerned, that we are not very comfortable. And we are not looking beyond a vision. After one generation, our next people will say that, what, you have consumed everything? What have you left for us? And we are right, left, and center doing export of our iron ore finds. There is nobody to keep a break to that one. India should never do that. Hold all the iron ore finds is going out. Do beneficiation, pelletization, then do the export. So there is no value addition. It's alarming. Earlier, we used to selective mining, washing and sintering. Presently, we are washing, beneficiation, sintering and pelletization. Future will be deep beneficiation, magnetic separation, flotation and fluctuation. But reduction roasting is another method. If you look at 55 below Fe content, it is not responding to natural beneficiation. But if we are going with a reduction roasting, we have lot of advantage. We have iron ore, a little amount of coal at 800. We do a reduction roasting, then grinding becomes much easier, energy comes down. Then do the max separation because it is magnetic. And then we do the filtration and take max concentration, do the pellet. When this pellet will go for induration, because of its magnetite in nature, automatically there is a exothermic reaction. And because of the exothermic reaction, the energy requirement also comes down. Today we have calculated this reduction roasting is costing you 1500 rupees. But if you calculate the whole thing, you will find it is getting balanced. This is what we have explained it. Pellet, as Dr. Das has told, last year we have done 136.7 million tons of pellet all over all states like this. Now, ore and our scrap position, we have explained. But as far as the coking coal is concerned, India doesn't have much of coking coal. If you look at the future, even though today we are importing 80%, for the future, it is expected that 15 million ton, it must go to 30 million ton. And steel will be depending on imported coal for making coke. Now the question between a blast furnace, between a secondary route of steel making through DRI and induction furnace and arc furnace. Induction furnace, arc furnace will continue. But the DRI may not be through coal. The DRI has to go through hydrogen. Yes, there is a problem today in hydrogen. We do not have enough hydrogen and it has to be green hydrogen. So we have to have green solar power or hydral power or wind power or sea power. We have not tapped sea energy yet. We have wave power, we have tidal power. We can easily generate that power so that our green hydrogen will make the DRI, and from the DRI we'll be able to produce. I think technology will take time.
We have, we
Yeah,
have to wind up at 11:30. So because I promised to give Deshpande ji 10 minutes. So you can,
considering the technology part of it. There are many technology which we have not got it. One is a hydrogen plasma. IMMT, we made a steel directly from iron ore up to 20 kgs through hydrogen plasma. We get a directly liquid metal. This is one area it must go forward. Another is basically hyper technology. It is by European steel technology platform. It is basically your concentrate, 150 micron. Don't have to go for pelletization. Do direct reduction, hydrogen reduction, and directly take it for melting. High reduction rate means it is within few minutes. 5 minutes your reduction gets completed because of high surface area. It is highly efficient, but we are not much working on that flotation bed reduction. Hyper process is going on. That is another area which is going to give a substitute and no carbon. Charging of hydrogen in blast furnace. Nippon Steel, they have already said, they have already proved 22% reduction of carbon dioxide emission. They are claiming that they are going to do 33% carbon dioxide emission less by charging hydrogen in the blast furnace. Their method of charging, the technology they are talking of is course 50. They have decided from January of 2026, they will divert one of this blast furnace number 2 in Kimitsu for this purpose, and they are going to achieve their 33%. Sweden hydrogen reduction in the blast furnace, they are saying that it will be totally free or 95% free of carbon dioxide. This will be directly reduction of iron with hydrogen and then taking to arc furnace of. One difficulty is what I was telling hydrogen is a endothermic reaction. In a vertical shaft kiln like Matrix, when you use hydrogen, the reaction does not continue because of the temperature is endothermic and it needs additional. Today we are shaft kiln is doing through reformer of methane, which is a natural gas, where you have hydrogen as well as carbon monoxide. There carbon monoxide burns as well as reacts. That is how we are able to balance the temperature. Only hydrogen has the problem. Maybe some percentage of hydrogen will be burned to give that energy. So that technology for 100% hydrogen has to be full proven. Tata people are there, they will be able to say that they have said 40% of hydrogen they will be able to charge. But they have said one thing, if you charge 40% of hydrogen, then there is a 10% reduction of coke and 7 to 10% of reduction of carbon dioxide. They have injected CBM. I think he will be able to answer that one. Coal bed methane has been charged in that Jamshedpur unit, and they have successful in that one. Now the next thought is instead of injecting coal or anthracite coal or coke, they want to do bio-PCI, bio-pulverized coal injection in the air to bring down the CO2 emission. This is the standard one. You can see there in the future, you have DRI plant through gasification, you have fluidized bed, you are HIFO, you are scrap. That is how it will be going forward. But coal gasification is the first plant in Panugul, which because this area we do not have methane or natural gas. So coal has been gasified and 1.8 million ton vertical mid-deck shaft erected. Initially, there was a problem in the gasification. Stopped for 2 years. Little modification was done, and it is working very successfully. This is the plant. Here you have coal or coke getting in. You have the gasifier. You put the oxygen and steam. Clean the gas. Syngas is produced. Decompress it. You have the power generation. Goes to gas heater. Goes to the mid-deck shaft kiln. All the gas is not utilized. Everything is sucked back. CO2 is removed. Again, put back to the circuit, is a closed circuit. The bottom side is cooling one, and we have DRI, and they are charging the hot DRI. This plant is working successfully, and we had gone twice. We have seen that one. They are the number of gasifiers and how they are doing. This is the view of that gasifier and the vertical shaft mid-deck plant in JSP Lonagod. You can have rotary earth furnace with composite pellets briquettes. Here I want to tell you one thing. When you take a pellet of 16 millimeter, we charge in a rotary kiln, integrated pellet. Takes 6 hours to get to metallic iron. Because it is from the top slowly it comes to the center core. We call it a topochemical reaction. Hematite to magnetite, magnetite to state to pure iron. But when it becomes a composite, that 6 hours becomes 30 minutes. A composite pellet gets reduced in 30 minutes, which takes 6 hours in a rotary kiln. So this is another area which has not been taken care of yet. This is a rotary furnace, rotary earth furnace. And Kobe, Japan, they first made with this, then first melt, charging directly, then they went for the nuggets. Nuggets is not very successful with all the iron ore, for which they have stopped it. But other two are continuing, first melt and first melt. Panel kiln is another area where you can reduce the iron ore. 2 minutes. This is how it looks like. You have sagars, you have the reduction, you can make DRI. This is the view of the tunnel kiln. This is how the loading is done. If you load like this, you get a cylinder. If you load iron ore fines, coal fines, you have these products, either a composite briquette, composite pellet, iron ore fines, or you have a cylinder. This is gasification we have already seen. Coming back to new technology, I want to tell you there is a very good technology. This is one is the blast furnace. If you charge pre-reduced DRI, which was tested long back, maybe 30 years back. This is another area to be looked into, because each 10% increase in metallic iron is going to increase 6 to 10% in the productivity. This increases both the productivity of the rotary kiln and the blast furnace. A 900 TPD DRI plant, if it goes to 75% metallization, it will produce 1170 tons. Then one is a ORC technology where power is generated at very low temperature. One is your hybrid process, the combination of fluidized bed and hydrogen reduction. This is a hybrid process. Another is a jet process. When we are charging the scrap in BOF, basically there is a lot of chemical energy is generated. So with a jet process, they are saying that they will be able to increase another 20% of scrap use. This is a recent one, molten oxide electrolysis. Very interesting. Western Metal has already produced 100 kg out of it. Continuously, they are working on this one. Iron ore is basically goes through a electrolyte and two electrodes. For titanium, they have iridium, but for this, they have special electrodes and electrolyte. When you do that one, your liquid metal gets separated and your oxygen goes out from iron ore by the process of this electron separating that out. Once this succeeds, you don't need anything. You have to go for molten oxide electrolysis and directly go to liquid metal at 1600. This is done by three companies, Western Metal, Cedarwin, and Electra. Cedarwin is doing at a different method, and Electra is all doing in another method. This is at 1600 degree. This is at something like 110 degree, and that is at 60 degree. This is where you can see that last one is the molten oxide electrolysis, where iron ore is going from the top to the bottom. The red one is your molten metal. Oxygen goes out, and the other one is slag. The top one is the electrode, and bottom one is also another electrode.
Sir, may I request you to kindly conclude because
Yeah, it's concluded. These are the setup. Thank you.
thank you, Dr. Khattoi. Very informative presentation. I mean, I found a lot of interest in all the slides, but unfortunately, 53 slides was a little too much in this short span. So, but thank you. Nevertheless, thank you so much. It was very educative. Well, before I asked Deshpande ji to cover Cocoans, BOF versus DRIEF, I would like to just take a final comment in case Mr. Sundaramam, you want to add anything for the session. And let me tell you, those of you who are not aware, Mr. Sundaramam, coming all the way to Jamshedpur, and then in the afternoon he has another program. So I see Malaida also coming in. Mr. Malay Bhattacharjee is joint managing director of Copper and Mako. They are into bricketing solutions. So anything, Malaida, that you would like to add before Mr. Sundaram's session is over and we conclude with Mr. Deshpande? Anything that, Dada, you would like to add? With regard to, we were talking about pelletization in general. No, but talking about, we were generally talking about utilization of our roads.
Okay.
Pelletizing.
No, generally saying what I wanted to still utilize, requested Mr. Mukherjee to allow me somehow few minutes of discussion here. You see, iron ore is becoming a scarcity, high grade iron ore. In India, it is all throughout the same situation here. So low grade ore beneficiation is becoming a necessity now for the industry. And when you beneficiate low grade ore, you really need very high energy efficient equipment. And we are looking at our product, high pressure grinding roll, as a perfect fit in these kind of situations. We have already conducted at least 5 trials with banded hematite quartz material, banded hematite Jasper material, BHJ, BH2 material. And we have seen really significant success by using HPGR. The advantages what we have seen here is that with using HPGR, you can feed almost minus 40 mm, minus 50 mm size to HPGR. You can eliminate one cone crusher in the primary circuit from the HPGR. And in the HPGR product itself, we have tried for 100% minus one. The particle size distribution, what we are getting in HPGR product itself is almost 80% 250 micron, 60% 150 micron, and almost 50% 75 micron. So that way, you are able to do pre-concentration of the HPGR product itself before you go into the actual beneficiation circuit of magnetic separation, protection. That way you can really optimize the circuit. Power consumption wise, it is obviously a very, very high efficient equipment. With the conventional ball mill route where you are usually use almost 4.5 kilowatt hour per ton of material iron ore grinding, that you can do with HPGR in within 1.8 maximum 2 kilowatt hour. That's a very, very significant savings. So I just wanted to take these few minutes that Copan has a very good technology, worldwide several references. India में हम लोगों को क्या था? अभी तक बहुत high grade iron ore का luxury था हम लोगों को. We picked up every high grade iron ore and we exhausted this. Now people are struggling that how do I beneficiate with my same beneficiation plant, which I designed and installed for 62, 63 grade iron ore. Now I am getting 45, 47, even 35, 37 grade. How do I efficiently beneficiate that? So there we are finding a very good solution for this. That's all from my side. Thank you, Nirmal.
Thank you, Maulada. Thank you so much. So now, Deshpande ji, Mr. Deshpande, once again, is Director of ACRE in India. He is responsible for ACRE's Indian operations. And as I said earlier, he was with Tata Steel, Tata Sponge, and a man with huge experience, the entire iron making segment, BFBF, the DRI. He has a command over the entire iron making. In fact, yesterday he was talking about reducing our carbon footprint in the coke ovens. I think that's a very interesting subject. We are all interested to know. You've come up, ACRE has come up with a new technology on that front. I would like to request you to touch upon that as well. Yeah. So over to you, Deshpande ji. Before we end the session, it's entirely yours.
I'm not so rich in experience on this Mukherjee, but I have my basic schooling in iron making and Tata Steel. I'm also working around with the engineering company from China. I'll give some quick sum up of ACRE's views. How they would like to, the engineering company or a technology supplier, lead the steel industry all over the world to reduce carbon dioxide emission. That's the way in which their thinking moves forward. So, by and large, they have generally come to a conclusion. They seem to have generally come to a conclusion, looking at the experience in China, that there is no magical technology available in the world which will bring down carbon dioxide emission from wherever it currently rests, 2.2 or 2.4 tons of carbon dioxide per ton of steel, down to something like less than 1. There is no such technology available. So we have to have some reasonable, pragmatic approach to going forward and yet reduce carbon dioxide. So they believe from their analysis that what is most practical is that at each step of steel making, whether it is coke making, making, iron making, steel making, etc., everywhere we need to challenge the energy consumption. And if you can challenge the energy consumption and drop them by 10, 15, 20%, then that is a contribution to reduce carbon dioxide. So it is easy to say like this, but if you ask somebody in steel making or ask somebody in blast furnaces, reduce coal consumption or carbon consumption by 20%, it's a very tall order. It is not for this. So the ACRE, what they are proposing as an engineering solution, technology solution to steel industry through coke making, is that you use something known as their fourth generation coke ovens technology. Now, essentially, fourth generation coke ovens technology revolves around utilizing the carbon in the coal as beautifully as possible, so that there is no carbon emissions, there are no carbon wastages, there are no byproducts which carry carbon along with them, etc. That's the essential process. And utilize the waste heat as to the last degree. So whether it is coke which is being cooled, whether it is the energy being consumed in coke, utilize the energy as fast as possible. Don't allow excess oxygen, excess nitrogen get into the process to carry the heat forward to waste gas. That's the essence of this particular technology. So it is not completely new. It is improvements, it's significant improvement in the past technology. So this is how they propose that they will first make good coke. Good coke will enable the blast furnaces to reduce coke rates. So that's how the steel plants will also get benefited. The coke making will consume less energy compared to what it was consuming earlier by almost like 27%. What their engineering solution is suggesting. The technology makes it amenable to use the higher and higher proportion of lower coking coal, lower quality coking coal, so cheaper coal. That's the other aspect. So having covered these three things, they think that they can provide solutions to the industry by making coke and this particular. So this is their present. And to add on to that, what I would like to say based on the presentation that we had here, that if I have to analyze my mind as to what does it mean to reduce carbon dioxide emission in the steel industry, it basically means utilizing the energy. Also, the carbon dioxide comes from coal as well as the oils and supply chains in the steel industry. So, how to reduce the coal? Sundaram mentioned Tata Steel's current coal consumption is about 800 kg per ton of steel. Now, if we have to reduce the carbon dioxide by 20%, then this 800 has to get down by 20%. We will have 550 kg per ton. Now, where does this carbon actually flow out into the steel process? Primarily, it goes out along with this repeatedly heated and cooled steel. That is one thing. Second is a large number of byproducts that it creates. So we have to attack how can we reduce the number of byproducts that we are making. Flow out of carbon byproducts. This is one way of doing it. Most of the byproducts primarily in the steel industry are slags that you get and the gases that we make. So blast furnace gas and the steel making gas, pure gas, they can be reduced if the inherent carbon usage in the processes that are consuming process reduced. Now, this high quality coke or the will be a tool to be able blast furnaces to be able to reduce the coal consumption. The another tool will be the blast furnaces create slags. So the current slag rates at whatever level they are, if we can bring down the slag rates, maybe like 240, 250 level, or even less than that if possible, then we can significantly challenge the process and actually reduce majority of coal consumption in the blast furnace and the steel industry. Now, to reduce the slag rates, the gang material which flows into the blast furnaces by way of coal ash or by way of alumina in the iron ore, etc., needs to be brought down. So beneficiating iron ore, beneficiating coal appear to be lower cost solutions to address the requirement of carbon dioxide emission in the steel industry. If they are so obvious and if they are so direct, why haven't they been already done? It's like a basic question. I know beneficial many people talk. Looks prima facie very easy, yet it seems to be done in a very limited manner, limited reach. So why is it this? I think the really bias around the use for the benefits. Iron ore beneficiation and the material which is lost has to be disposed as well, and where how to dispose of that material, where to dispose of the material, that's where the basic issue lies. The costs of beneficiation, whether it is coal or iron ore, may not be that threatening, actually speaking. To my mind, they could be high compared to what they are today, but they may not be very great threat. So one can actually look up to that. Some Malay Mukherjee had talked about benefits, aiding beneficiation of iron ore. Other people have also talked about benefiting iron ore. It is thinkable. My let's say outside perspective of the steel industry. Thinkable. So if you sort of look at all this put together, so you basically average input materials have a whole like coke, average steel input materials. That's into the road. Now, I am not proposing, I'm sticking to the original thought. There is no magic technology available to any one of us that we suddenly buy and reduce the CO2 consumption all of a sudden by just spending money. It is speaking, there is no solution available. The hard ground solution where we keep struggling, keep pushing the boundaries. This is what we have to do. The message across the world is that you don't have enough time. You would have done it anyway, but you would have taken 40, 50 years. You don't have the luxury of 40, 50 years. You have to do it in the next 10 years. This is the message. Therefore, our challenge is to actually keep pushing the boundary like this and try and get there where we would have gone anyway after. Bye.
Yeah, perfect, Deshpande ji. When a mentor talks, you can't ask questions. You've been a mentor, and I am normally a little biased because you were the one who came up and said, "I'm going to support you." So, uh, so obviously, if I give you 5 minutes more, no one should ask a question. Okay, with that, I have a small duty to perform before we request our keynote speaker today, Mr. Sundaramam, to just visit the exhibition with us for a while. But before that, I have a small duty to perform, which is the presentation of the bouquet and the mementos. May I request Bikini, please come up. She is my executive assistant. She'll be presenting the memento first to our keynote speaker, Mr. Sundaramam. Bikini, first to Mr. Sundaramam. Okay, next, Mr. Chakravarti. Yeah, Chief Iron Making, Tata Steel. Next is Dr. Shubhashis Das, Director, Ardent Steel. Dr. Aurobindo Bandyopadhyay, CD Asia. Mr. Deshpande, will you take one more? Sir, you are the title sponsor. You can take the whole show if you want. Dr. Khatoi from Minmet. Yeah. Okay. So now we'll have the presentation of the bouquets to our dignitaries. First to Mr. Sundaramam. Yeah. Thank you, sir. Yeah, we'll take a group photo as well. No, no. First, let us have the flower. You can hold the flower and take the group photo. Yeah. Yeah. Asundar. Thank you. So, Mr. Das. Thanks a lot. You have been a part of the family for almost all our events, right from Calcutta to Bhubaneswar. Everywhere that we have invited, you have come. Mr. Aurobindo Bandyopadhyay. Thank you so much. Deshpande ji. Thank you so much. Yeah. Dr. Khattai. Thank you. Thank you so much. So let us have a group photo together. And beginning, if you could help us and Mr. Sundaram to just let us have a group photo together. Yeah. Yeah. Perfect. Yes. Hold the memento or the yeah. Oh, that makes looks good. Yes. Okay. Okay. Thank you, gentlemen. Thanks for this session. And special thanks to our keynote speaker, Mr. Sundaramam, who came all the way to Jamshedpur only for this, and he has to go back. So it costs Tata Steel a lot of money for the company aircraft to fly to Jamshedpur to Calcutta and go back just for a program. But thank you so much. Thanks to all that Tata Steel has been supporting us for the last 26 years. So let us assemble back after the tea session. So we'll meet after the tea break. May I request Vijani to lead our keynote speaker, Mr. Sundaramam. Deepak, if you can just lead.
Thank you so much, delegates. Now requesting all of you to please visit the exhibition hall, and right after that, you have the tea break, the high tea. But we will be joining back just in 30 minutes for our next session. So everybody enjoy your high tea and kindly be back by 30 minutes for the next session. Thank you so much.
Oh, मुझे- उनका नहीं
Corporation, a Fortune Global 500. We are the only state-owned engineering company in China specializing in fields of coating, refractory, and glass. Relying on world-leading technology in coating and refractory with our own intellectual property rights and complete supply chain. We'd like to join with global customers to promote clean and intelligent development for a better future. Sustainable innovation is the future of the chemistry. This is the original impetus for Accolade concentrating on progress in technology and equipment. We have been making unremitting efforts together with you for innovation to take the lead in coating industry. Thanks to our advanced technology and achievements with intellectual property rights, we are leading coating technology and to the world forefront by using state-of-the-art, clean and efficient coat-making technology and equipment, as well as large capacity intelligent heating technology. As the first engineering company initiating a project of the national program of technical innovation and winning the first prize with National Science and Technology Progress Award, and China's People Gold Award, we are devoted to shouldering national strategic tasks, promoting innovation, formulating industry standards, and exploring the future technology. With the idea of propelling developments by innovators, we have built up a well-developed R and D systems, built together China's leading experts in areas of coating and refractory, and established national enterprise technology centers, as well as R and D platform of basic theory and industrial testing. We have incorporated talent, R and D platform and patents to expedite the transformation of technical achievements into productivity and expand infinite possibilities of digital intelligence together. We can strive into excellence in tailor-made design to cater to your needs. We keep keeping perfect in every detail of each equipment in each process line in a collaborative way, and well-organized engineering, procurement, and construction in an orderly and efficient manner. With digital technology, we are capable of building up a visualized digital twin upon completion of physical plant design. We have undertaken engineering leading incomplete projects for more efficient integration services to build up a management system for the complete industrial chain. With technical expertise at the core, we have stepped up interesting technology advancement from procurement to construction with superior resources nationwide. We have built an integrated platform for project management and control to provide scientific with strong support from headquarters, making full use of visible real-time monitoring during the whole construction. In promotion of technical upgrade, we have created social benefits, making all best wishes come into the energy of green intelligence. We have specifically built demonstrating green projects with high efficiency in China and around the world, promoting Chinese technology and standards to the world, and establishing Chinese branding worldwide. Lifelong service for customers is what we are committed to your sustainable development. We keep a close eye on technology innovation, engineering precision, efficient construction, as well as quality operations and maintenance to keep upgrading the systems. This is our common pursuit for the green and low carbon coating industry. Greener development, a more intelligent life. From cooking and refractory to municipal engineering and environmental protection, we have been expanding businesses by joining hands with you to shape a nice world. What does a coking plant look like in your eyes? A fierce burning at 1000 Celsius degrees? Or the blue sky above top charging coke up? Reused water with no discharge? Or remote connection thousands of miles away? Let me tell you the story of Expo. We are the holding subsidiary of MCC, subordinate to China Minmetals Corporation, a Fortune Global 500. We are the only state-owned engineering company in China specializing in fields of coating, refractory, and lime. Relying on world-leading technology in coating and refractory with our own intellectual property rights and complete supply chains. We'd like to join hands with global customers to promote green and intelligent development for a better future. Our sustainable innovation is to keep you up with the times. This is the original impetus for Accolade concentrating on progress in technology and equipment. We have been making unremitting efforts together with you for innovation to take the lead in the coating industry. Thanks to our advanced technology and equipment with intellectual property rights, we are leading coating technology in China to the world forefront by using state-of-the-art, green and efficient coat making technology and equipment, as well as large capacity intelligent CDQ technology. As the first engineering company initiating a project of the National Programme of Technical Innovation and winning the first prize of National Science and Technology Progress Award and China's Patent Gold Award, we are devoted to shouldering national strategic tasks, promoting innovation, formulating industry standards, and exploring the future technology. With the idea of propelling development by innovation, we have built up a well-developed R&D system, brought together China's leading experts in areas of coating and refractory, and established National Enterprise Technology Center
as well as R&D platform of basic theory and industrial testing. We have incorporated talents, R&D platform and patents to expedite the transformation of technical achievements into productivity and expand infinite possibility of digital intelligence together with you. We keep striving for excellence in tailor-made design to cater to your needs. We keep seeking perfect in every detail of each equipment and each process line in a collaborative way and well-organized engineering, procurement and construction in an orderly and efficient manner. With digital technology, we are capable of building up a visualized digital twin plant upon completion of physical plant design. We have undertaken engineering leading EPC projects for more efficient integration services to build up a management system for the complete industrial chain. With technical expertise as a core, we have stepped up efforts in technology advancement from procurement to construction with superior resources nationwide. We have built an integrated platform for project management and control to provide site office with strong support from headquarters, making full use of physical real-time monitoring during the whole construction. In promotion of technical upgrading, we have created social benefits, making all best wishes come into reality of green intelligence. We have ceaselessly built demonstrating green projects with high efficiency in China and around the world, promoting Chinese technology and standards to the world, and establishing Chinese brand images worldwide. Lifelong service for customers is what we are committed to your sustainable development. We keep a close eye on technology innovation, engineering perfection, efficient construction, as well as quality operation and maintenance to keep upgrading contract times. This is our common pursuit for the green and low carbon coating industry. A greener development, a more intelligent life. From cooking and refractory to municipal engineering and environmental protection, we have been expanding businesses by joining hands with you to shape a nice world. Welcome to the exciting world of global product. We are one of the leading international firms in the marketing of industrial raw materials. With an extensive network of manufacturing plants and traders across Asia, Europe, Africa, Australia, and the Americas, along with strategically located offices around the world, Herbal Monarch provides the highest quality products and services to its clients across the globe. Established in 1978 by Mr. Ashok Roy, a veteran of the steel and refractories industries. Herbal Monarch journey began with an exclusive agency for Magnesia Brazil, Liverpool Europe for refractory materials and technology, Mining Brothers Australia for metallurgical, and Thermocoal from PhD selling to customers such as Bharat Refractories Limited, SAIL, Tata Chemicals, and OCL Refractories in India. Instead, we have steadily expanded and emerged as a trusted partner to some of the world's largest manufacturing companies, offering a wide range of products and services to industries such as iron and steel, refractories, ceramics, cement, aluminum, and glass. At Global Monarch, we cater to most primary and secondary manufacturing industries with our wide range of products that include refractories, steel, metals and alloys, ores and minerals, graphite electrodes, and resin.
I'm very happy. It's been a wonderful journey. And the good news that my children and my grandchildren take the sport, whatever they go. The only thing that I want is is being, this city is being designed. And I've always said that it's extremely important for all customers to trust us. And the one message that I have for customers there is simply that if there is an issue with the material that is supplied, it is our guarantee, our responsibility to resolve it in your fashion. Whatever that. Oh, the children, the grandchildren, which is the next 50. Thank you very much.
At Global Market, we take pride in following fair and ethical business practices, as well as adhering to stringent quality control measures to ensure the supply of the highest standards of products to our customers. Guided by a dynamic and visionary leadership and supported by highly experienced technical and marketing teams with in-depth knowledge, Global Monarch has firmly established itself as an internationally recognized and reputed brand. Today, as we strive towards the future with confidence and hope, we remain committed towards ensuring long-term satisfaction for our partners around the world.
India, a name that resonates with growth, progress, and infrastructure will always be a key driver of its growth story. With steel at its backbone, Jindal Steel and Power is committed to building a self-reliant India. With interests in steel and mining, JSPL is a key driver of the resurgent India. JSPL is testimony to the vision of a pioneering nation builder, Sri Om Prakash Jindal, who showed what small town India can dream and accomplish. JSPL's growth story runs parallel to that of India. From a single unit in Hisar in 1952, JSPL has grown to be a leading Indian conglomerate. India's growth engine runs on the rails made by JSPL. At its head-hardened rail manufacturing facility at Raigad, a testimony to the Make in India campaign. India's first and only plant equipped to manufacture single-piece rails of up to 121 meter, which can be further extended up to 484 meter. The Raigad steel plant in Chhattisgarh is one of the largest sponge iron manufacturing facilities in the world. Spread over 3,500 acres, the Angul steel plant in Odisha is India's most modern setup that houses India's first and only coal gasification-based DRI plant. The Patratu plant in Jharkhand manufactures India's favorite Jindal Panther TMT rebars, equipped to withstand shock loading and cyclic loading conditions, making them an ideal choice for buildings in high seismic zones. The wire rod mill here is equipped with world-class capabilities to produce value-added steel. Located in the hills of Barbil in Odisha, JSPL's 9 MTPA pelletization complex is the largest pellet production facility in the country that was set up in a record time of 23 months. In a journey of setting new benchmarks, JSPL has emerged as one of the most cost-efficient steel producers. JSPL is also a responsible mining player with a focus on backward integration in both iron ore and coking coal. Spreading its wings, JSPL acquired and developed mines and mineral assets across the world. Through JSPL's momentous journey, so far it has invested $12 billion across the globe, done economic activities worth $53 billion, and paid $5.3 billion in taxes since inception, providing employment to more than 1 lakh families. Under the able leadership of Mr. Naveen Jindal, JSPL saw unparalleled growth and expansion. Many iconic megastructures across India bear testimony to JSPL's national commitment. JSPL's tradition has been to put people first, be it its employees, communities, and investors. Amongst its various activities, JSPL Foundation also runs a unique initiative called Swam Ship to promote, preserve, and propagate tribal arts and crafts of India. Through its key initiatives like the Shori Express, Vatsalya Project, Asha, the Hope, the foundation has brought a positive change in the lives of communities around its plants. In its endeavor to provide quality and affordable healthcare to the local communities and societies at large, JSPL set up multi-speciality Lotus O.P. Jindal Hospital and Research Center in Raigad and Tamil Nadu. In the education sector, the O.P. Jindal Global University, a non-profit global university promoted by JSPL, has consistently been ranked amongst the world's top and India's best. The O.P. Jindal University in Raigad, Chhattisgarh provides industry-aligned academic programs with focus on steel making, manufacturing excellence, steel industry 4.0, steel logistics, and steel global markets. As a building block in the self-reliant India story, JSPL succeeds when India grows.
Welcome to the world of JSW, where vision, technology, innovation serve as the driving force behind the growth of the organization. Since its inception, JSW has always supported India in its complete assembly. JSW Steel being India's leading steel manufacturer boasts of strategic manufacturing sites not only in India but also in Italy and the USA. Moreover, it takes immense pride in its extensive exports to over 100 plus countries. Having rapidly expanded its manufacturing capabilities, JSW Steel has now become India's largest integrated steel manufacturer. Our advanced facilities use cutting-edge technology to produce high-quality steel with a wide range of flat models. JSW Steel is renowned for its versatility and reliability. JSW Steel boasts an impressive array of specialized working portfolios. It fosters our active and profound involvement, enabling us to stand as proud partners in the process of nation building, where JSW Steel has emerged as a key collaborator in the journey of making the world a better place. Our relentless pursuit of excellence for over 4 decades has earned us a leading business award. JSW Steel recognizes the fighting days for the company is dedicated to social, inclusive, and forward work that prioritize the growth of both the organization and the wider community. Our CSR projects focus on environment, improving education, health, and skills, making a meaningful impact on people's lives. Our strategic growth plan aligns with India's complete steel industry, actively supporting the needs of the country. As a trusted partner in nation building, we uphold a commitment to country. We are JSW Steel.
Transforming science into solutions, a tradition that Berthold has already shown at the beginning of its 70th anniversary. Professor Dr. Berthold was the pioneer of non-destructive testing using radio isotopes, X-rays, and other technologies. As a scientist, he researched every mobile area in sensitive methods of materials testing, which in 1958 set a world-renowned milestone in the industrial development of the first global nuclear management system. This way, our function is to turn scientific progress into developments that rely to ensure that safety and continuous improvements in the company's precious environments and under the most advanced conditions, while minimizing the use of energy in performance materials. We therefore get great responsibility together with passion and commitment every day, only in 7 locations worldwide. We are focused on the highest quality and our workforce. Each and every one of our employees and the most experienced TI members is part of a large military family. Together with our customer partners, we develop solutions that go live into our processes and operations so that we increase maximum efficiency. To every application, meet every requirement, and satisfy customer needs. All science into solutions. We are diligent.
KIOCL Limited, India's premier advertising and development complex. KIOCL Limited, a flagship company under the Ministry of Steel, was established on 2nd April 1976 to mine, beneficiate, and export iron ore concentrates from different deposits. KIOCL is engaged in the production of iron oxide pellets and foundry grade pig iron suitable for domestic as well as international markets. The raw material iron ore procured from Bellary region is transported through rail route to its captive railway marshalling yard at the New Mangalore port area. The ore received by rail and ships is stored in two covered storage sheds, each of 2 lakh tons capacity. The iron ore is conveyed to bar mills through silo and bunkers for screening through primary screens, grinding, and filtration. Two of the 3 bar mills are operated at a time in a closed-circuit grinding. Each bar mill is maintained at 250 tons per hour feed rate. The ground slurry is then passed through derrick screens for final separation and pumped to dewatering cyclones. The slurry is then pumped to 2 agitator tanks of 7,500 ton capacity each. The slurry is filtered through vacuum disc filters and also horizontal pressure filters to get filter K of moisture 11% and 8.5 to 9.5% respectively. The filter cake thus produced is conveyed to the storage shed through a series of conveyors. The filter rate generated during the filtration process is sent to thickener for recovery of water used for various processes. The entire plant operations are controlled through computer control system at both facilities and pellet plant. Additives like bentonite, limestone, and coke are ground at the given ratio or mixed with iron ore filter cakes. The mixed material is then conveyed to the day mills. Day mills will feed mixed material to boring discs, which are inclined at 47 degrees with 7.5 meter diameter. The discs can produce 140 to 160 tons of green pellets per hour.
Welcome back, everybody. We'll be starting the next session in another 5 minutes. Technical session 4, iron ore beneficiation and pelletization technology. I will just name the speaker of this particular session, and in under 5 minutes, we'll start. For this session, we have Saroj Banerjee, Chief Safety RM Tata Steel as speaker. We also have Dr. Suresh Chandra Khatoi, MD, Minmit Consultants Private Limited as speaker. We have Riti Chatterjee, MD, Primule Research LLP as speaker. We have Dr. Aurobindo Bandyopadhyay, Chief Technologist, CDA Asia as speaker. We have Abhishek Bhadra, Key Account Manager, Daniel India Limited as speaker. We have Harsh Chaudhary, CEO Centra World as speaker. We have B.V. Ravi Kumar, Director Cosmo Power Tech as speaker. We have Shourabh Shaharoy, Assistant Vice President, Sales in Phase Power Technologies as speaker. In this particular session, we also have Kanchan Ramachandra Chatterjee, Business Manager, Steel Carl Behim Lubricants India Private Limited as speaker. We also have Piyush Ranjan, Territory Manager, B2B Mobile Lubricants as speaker. We also have a presentation by Primetals Technologies in this particular session. We also, so if all the speakers are over here, then we can start the session. Requesting all of you to please take the dais. Saroj Banerjee, Chief Safety RM Tata Steel. Dr. Suresh Chandra Khatoi, MD, Minmet Consultants Private Limited. Presentation from Primetals Technologies. Riti Chatterjee, MD, Primul Research LLP, Dr. Aurobindo Bandyopadhyay, Chief Technologist, CDE Asia, Abhishek Bhadra, Key Account Manager, Daniel India Limited, Harsh Chaudhary, CEO, Centra Vault, B.V. Ravi Kumar, Director, Cosmo Power Tech, Shourabh Shaharoy, Assistant Vice President, Sales, Inpace Power Technologies. We have Kanchan Ramchandra Chatterjee, Business Manager, Steel, Carl Behem Lubricants India Private Limited. We have Piyush Ranjan, Territory Manager, B2B, Mobile Lubricants. We have everybody on the dais. Welcome all of you. Everybody, big round of applause for all the speakers. So we start the session over here. Over to you, speakers.
Good afternoon. Can you start the first segment? So I think that the topic before discussion, let me introduce myself. I am Chief of Tata Steel Raw Material Division. Just you have seen Mr. Sundaraman was there. I am associated with him. And earlier I was in steel plant, and Mr. Das knows me. I was the sustainability guy. So in Tata Steel, what happens? It's our opportunity to work in different fields. I worked in mining operation. I worked in engineering, electrical maintenance. I worked in environment. I worked in sustainability. Now I am being assigned a responsibility of safety. And you tell me then when somebody told me there's a seminar and I sent a presentation of 3 packs, one in safety, one in digitalization, and one in sustainability. Then I thought organizer has put all the 3 packs with the 15 minutes. Then I thought it's very difficult for me to really speak on this subject. But I will tell you on something today, which is really very interesting. I'm sure that at the end of my 15-minute presentation, all of us will learn something on the subject. Let's start. This is the subjects of safety. When we talk about safety, Tata Steel, we talk safety as a value system. Like you know, why Tata Steel is known for, it's because of ethics and value system. Now in Tata Steel, safety we are taking journey as a value system because we want the employees which will come to our plant, वो जैसे आप बोलता घर से जैसे वो अपना प्लांट में आया था कर्मचारी को घर तक अपना ऐसे ही हम जैसे आए तो उनको ऐसे ही भेजेंगे दैट इज आवर प्रॉमिस दैट मीन्स वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट जीरो इंजुरी तो जीरो इंजुरी आप जस्ट इमेजिन कर सकते हैं टाटा स्टील में 1,30,000 employees है which comprises so many contractor employees also. This very sometimes it looks like when our MD says yeah, safety should not be it's a value, and he told that we have to ensure that how Tata Steels can be a zero harm organization. But to tell you that if you see the known everywhere in the industry, I will ask, I don't want to have a monologue rather than you have to be, let's be a dialogue. How many of you know that in COVID, how many deaths happen in India on the amount of coronavirus? Any figure? Anybody can tell? You can Google it. There was a 47 lakhs patients, but finally something like 5 lakhs 26,000 has been reported death. Then if you see that, but how it was, how sensitive we was, everybody started doing some disciplines. There are 3-4 disciplines each every to follow. Then if I ask you the next question, how many road accidents happen in India per year, and its death happens due to road accidents in India? You will be surprised. The figure is 160,000, 1,60,000 per year in India. That means every 3 minutes, one accident happens in road in day per day. When I'm organizing the seminar, the 3 minutes, one death happens. Just we have to see that all of you are leader, all of us, including our senior leadership things. What really we're going to do, but this is not known. If you ask, there are so many things happens on COVID death, but discussions happen many minimum on the road accident. It's the only discipline. If everybody start following discipline, it can make zero. But how to make that? So my presentation on safety is like that only. Next slide. Hello. In Tata Steel, we have taken something like there are 6 strategies. If you see, like 6 strategies we have adopted. And if we start about the first is the leadership development, how to make the building safety leadership. When I talk about the leadership, means leadership at all level. It's not like Mr. Narendran or VV Narendran or Mr. Sundaraman, they are leader. A leader is every field. Leader means who has some followers. So when I talk about the contract employee, the supervisor of the contract employee is also a leader. And when I'm in a family, I am the guardian of the family. I have to also see that my family members are safe, that I am leader to them. So are we really creating a culture of safety, leadership at all level? That is the first point. Second point is coming, are our employees are competent, safety competency, that without the second strategy. As many of us have been contractors workers, then we have a contractor safety management standards where we talk about the how to take care of our contractor employee. Tata Steel plant is a lot of process, we talk about safety. There's one is occupational related incidents. Another is the process safety. What are the, in case of normal workplace incident, what happens? It's a low injury maybe. But in process safety, something happens, there's a huge multiple fatality happens, like gas holder burst. You have seen that, all of us know that chemical incidents. So a lot of things happens in the chemical industry, and that's why there are several cases happens in process incidents. That's why also another standard we are following. Railroad, what I was exactly talking about, all of you, road safety and rail safety. How can you take care? And last one is the occupational health, which now we are talking about the wellness. Now everybody started about wellness, happiness. There are so many seminars happening on happiness. And sometimes I also participated that. So that's why this is a subject of interest. I thought I'm not going in detail, but we have a different procedures. If I take the sessions, it will take one chapter, one day. Just I am trying to create interest that what exactly we are doing in Tata Steel. These I was talking of. What is felt leadership? And then I am talking about approach towards risk intelligence. What is felt leadership? Felt leadership means there are some criteria. Let us suppose if I give a lecture on safety, and if you see in the outside, I didn't wear my seat belt. That means what I say, I do not follow. People think it is something like when you have to have a role model. Are everybody is following the role model? That starts with rail. In a journey like in a company like Tata Steel, sometimes we thought our MD says when we are taking any function and getting some awards, he just monitor whether people are putting handrail or not. People tell me, why handrail is required? I am a young guy. I do not need a handrail, but you do not know if there is a water, if there is a slip, if it has a slippery fall, it can get injury also. But when I'm putting my handrail, it doesn't mean that I'm older or I don't have the capability. Everybody know, all of us have done engineering. We know 2 points and 3 points contact. Any 3-point contact is more stable than 2-point contact. So it is simple fundamentals. But this is the things, even I am telling you, there are some, after 15 years of journey, we have taken the help of DuPont safety consultant. Till we found when MD observes in seminar, there are people, they are not putting handrail. Then he thought that means we are not culturally grown up. An issue in India, what happens in a steel plant like steel plant boundary, there is another atmosphere. If you go outside, there is a different atmosphere. People are not following rules. Traffic thing, we know that there are people always, and some of us asked, let us suppose you have to go in airport and there is a red flag, red signal is there, and your time is very limited. Now, if you see that, what you will do? I have already delayed. Sometimes we try to violate the rule. Then let us suppose I am a very good field leadership in safety. Then I told no, I will not do that. Then I may see my co-passengers are going. Then people start following the bad habits. Only point is that in safety, in entire road discipline, that is the discipline of ourselves. If all this entire hall, we have around, let us suppose 100. If 100 start following, then two others will follow and a culture will come. That is the trying to do in our Tata Steel. Second point is coming about the approach towards risk intelligence. Earlier, what we are doing, we are thinking of there's an injury happened, root cause analysis, why injury happened, what is the root cause, everything. Now we are not thinking why injury. Injury is the lag indicator. It has already happened. Lost time injury, fatality, first aid case already happened. But to prevent that, how to make an hazard identification and risk assessment. That's very important. All of us know in subject we know OSAS, HIRA, etc. we do. But are we doing religiously this hazard identification and risk management? So that is the we are telling that let us come from approach towards risk intelligence, shift in approach from injury prevention to risk intelligence. Because if we start only monitoring lag indicator like LT, lost time injury, etc., things will not move. Are we doing a proper lead indicator which actually helps, like understanding hazards and mitigate them before an incident can happen? These are the things I told. I keep the slides. We have to think ourselves. Are we giving as an individual, when I'm in charge of the plant, as a field leadership, am I giving sufficient time in the shop floor? Or I am trying to work from the decks, office? Safety cannot happen. That's why we have taken a call. Now in Tata Steel, we have taken a call all 9 to first half. There is no meeting. Everybody has to be in the shop floor. Whatever meeting, team meeting, now there is a very, meeting is very, everybody starts, there's a fine timing and 10 minutes, half an hour meeting is happening in teams, MS Teams. We have taken a culture that 9 to first half, there is no meeting, everybody in the shop floor. Because machine, we have to see how the employees are working. As a leader, then I ask that, let us suppose I am now responsible the chief of safety. 1,50,000 employee, I am the in charge of the safety. How we are ensured? I have been given a very huge task that your job is to ensure that nothing should happen in this company. But then I have a safety officers, safety stewards, site safety supervisors. How we can make a culture that anything incident, before it incident happen, I should get a call. There is something going to happen, please stop it. And we have empowered our contractor supervisor itself. Earlier a culture tha, is production first, safety second, and quality, etc. Now people forget that safety first, then production. Why? Because now company has a very robust constituent management also. All of us know, you people know that Tata Steel is a very employer where job is secured. But I can tell you there are people who are losing their job because of safety performance. Because management is serious. If you can't make your workplace safe, if you can't ensure that your employees who are coming for duty to you, they should come back to home safely, then you are no longer required in this company. That is the level of thinking we have. So now if you ask any of the head of the department, they will tell, okay, production I will see, because production we can manage. Let us suppose I have a targets of 1 lakh ton production. If I can't do, I can do in the next month. But if I lost a guy, how can I do? Nothing can happen. And what happens? We have a very good Suraksha scheme. Company has a very good Suraksha scheme where the dependents are being taken care. Sometimes it is a one-day seminar where you see how our MD says like that. Because at the end, whatever money you give them, your family will not get that back. That is the importance of the safety. So this I was telling about the risk matrix, what we have done. Entire areas, entire activities in the steel plant has been mapped. Like steel plant is a risk area. You cannot happen that a steel plant will run without any risk. But how to mitigate the risk? Identify what type of risks are there. Red, yellow. Red and yellow, we are telling it's an unacceptable risk. I can't run the plant. Then what is our thing? We have to make some barrier put your all rate your look risk to a green and blue. You can tell me that. I will give you some example. What are the different examples we have done? Like this is the things I was trying to say. There are two type of approach. एक approach है जो आप जितना भी आपका employees है. One good part is that if I can make all my 1,30,000 employees aware of the hazards, but that cannot happen. Sometimes I have to make an engineering control so that employee अगर चाहते भी mistake करने के लिए mistake करने का allow नहीं करेंगे. Example like जिसको बोलते हैं ना पोकायो के mistake proofing. An electrical switch in a top, when you put a 15 ampere top, if you turn in different way, it will not. Somebody has designed such a way that is called mistake proof. अगर employee चाहे भी गलती नहीं करे, that is called the lower one. Like engineering control, top one is the risk reduction in the workplace by having different engineering control, and bottom one is the how to improve the risk perception of employee. I do not know. 20 years back when I was in the college, we thought as the engineer, graduate engineers, we used to go in the bikes without helmets. But now I can't think of. Because when I go to the car, my seatbelt automatically comes. Because my risk perception has changed within 20 years. This is the beauty of these systems. So these are some examples like what we have done in the road, heavy vehicles. Like you can see that all the parking area has been made different way. We have a 10-point checklist. We are having in mining, we have a separate roads like heavy moving and lower vehicle have a separate road. These are all engineering control initiatives. I have given a simple example of your electrical plugs that you can't make mistake proofing devices. These are the engineering control we have taken. Not moving. Like, that's why I don't want to take more time because there are so many things out there. But at the end, I want to tell that this is the things in the different way. But only one slide I will show you in digitization. I am sure that you will enjoy that. This is the important thing. All the vice president raw material, he was telling all the mining locations now under radar of this one central control room. I can see all my raw material locations starting from West Bokaro, Jharia, FMD everywhere, which is the responsibility of the VPRM. I am interested to see everything in the camera. You can see that 888 one observation has been captured through camera. This could have been done something. So I will not take much time, but I am sure the panelists are there. But anytime you can contact me, our team, Tata Steel Industrial Consulting Services, they are also having the stall. We are giving a lot of consultancy and understanding. But I think this is a journey where it's worth to. And thank you, the team, for inviting me in this seminar. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. I would like to invite Kanchan Ramchandra Chatterjee, Business Manager, Steel Carl, BM Lubricants India Private Limited, for the next session. Thank you so much.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. I just introduced myself. Working with this tribological field from last 18 years with Carl Beckham, Germany, and during this tenure was happened to come across the various type of tribological challenges which we have solved with our know-how and got trained from Carl Beckham, Germany, and Kyoto, Japan as well. So today's topic of mine is like today we are from 2016. Industry 5.0 is the real thing. We are talking about for Industry 5.0, how to meet the requirements of Industry 5.0. So this paper is on about a solution, a simple lubricant solution, which talks about how we can, with a lubricant, like in the morning session also, we were talking about that there is a huge investment is required for a green steel, right? But then the path is still a cloudy. Still, nobody knows that the investment we are going to make is really going to give us our desired EBITDA. So a sustainable solution to decrease the carbon footprint with cost reductions. That's the essence of this, along with the manpower safety, in line with the search presentation just now. So this is the agenda of the presentation. About Carl Beckham Company, it's around now it's 190 years old company, and we are the first European company to be into the mineral oil based product manufacturing. So we were Mr. Carl Beckham is a family owned company. He was the thinker beyond his time. This is a small video.
We could start our film with classical aerial
Germany,
photography
it's a headquarter.
or show you historical
There's the old
pictures and
plant.
mention that the first oil factory in Germany was founded over 180 years ago by Carl Beckham.
Now it's going to be 190 years.
High quality products. Whether lubricating greases and oils, anti-friction coatings, or coolants. We could watch them being mixed, lovingly filled into barrels, sealed, packed.
All across the globe, we are supplying, and in India, the 80% specialty lubricant sector in steel plant is owned by us.
That's what we are today. A leading supplier of high quality
We
industrial.
have around 80 to 90 R&D scientists are there in Carl Beckham, Germany. So any problem, anything, you have to reach us. We can develop a product for you. It can be a tailor-made for you.
In over 80 countries. Surely you already know that. That's why we prefer to show you the demanding applications in which
All the major OEMs, so whomsoever you the car you are driving, it has a Beckham product into it. We have also supplied. We are a partner of NASA as well. All the major auto OEMs are our customer. Steel plant, yes. In India, 80% market share is with Carl Beckham. With all the critical application area, we are catering to all the steel plants in India. Food grade. We have our industry segment-wise expertise there. That's a small video about the company.
lubricants have always belonged to what we are very good at. Beckham. Lubrication technology.
So we are present all across the globe. We have 3 production sites, China, USA, and India. We have all category of products which we have. The advantage is we are ISO and IATF certified, so all the products we manufacture anywhere in all 3 plants are of global standard. Now about Industry 5.0. What is Industry 5.0? It has the 3 main pillars, like it has to be a digital and it has to be resilient with an advanced technology based. Along with it needs to be an human centric. Industry 4.0 was only on technology based. Industry 5.0 add 2 more. It needs to be an human centric and has to be a sustainable one, right? So we are going to give you one small case study here, how we are catering all the 3 pillars of Industry 5.0. The new age lubrication, the product, the solution what we are giving for this in our steel plants, not only help to decrease carbon footprint, which I am going to show you in the case study in detail. The carbon also, it reduces the operational cost, right? You need not to pay more. You need not to pay anything extra. Just we are cutting down your cost, decreasing the waste, and also enhancing the manpower safety. So we know conveyors, right? Conveyors is the heart of iron making. For transportation, we require conveyor. It has 7 to 8 pulleys, right? And all those pulley bearings. Sir, correct me if I'm wrong, that we require to grease it in every 15 days, 7 to 15 days. That's a reality in today's world in India. So that is the practice. As per our survey, we have found that approximately in India, there is a population of 60,000 conveyors are there. Integrated steel plant. And average annual consumption Average annual consumption, we have taken like a conservative figure, you can say we have taken a 30 days, but it is not anywhere, it is not 30 days, it is 15 days, you have to grease it. So we have found that it is 43 lakhs 20,000. And 43,000, 4,320 tons of greases you have to, there is annual grease consumption. Then let us understand, once you are putting that requirement to a in the lubricant maker, whomsoever grease you are taking it, he have to manufacture the grease for you, right? So there is a supply chain emission. Can we do something on it? So as we are also a maker, we understand that to manufacture 4,320 tons of greases, we need to consume around 3,17,000 of kilowatt hours of power is going into to meet your requirement, right? So now, what is carbon emission? If I go with the UN Intergovernmental Panel climate change chart, we are coal-based country. More 50 to 60% is our fetch with still we are coal-based power plants. So by this chart, around 1 lakh for 1 kg for 1 kilowatt hour unit, there is an emission of around 1 kg of carbon emission is happening. So for 3 lakh, how much? So that means 3 lakh kgs of your 3 lakh kgs of carbon emission is happening to meet your requirements. Can we do something about it? Now let us think about the asset life cycle. The third pillar, the resilient thing. If it is 20% is to come across your internal friction in the mating partners. So 20% is energy consumption in the whole global thing. It's to overcome your internal frictions, right? So why this power consumption is happening? So the film between the two mating partners, once it is getting failed, definitely your mu factor, the coefficient factor is going up, right? So once the coefficient factor is going up, so that means your energy requirement will be on a higher side. So this is a calculative method. This is on a calculative method, and I will give you a practical observation also, what we have got as results. So in practically, we have found if there is a 10% reduction in the mu, in the coefficient of friction, that means it leads to a average reduction of 0.42 kilowatt hour. So that means 10% reduction means 9 million kgs of less carbon emission from your plant, which was happening before. And we have conducted 50 different trials all across the country, and the results were similar. Even somewhere it is more positive than what we have got in other places. So in general, the results were similar, and we have found that 2 amps is what the customer himself has acknowledged it, that there is a power drop. So 2 amps means around 290 million kgs of carbon emission reduction we are talking about for 60,000 conveyors. Right. So manpower safety, like sir has addressed this issue in a beautiful way in his first presentation, and I was glad that there is one presentation of this also. In this topic, we are from today morning, nobody has talked about the safety part. We have forgot about the safety part. Yeah, can you put a video point, please? Just see what is the life of a poor guy. See, no manager goes for doing this greasing job. It's a contract labor in every steel plant. Have to go to do this greasing job in every 7-15 days in a running condition. And the challenges he have to face, he may come across this kind of accident in that during the greasing job. And it's a very, very real thing. So correct me if I'm wrong, the conveyors are the life taker.
Only dummies this time,
So,
but it could be you next.
so it is not only the people who are doing the greasing job. It is the manager who is going to inspect. He can also fall into play to that accident thing. Can we do something from a tribological field for something from 18 years? Can we do something for this application area to ensure the safety of this poor guy? Yes, we have came across with a solution. Sorry. Yeah. So why there is a requirement of a, see, nobody likes to do greasing job, but there is a requirement. That's why people are going for a greasing job, right? It is not that I wanted to use more grease, that's why I'm doing a greasing job. Why there is a requirement of a greasing job? That because there is a premature failure of a film, premature degradation of a lubrication film inside the mating partner. Once then this is a hydrodynamic film, which we call it that a fluid film. There and the once the film fails, it goes into a boundary film conditions. Boundary film, the coefficient of friction, there is a 10 times. The coefficient of friction is 10 times more in the boundary friction zone. That's why your bearing fails. And you, in order to avoid that, you go for more greasing to keep it in a fluid film condition. Can we do something to maintain it always in a fluid film conditions? Particle contaminations is the main reason whereby it is fluid film fails. Second is the moisture, because it is not always covered, it is always on the open area. And load, right? There are many times it happens that input material we cannot control on the size of the lump area. So there is an intermittent shock loads are there. So these are the major reasons of premature failure. So what is, like, once this was getting popped up from a steel plant only, one of the steel plant, and I just take the name from Tata Steel only, sir, from KPO. Sir has given us this project to us, sir. And then from there, we have started to think of this particular application area. And we have developed this product, and then we have gone to JSW. And everywhere we have gone, and the results were similar. And we have become solution that what we are offering to the typological field is a product which will resist successfully this degradation of a film. Once we are addressing with the root cause, that means you do not need to do more greasing, or your manpower is also getting safe. And even more greasing means you have more waste to the environment. You are killing your mother nature. So meeting the needs of, that is meeting the needs. Yeah? 2 minutes. So meeting the needs of 5.2. So what is the kg in savings? Around 36, around 3,600 tons is the saving in grease consumption. Right? So that means 3,600 tons of grease you're reducing that waste towards your mother nature. Right? Then decreasing that, that means since you're reducing your consumption, your demands are getting less. That means 2,64,000 kilowatt hour you have to consume less, right? Which means around 2,64,000 emission less. This is on the supply chain emission. From the operational side, it will be also that will be added on. Other benefits, the operational benefits, that wherever we have tried out, yesterday we have got a letter from NTPC, there they have realized 52% benefit. So 20% is the minimum cost reduction. Just by adding a new product, just changing one grease to another grease, and you are saving all these things in a one packet. And we have done around 50 to 60 trials in India, and the results are similar. So 20, and you all giants, steel plants are here. So let us think on these directions. And in order to invest something for new technology, can we do something with the existing one? So manpower safety, yes, that was the essence, and it has been saved. Now they don't have to go for doing the greasing job on a running conditions. Even in a shutdown, they can plan easily after 6 months or 7 months. No problem with that, because this stays for 1 year actually. So we claim for 6 months. So that is, we have met the industry 5.0. They have technical services. Wherever we get a conveyor, we take it as our baby. We keep a complete check of the temperature, running temperature, as well as how the grease conditions are. This is a regular interval with technical services we give. So that is always with us. And I have finished 2 minutes before, I think. So yes, we are always there with you. So anywhere you have a requirement to develop this product for your area, please kindly contact us. We are always a call away from you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your wonderful, enriching words. We'd like to invite our next speaker, Mr. Piyush Ranjan, Territory Manager, B2B Mobile Lubricants. Sir. Just information, the timer is given, total 15 minutes. The bell will be ringing. So, Mr. Saroj Banerjee, sir, will be leaving. So, we will just take this moment to hand over the memento of appreciation and honor to him. Everybody, big round of applause, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Piyush Ranjan. I'm from ExxonMobil. And topic for today's presentation for me is sustainable lubrication solution. Before I move further, I'd like to give you a brief glance about who we are. So we represent ExxonMobil as a company. We are the one of the largest integrated oil companies of the world. And as you can see in the chart, we have divided our value chains into three parts. The first one is the upstream, where we are into oil exploration, product solution, which includes our lubricants value chain, fuels value chain, and the chemicals. We have also recently introduced low carbon solutions, which is the need of the hour, and it completes our complete value chain. We have also different functionalities like technology and engineering, global projects, and projects towards the sustainable environment. As we further go down, we have to first understand about the India's growth trend. As you can see on the line chart on the left, what we expect is our population is going to grow by 20% till 2050. That means another maybe 20 billion people. And our GDP is also going to increase. That's the projection is. So there is going to be an increase in our living standards. Obviously, with the living standards improvement, there is going to be need for the energy demands. And that's why we expect 78% increase in the energy demand in India. And obviously, our reliance on the coal is very high. And that is why 58% increase in the carbon emissions is expected as we grow in the next 30 years. And that is why the major challenge which is in front of us are, providing reliable and affordable energy and mitigate the CO2 emissions challenges. So that's why the energy efficient technologies and practices are becoming extremely critical nowadays. And that is how we as a lubricant manufacturers and solution providers helps to provide solutions to mitigate these challenges. I'll not go further, much detail on this. It particularly talks about what are the lube intensity in the different applications in a steel plant. As you can see, most of the divisions in a steel plant, they require huge, there are a lot of challenges on the lubes part. So we have heat, we have, contamination, we have water ingress. So it is extremely important that the lubes which are being used in the industry, in the steel plants, need to cater to those, in a much efficient way. Now, how lubes helps in energy efficiency, and that is why this particular slide talks about it. We know lubricants are categorized in 5 base stocks. So the base stocks are categorized into 5 groups. Group 1, 2, and 3, they talk about the mineral based oils. And they exhibit high pressure viscosity coefficients. And the reason for that is the high content of the aromatics and the paraffins in that. And that is why it is very difficult for the molecules to move around inside in the load zone. And that is why the internal friction, or we call traction coefficient, in those mineral based oils are extremely high, which leads to high operating temperature. Typically your application runs at a higher temperature when you use a mineral oil. Whereas moving to a synthetic oil, of PAO based synthetic oil, it has an inherent property of a lower traction coefficient. The structures are smooth, and you can see, as you can see on the graph, the molecules slide past each other very smoothly, and that is why the operating temperature itself is on the lower side. So this is again a thermographic demonstration of how a mineral oil and a synthetic oil demonstrate temperature rise when the lubricant flows in the EHL zone. You can see the synthetic oil demonstrate a lower temperature rise when it crosses a elastohydrodynamic lubrication zone in an early application. and you get a temperature benefit. And that is how the energy savings comes into the picture. Again, so we all know lubes are made of base oils and additives. Base oil I have already talked about in the previous slides. Additives also plays a very significant role. A synthetic oil with a heavy EPA additives, they might give you a energy savings at an initial stage, but it is detrimental for the equipment, on the prolonged uses, and which will lead to the deterioration, lower efficiency, and eventually the higher operating temperature. Whereas a balanced anti-wear protection with a synthetic oil, synthetic base oil will gives you much better efficiency, and that it is demonstrated in the thermographic image as you can see on the graph. There is an improvement of 2% energy savings between heavy EP additives and a balanced wear protection. Moving on further, yes, additives and the base oils impact on the traction coefficient. We talked about the traction coefficient, how it helps in improving the efficiency of your equipment. Here, this particular graph is talking about the deterioration based on the traction coefficient as the temperature increases. So a standard oil it has a higher traction coefficient, whereas a balanced formulation it gives you much better protection at the EHL zone. The efficiency is on the higher side, and obviously the energy. As a user, you talk about the energy savings. So obviously, the energy is going to be saved at the end of the stage. We talked about carbon footprint reduction and what's the role of the lubricants. This is the chart from the Environmental Protection Agency of United States, where different kind of fuels have been categorized and what's the contribution of those fuels for the CO2 emissions. As you can see at the bottom, the lubricants, 1 gallon of lubricant contributes to 10.7 kgs of CO2 emissions. And that is how it is very much important to understand to increase the oil life. If we increase our oil life by 2 times or 3 times, that is ultimately going to save CO2 emissions for you. And that's how we have recently modified our return of investments calculations for our customers and included the CO2 emissions also. Earlier, we talked about the safety hours, we talked about the productivity improvement, the cost saving for our customers. We recently included this as our standard template for the total cost of ownership, and the customers, they are appreciating it worldwide that we are also considering CO2 emissions because it is their, it is in their target also to reduce the CO2 emissions. In this particular slide, I have included 2 very important case studies from 2 major steel plants, our major steel customers across India. The first one is a steel plant where we have demonstrated, increased efficiency of 3.2% in a caster mold oscillator hydraulics. The customer was suffering from high operating temperature, which was ultimately leading to the failure of the servo valves. And it was costing huge amount of equipment cost as well as the production downtime. The use of our product, the high performance hydraulic oil with the balanced formulation and the high quality of base oil helped in reducing the the failures. The operating temperature came down, and ultimately there was a savings of $103,000 US for the customer. And obviously, if we consider the CO2 reduction for the customer, it was in the tune of 34 metric tons of CO2 reduction. The other is again a steel plant customer where the customer was facing an issue of huge bearing failures in their TMT mill. The root cause for that was the extremely high water ingress because the long product mills, they are designed, we cannot avoid water contamination. So the need for that was to use a grease which has extremely high water resistance. And that is how, with the help of our field engineering services team and the product team, we helped to reduce the grease consumption by 38%, leading to an annual savings of $63,000 US for the customer. And the reduction in the grease consumption helped to reduce the CO2 reduction annually by 23 metric tons. So these were the 2 case studies from our major steel plants. Coming to the services part, obviously the product itself alone cannot, give the increased productivity. So we have recently modified our services offers also. In addition to our core services offers, which includes more than 17 field services, complementary field services for our customers, we have moved on to the industrial Internet of Things. So we have recently launched our sensor-based condition monitoring system for our customers. So it is very easy to use. We just install sensors on the lubricant line, and we can monitor. And it is all cloud based, and we can monitor the the condition of the lube oil remotely through any computer or a handheld device, and it will help in taking a proactive maintenance practices. We can check the condition at a real time and identify if anything is going wrong anywhere, and we can take the corrective action immediately before it's too late. So we are talking about the proactive maintenance, which will ultimately help in increasing the productivity, and ultimately it all comes to the cost saving. So yes, we are very much aligned to it, and we are supporting our customers to increase productivity. With this, that's the end of my presentation. I think I'm much ahead of my schedule. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Would like to invite the next speaker, Dr. Suresh Chandra Khatoi, MD, Minmit Consultants Private Limited, for your words. A big round of applause.
Very good afternoon. Thank you, Steel and Metallurgy, for giving this opportunity. I'll be speaking a little on DRI and pelletization. Most of you know on this one. Okay, what is basically okay? DRI, direct reduced iron, is basically if iron ore is in a solid state and we have a reaction of carbon monoxide with the oxide of the oxygen, and we remove that one in the same state with a temperature, then that we say that it's a DRI or sponge iron. Let's say we take a 65% Fe iron ore where we have 27.85 oxygen and 7.15 impurities, and we take all the 27.85% of oxygen out. We say that it's 100% metallized, and the whole 65 oxide has become metallic. If we made 100 kg, we'll get 65 kg of liquid still. But it becomes expensive, so you don't go for that 100%. We go 90, 85, 90 metallization and all. But there's a very good ancient story, because our ancestors found it by accident. This is there with Professor Dr. K.K. Roy's book of rotary kiln, sponge iron making. Once actually a man was chasing a rat. It's the story of Bastar district MP. And the rat got inside an ant hill. And that ant hill at the center, there was a stop. There was a tree which was broken. So he was not able to bring out that rat. So he said that why not I put some leaf on the top of it. And he covered, as you can see, a stone out on the top of it and put fire inside that. So he thought that there will be a smoke and the rat will come out. But the rat never came out, so he left. After 2 days, when he was going by that road, then he could see that there is a picture of that slag mass. The stone has become like this. And when he started to hit it, they found a different sound. So that is how they could get it, that metal. That's the history goes there. And this metal is basically iron they discovered, which is later on replaced our bronze age, and we came to iron age and all. So based on this one, if you like, what happened there when the stove started burning because of temperature, the stone got heated up, and because less oxygen was there, so carbon monoxide formed, and the carbon monoxide reaction took place, and you got the DRI. This is how it looks like under a microscope. Now, what happens in a blast furnace? We charge iron ore, we charge dolomite, we charge coke and all. As the charge descends down, and from the coke, our carbon monoxide goes off. The same reaction takes place. And from the iron ore, also it becomes carbon dioxide and goes up, and it becomes sponge iron. So first it becomes sponge iron, then it gets melted because it's a higher temperature. In one furnace, you have both. So in 1979, 78, 79, in India, it was thought, why not we split the blast furnace into two? The first half of reaction which is taking place, let us take it to rotary kilns or vertical shaft kilns provide the gas and reduce it to DRI. Second half which is melting is taking place. Let us do it in induction furnace with the arc furnace. So that we can have two things. One, we do not have coke. We are importing coke and coking coal, but we have sufficient of non-coking coal in India, which can do that reduction because any carbon will form to carbon monoxide. In 1980, you can see Lurgi has put it seal sponge iron in India in Polancha, Andhra Pradesh. It was to test the Indian iron ore and coal. Next came first Asia's sponge iron plant in Keonjhar, Orissa, which is a first commercial plant of 350. Then came Tata Sponge, then came VR Sponge. Then first SR Gujarat made the vertical shaft kiln, which was basically second-hand kiln was transported and re-erected here. So that is the base where we started sponge iron making. In the, as I explained you that in the gas, methane breaks to carbon monoxide, hydrogen, the reaction takes place. In coal, you have carbon monoxide, which reacts and ultimately from carbon, this basically from Fe2O3 hematite to it goes to magnetite, then oostite with one oxygen. Then one carbon monoxide molecule takes another oxygen, it becomes metallic. Until and unless carbon, this iron oxide becomes metallic iron, you cannot melt. Otherwise, everybody will take iron ore and put a cutting torch and take the iron and go away. It never happens. So you have to convert it to metallic anyhow. So based on that, you can have gas-based or coal-based. So gas-based, you have either batch process or you have shaft or you have fluidized bed. In a coal, you have rotary here or you have rotary kiln. So these are the processes. If you charge fines pellet with coal and gas, this is there already. I have already said that one. This is the total view where in rotary kiln you have a kiln and you have a cooler where the reaction takes place, and the reduction is done, and then indirectly it is cooled, and you have the product as DRI. The gas goes through a boiler, and you have a power generation. And but in a gas base, you have that heat exchanger, and you have that reformer to divide it to hydrogen and carbon monoxide for the reaction. It is a complete closed circuit, and the bottom one is for your cooling, gas cooling. You can have DRI directly, or you can have a HBI, hot briquetted iron, or you can directly charge it to melting electric arc furnace, or you can take that hot DRI. That is how the reaction goes out. You have so many processes, but it is basically two. One is SLRN process, which is axial layer, and one is OSIL process, which is radial layer. Try to see, because this is very important for our carbon dioxide emission reduction. This is the normal SLRN process. Majority of kilns in India is this, where you have a secondary air from axial layer tube. You have iron ore coal flux goes in. Because of inclination and rotation, it goes down. Reaction takes place. You have sponge iron and char. But when your axial layer is burning, you have the temperature rising up and down and up and down. It's like a sawtooth wave. in a axial system. And the coal is getting burnt in between, and at the end you have an injection system. Unfortunately, when we started this, injection system was not there. So OSIL developed this injection of throwing the coal from the backside and patented that also. And you have a design how long you want and what size you want to throw. And this is the inside view of a rotary kiln in hot condition. And this is the reaction with a temperature of 1000 to 1050 to 1080 degree inside, depending on the ore. This is the kiln of OSIL, where you have a lot of piping. And this is because you have a radial air. You can see at the bottom, the charge is at the bottom and the air comes from the top. It's a temperature profile is very uniform. And the reduction takes very uniformly, and you can predict. It's a very versatile kiln. This kiln has the option of charging oil or gas from the below inside the bottom of the bed, which other kilns does not have. So tomorrow, if we are changing over from coal to gas, this kiln can take care of it. This is the comparison. I have already explained to you. These are the photographs. Another, I have explained already this tunnel kiln. We have seen in the morning. And this is the rotary hearth furnace. We have already seen. Here I want to say you, nobody asked me that thing actually. Why the same 16 millimeter pellet takes 6 hours in a rotary kiln, and say same 16 millimeter diameter pellet with composite carbon takes only half an hour? You can see at the bottom, when the carbon is inside this pellet, each point of the carbon reacts. It's like a topochemical of each point. So it's a parallel and simultaneous reaction. It's a parallel and simultaneous reaction. So time has been reduced. So this will be the next raw material for our steel making going. This is the Rijau steel, 1.2 million ton. Recently, we have erected this in Durgapur for alloy steel plant for pilot testing and all to develop this technology. Coming back to the natural gas or to seen gas, this we have seen with a gas-based plant. We have a heater and we have the reformer, and the circle takes place. This is the seen gas we have already seen in the last. This is that JSPL on the good. Now, when we come to compare coal-based DRI and gas-based DRI, the main difference is in the temperature. Here it's 1050 to 1080, but hydrogen has a higher affinity for oxygen. So at low temperature, it picks up the oxygen and takes away. There you have both hydrogen and carbon monoxide, where you have only carbon monoxide. When you look up the capex, initially it looks like that coal-based DRI is less. But when you compare to specific cost, it is always high, and gas-based are always higher in capacity, it is always low. It is a little more dusty, that is cleaner. Each unit is almost 3 million tons, and it is above 1 million tons. Carbon content in a DRI is 0.1 to 0.2, where in a gas base we will have 1 to 2.5. So always the question is asked, what happens in the gas, why it is higher? It is a FEC, as a formation of carbide. That is how the carbon increases there, which never happens here. So once you have a higher carbon in the pellet or DRI, you have a lower melting temperature in the induction furnace, and you have a higher opening carbon. Coming back to the pelletization. Pelletization, we make green pellets from the concentrate, pass it through an induction furnace, then we get indurated pellet. What happens in that induction furnace? Like we have a clay pot. In the clay pot, when we put inside the fire, there is a sintering takes place between particles. When the sintering takes place, then the hardness comes and we have a clay pot, hardened clay pot. Same thing happens, that mechanism inside the pellet. Because it's a very vast area to cover how the green pellet making and all, it takes a long time. If you go back to the history of pelletization, how it started actually. Post World War II, there was a very much shortfall of high grade iron ore in America. Taconite was available in Minnesota, which is a low grade iron ore, but it was much easier to grind it and magnetically separate. So they did that and concentrate was available. So now it needs agglomeration. They were using sinter machines. So from straight gate sinter machines, they made that straight gate pelletization. And from rotary kilns, they added another traveling grate and then made traveling grate, kiln and annular cooler, circular cooler, because sinter had the circular cooler and all. So that is how it took its generation, and Alice Chamber Corporation was manufacturing this GKC, when it annular cooler, and they were selling in the market. Later it became Spedela, now which is Metso. Also in Silver Bay, they made that state grade pellet plant. Indian scenario, if you look at it, as I told you, initially we have a very massive and hard ore. Today you can see it is fines and ultra fines. So we generate almost 70% fines. Government has 45% norms. If he is going down, we have no choice but making it beneficiation. Either we briquette, sinter, or we indurate it. When you compare with the capacity, this vertical shaft kiln is not being used because it's very difficult for process control, for temperature control, and it is not much suitable. So mostly there are two, grate kiln cooler and straight grate. But recently we have a circular grate kiln commissioned in Joda area of Odisha. So capacity wise is 0.3 to 5 million and it's 0.9 to 9 million tons. But your grate kiln which is commissioned is 1.2 million tons. The specific design has been done by Siemens by Germany. This is what we make green pellet. And if you need little compaction, you can put ceramic walls. But we still have a drum pelletizer. Nobody is going for drum pelletizer. How do you decide between a disc pelletizer and drum pelletizer? Here we have a lot of flexibility of speed and degree and everything. Normally this material reaction of binder, material behavior is normally goes to any lab for testing. After that, they decide and tell you what is your capacity, which will be most suitable. You can see pelletizing disc making your pellet and coming in the conveyor. Goes to roller screen, the -6 and 16 is taken out. 6 to 16 goes to induration kiln. Here you can see that this side is proportionate vane where it goes to a mixture, goes to a pelletizing disc and roller screen. After roller screen, it goes to traveling grate. It gets a strength and then goes to a rotary kiln. And from the rotary kiln goes to the annular cooler. All the heat that is there is being circulated back. This is the isometric view of that grate kiln cooler. This is the loading of traveling grate, and this is going inside the furnace. Next. This is that annular cooler at the next. This is the dock where we take the heat to the next. Coming to straight grate, next. This is the straight sinter machine, which they modified. This is the isometric view. Next. Here it is one machine before. One machine where you put your pellet, grain pellet. At the end, you take the indurated pellet. So because the same machine, the temperature has to go higher of 1300 degree plus. You have a straight bar and you have to protect those straight bar. That is how you have to a earth layer. Next. Next. Here you can see the heat cycle. In the straight grate, from the cooling fan, you have the air going in.
Sorry to interrupt, but the time is going on. So if
Yeah,
you could
yeah.
continue. Thank you. Yeah. Just a bit faster. Sir.
Yeah.
Please.
So this is the heat balance. Next. Next. This you can see the bar, and this is when the pellet is being discharged. Bottom is the earth layer. Next. This is where you can see that in the grade kiln, on the grade casting, you have the grain pellets, whereas in a straight grade, you have a earth layer and you have, the depth goes up, for which you have a higher power requirement for the fans. Next, circular pelletizing machine. Next, this is from the cooler, circular cooler, it has been modified. Next, this is a circular cooler sintering machine made at Raipur for 0.1 million ton, but it did not succeed well. That is because this car was not properly designed. Next, this is a circular pelletizing circle. Next, this is how it has updraft, downdraft, preheating and firing and after firing. Next, this is the temperature profile. Next, the cross section, how it looks like. Next, this is the quality, and I can look each individual. Compressive strength 1, dry is 2.2, and preheated is 50, but fired is 250. You have a TI of 92, 97, IA is less than 5%, porosity 20 to 30%, swelling is less than 20%. Next. Conclusion is we have to have beneficiation modifications so as to accommodate our low-grade ore fines, BMQ, BHQ, BHJ, low-grade blue dust, slime, and tailing. In pelletization technology, we have to handle high blend number of concentrate, high LOI, and hydrophobic iron ore concentrate. And in all the three for CO2 emission, rotary kiln, OCL ported kiln can be used. Gas, you have to use in pelletization, you have to use hydrogen gas or other gases to bring down the CO2. And use of green hydrogen in soft kiln to reduce CO2 emission. Next. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I would like to call Mr. DP Deshpande on the dais to be moderator for this session so that we will be able to finish at time because by 3 ministers, sir, will be reaching and we do have few presentations also and then lunch also. So, Mr. Deshpande, over to you now. Thank you.
What does a coking plant look like in your eyes? A big burning of 1,007.
Hello. There is a request from Mr. Mukherjee that we need to finish the session before 3 o'clock. And then he requested me to moderate it so that we can actually finish it by 3 o'clock. So I have a little dirty work to do. My request to all the speakers who are yet to speak, kindly restrict your speak to 8 to 10 minutes. This is one way, and stick to that timeline. We will get otherwise truncated abruptly. So rather than abruptly getting truncated, we have to plan and sort of manage it ourselves. Yeah, so we think we have now session from circular pelletization technology presentation. Yeah. So I'm sorry, I'm sort of cutting the time short, but please comply.
This is just to inform that Honorable Minister, sir, has already landed in Kolkata and will be there by 3 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Myself, Alok Mishra. I'm from Prime Metals Technology. I'm looking after the process technology for the pelletizing plant. So I would thank Dr. S.T. Khatoi that he has already explained the basics of pelletizing, the technology we have in the market. So we have come up with a new technology that is circular pelletizing technology. I will take you through all the details. So Prime Metals Technology, earlier it was named as Siemens BAI, and now we have joined hands with MHI, and now we are completely owned by Mitsubishi Heavy Industries Limited. And we are into pelletizing, let's say, for the last 60 years. The first plant has come up in the early 60s in Washel in Austria. Then we have made many plants with the Lurgi technology in India, in Brazil, in Venezuela. Then there is a gap. We have more focused on sinter making machines, sinter plants. So our license was terminated with Lurgi. And again, at that cooling time, we have used that time to develop this new circular pelletizing technology in between the year 2001 to 2010. And in 2011, we got our first contract to establish to supply our circular pelletizing plant. So we have the expertise in both straight grade, circular, and grade clean also. Currently, we are holding the Logi technology for all over the world. We are supplying pellet plants. And for India, we have exclusive license of, we own the exclusive license of Metso technology for building a straight grade pelletizing plant. And circular pelletizing is our own technology. So circular pelletizing technology is a smart combination of straight grade pellet plant and sinter cooler. So it is one of its kind. It's a prototype plant. Earlier, it was to be a prototype plant, but it's now proven and producing at rated capacity. So it's a smart combination of straight grade and cooler. So this is our furnace. This is completely round. It has a dia of around, let's say, it varies. The capacity varies from 0.6 to 1.5. So the dia is around 20 meter to 28 meter. So the processing zones, it is quite similar to the straight grade technology. You have the similar updraft drying, downdraft drying, preheating after firing. So everything goes into the furnace in a single machine, and the product pellet comes out. So the temperature range is quite similar to the straight grade technology, that is from 250 to 1300. So how we design basically the circular pelletizing furnace? What we request the customers to provide us the samples. There are raw material samples, iron ore samples, so that we can carry out some pot grade tests. So to finalize the zone division, the pressure, temperature, everything. So after testing it on our facility, we have our own facility of pot grade testing in our Center of Excellence at Austria. So we get the pot grade test. Then accordingly, the results we got from the pot grade test, we simulate into our process simulation tool, from where we derive the zone lengths, the pressure, temperature profile, so that you get a good quality of pellets. So this is how we design the burner. So we try to simulate the temperature profile, velocity of wear, and derive the capacity of the burner you require to indurate the pellet. So detailed stress analysis also we carry out for designing the pellet carbs, the rings of the furnace, the centering devices of the furnace. So this is a comparison between a normal circular pelletizing plant and a straight grade plant, which is already proven. So the comparison is between the capacity of 1.2 million tons. So due to its compact and smaller footprint, you can, from the graph, you can check the orange color is our CPT and the blue mark bars are of straight grade. So how much you are saving the steel, the structured steel is around the difference of only for the indurating furnace, the steel structure, you are getting a difference of around 2000 tons and claddings of induration around 100 tons. In wind boxes, in induration hood, the pellet cars, you are saving a lot in comparison to a straight grade plant due to its compactness. And also you are saving around 500 tons of refractory throughout the furnace. So this is a typical comparison of the height. A normal circular pelletizing plant has a height of 26 meter and a dia of 35 meter, whereas with a similar capacity, a straight gate furnace has a height of 34 meter and a length of 102 meter. So we are saving a lot of steel, and plant height is also very less. So there is around 30% of weight reduction in comparison to a similar straight gate plant. And the circular pelletizing pellet cars are not returning. So it was just tilting at the discharge and comes back again horizontal position and takes the feed. So you are saving a lot on the cost of investing in pellet cars. So around 75% of the pellet cars are being used inside the furnace, inside the reaction area. So you are getting more output. Now, this is our first pelletizing plant that was installed commissioned at Basantpur in Keonjhar district. So the plant was earlier started in around 2011, then it has gone into some management changes. So finally, it was come under the umbrella of Aditya Birla Group in the year 2020. Then we have commissioned the plant during the COVID era. We have commissioned the plant remotely. Our Center of Excellence team at Austria, they are in touch with the site team. It's a kind of online commissioning. So the plant has fully commissioned in the year 2020, and the first production come out in the month of October 2020. So these are the consumption figures we got and comparing for the last 3 years from our customer, made by Aditya Birla Group. So you can check how the quality, the consumption figures are reduced. Quality has improved from let's say 180 in the year 2020. Now it is in the market standards of 210. Then in case of Tumbler Index, also it was improved from 90 to 93. Furnace oil consumption has come down drastically from 32 to 18. That is the market standard. And again, for the thermal energy part, we are still working on it to how to reduce this. It has already reached the guarantee parameters of 250 mega kcal per ton. So, this is the final acceptance certificate we have recently received from Aditya Birla Group. So the plant is now fully running at its rated capacity with achieving all the consumption figures. So CPT is round, it's compact, and its cost effectiveness. So that's it. Thank you.
So a brief about myself. I come from the security world of the city. I come from the IT world. But it's just years of experience, corporate IT, and I broke my down after that. I wanted to start again with entrepreneurship. So I'm right now an entrepreneur, and my company is Plemial Research. My job is to create capabilities in the new technologies in all the students, and I believe all of us are students only. So let's go forward. My topic today is on actually establishing the principles of digital twinning. We have set up our company at the heart of Durgapur, and we are working with the small and medium enterprises who really need help in automation. I know the biggies have a lot of automation, but if you go to this field, you really see what you need to do, right? Let's go. Next slide. Yeah. So basically, this was a circular sintering machine, Chinese machine, which had all the 4 zones. I mean, the feeding radiation, the sintering against vegetative, and the cooling also together, right? 24 wind boxes. And the problem was, how do we track the wind box temperature and pressure in a circular or a rotating machine? Let's go here. So, of course, if you realize this is a picture from chat before, I mean, it is a Dali picture, kind of showing the complexity. We all know sintering making is complex thermodynamically, by physics, by chemistry, by a lot of things. So Yeah, and it's running completely on heuristics. You know, you look at the pictogram, look at the heat map, and they understand how it is the monster function. But then it's 80% to 9%. It's correct. The problem, if you look at living in the linear machine, this how to reach the burn to point at the right point of space and time, right? And that's what we were trying to reflection. Yeah, so I'll take some time here. So this is kind of the standard framework for civil devolution. Okay, there's a connection. Has to be active. So that's what the study that we worked on. After collection of data, there will be a lot of PMI, so we have to ensure how we can reduce not only in the electronic circuit, but have the algorithmic correction with of the higher harmonics and be able to come back to the proper contextualization. Now, this is both process and product level contextualization of the data. When the data is being captured, how do you match to the process that's happening? The pre-processing of the data to ensure that we have the right data, not too much, not too less. Denoising, okay, filtering the data. We employed a lot of optical image analysis, being able to, if the person can look at the filter and understand, you know, that quality, this quality, why don't we automate it? Why does someone need to go down to that level and, you know, be near to the fire and check the filter? And it's terrible. I've seen the operating condition and it's terrible for the workers there. So how can we automate it? We try to match the pattern and first get good filters in the back filters and quality, you know, whether they really do it. All that we did here was very cost effective using our mobile phones, using our own algorithms, open source Python code. Very simple. Because it's an SME, it is SME, we have to make the research very simple. Pattern recognition, understanding the pattern, and this is very interesting. Anti-pattern injection. We did not have huge capability of deploying very big, very good instrumentation, very sophisticated instrumentation. We did not have the capability to do that. We have to make it resilient still. And the way we did it was by injecting anti-pattern. How do they say it? Fourthly, microsensitivity. Okay. We also did simulations in the lab instrumentations. We did multi-channel. We got the data from the lab coming in. We got the data from the field coming in. We got the data coming from the simulation. We are in the process of implementing much more special controls here. And we have realized just plain neural network algorithms will not work. We have to make them physics informed. We will need partial differential equations going back because we put them method and all. So we will need a combination of both to be able to do that. And another thing that came up very important for us is that how the system can learn continuously. If my raw material is continuously changing, the quality of the raw material, my model has to adapt to it, has to understand it and get the right results, right? So that's the test time adaptation. We are working on novel class, discovery, causal AI. Please move to the next slide. Follow me, why don't you say a line about synthesis function? Choose. Go to the next slide. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you, ma'am. So actually control is required everywhere. So the basic control that we usually use is PID controller. So here we are using FOPID controller, that is fractional order PID controller. So in basic controller, that is normal PID controller, we have 3 parameters that we have to change. By changing the parameter, we do the control. But this particular control, we have 5 parameters to control, and the control became much more finer and quick.
Okay.
So,
these are some of the outputs. Sensitive denoisers. You can see, how we can monitor over time how the rainbow temperature is changing. We can look at the convergence and the quality analysis. Let's go next one. So I'll quickly explain the basic architectural concept that's very important. It's the starting point for digital twinning. This is the RANI 4.0 reference architecture model. Hello. Yeah. Reference architecture model for 4.0 and the addition to the regular aggregations of field level devices and the functional, the addition is actually in the life cycle value stream. So you actually relate the operational problems back to the design of the product. That's the basic thing. Let's go next slide. This is an illustration of the life cycle assessment. It's a very complex model, data model. We collect data from across scope 1, scope 2, scope 3, right? And then we try to analyze the data for the amount of carbon footprints and all those areas, equivalent resource depletion, equivalent global warming, equivalent ecosystem health, and equivalent human health, right? These are all calculations. And we actually also refer to existing databases on life cycle assessment because data may not be complete from a particular organization. So we have to handle the sparse data a lot here. And then, of course, come up with a understanding that how long a particular product, equipment, or technology will live. Okay, let's go next. And this is what is happening. This is an insight from the automotive world. Who are your customers, right? You will be supplying to them. So this is the model in which there is a federation of the AI models across the supply chain based on what data can be exposed for collaboration. If you remember, we discussed today modeling a lot about the collaboration, how to create collaboration networks on data so that we can have a very robust model together for sustainability. Sustainability is not just one company or anything. It's a collaboration together. At the same time, the data needs to be trusted. And how can we go to that? So we are looking at use of blockchain. Example are Catena X and all. These are all the networks that are existing today in the automobile frame. Let's go next. So this is a little bit about us. We are working. My vision is that, we'll be able to make a very good, we'll be able to help all the industries for a transition to a sustainable world. And yes, with providing a deep expertise in change managing the technology. We do take classes, we do take experiential learning sessions using the Colts model, where learning becomes very easy. Let's go next. Okay, that brings us to the end. Thank you. We would welcome all of you to come to our stall we have in the C3. And so please do come. We have practical examples there. We'd love to see some of the sensors, communication devices, digital twinning.
Yeah, okay. So there is an intervention. We will have the remaining sessions after lunch and after the ministers' meeting. We sometimes have to that way, rather than cutting you off and take 5 minutes and 10 minutes. Sometimes I'm just way of dealing with the subject. Thank you so much. So shall we pack up? Shall we close the session? Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
We'll just come back post lunch at 2:45 with the rest of the session. And after that, we'll also finish with the memento appreciation and honor for all the respected speakers. So kindly be on time, everybody, as our Honorable Minister, sir, will be reaching by 3 o'clock. It's an honor that we'll be having with us Shri Fagan Singh Kulatse, Honorable Minister of State for Steel and Rural Development, Government of India. Sir is just on the way, so I request all of you to please finish your lunch and come back by 2:45. We'll finish off this session and continue further from there. Thank you so much. Enjoy your lunch, of course.
Hello, hello. Test. Hello, hello.
Hello, 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 hello.
Check. Hello. Check. Hello. 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 Check. Hello. Hello. Check. Hello. Hello. Check. Hello. Hello. Check. Hello. Check. Hello. Hello.
What does a coking plant look like in your eyes? A fierce burning at 1000 Celsius degrees? Or the blue sky above top charging coke? Reused water with no discharge? Or remote connection thousands of miles away? Let me tell you the story of happiness. We are the holding subsidiary of MCC, subordinate to China Minmetals Corporation, a Fortune Global 500. We are the only state-owned engineering company in China specializing in fields of coating, refractory, and glass. Relying on world-leading technology in coating and refractory with our own intellectual property rights and complete supply chains. We'd like to join hands with global customers to promote green and intelligent development for a better future. Our sustainable innovation is to keep you up with the times. This is the original impetus for Accolades concentrating on progress in technology and equipment. We have been making unremitting efforts together with you for innovation to take the lead in clothing industry. Thanks to our advanced technology and equipment with intellectual property rights, we are leading coating technology of China to the world forefront by using state-of-the-art, green and efficient coating technology and development, as well as large-capacity intelligent CVQ technology. As the first engineering company initiating a project of the National Program of Technical Innovation and winning the first prize of National Science and Technology Progress Award and China's Patent Gold Award, we are devoted to shouldering national strategic tasks, promoting innovation, formulating industry standards, and exploring the future technology. With the idea of propelling development by innovation, we have built up a well-developed R&D system, brought together China's leading experts in areas of coating and refractory, and established National Enterprise Technology Center, as well as R&D platform of basic theory and industrial testing. We have incorporated talents, R&D platform, and patents to expedite the transformation of technical achievements into productivity and expand infinite possibility of digital intelligence together with you. We keep striving for excellence in tailor-made design to cater to your needs. We keep seeking perfect in every detail of each equipment and each process line in a collaborative way and well-organized engineering, procurement, and construction in an orderly and efficient manner. With digital technology, we are capable of building up a visualized digital twin chart upon completion of physical plant design. We have undertaken engineering leading EPC projects for more efficient integration services to build up a management system for the complete industrial chain. With technical expertise as a core, we have stepped up efforts in technology advancement from procurement to construction with superior resources nationwide. We have built an integrated platform for project management and control to provide site office with strong support from headquarters, making full use of visible real-time monitoring during the whole construction. In promotion of technical upgrading, we have created social benefits, making all best wishes come into reality of green intelligence. We have ceaselessly built demonstrating green projects with high efficiency in China and around the world, promoting Chinese technology and standards to the world, and establishing Chinese brand images worldwide. Lifelong service for customers is what we are committed to your sustainable development. We keep a close eye on technology innovation, engineering perfection, efficient construction, as well as quality operation and maintenance to keep upgrading contact plants. This is our common pursuit for the clean and low carbon coating industry. A greener development, a more intelligent life. From cooking and refractory to municipal engineering and environmental protection, we've been expanding businesses like joining hands with you to shape a nice world.
Welcome to the exciting world of global product. We are one of the leading international firms in the marketing of industrial raw materials. With an extensive network of manufacturing plants and traders across Asia, Europe, Africa, Australia, and the Americas, along with strategically located offices around the world, Global Product provides the highest quality products and services to its clients across the globe. Established in 1917 by Mr. Ashok Kwame, a veteran of the steel and refractories industry. Global Product journey began with the exclusive agency for Magnesia Brazil, Liverpool Dollar for refractory materials and technology, Mining Brothers Australia for metallurgical, and Thermocoal from BHP selling to customers such as Bharat Refractories Limited, SAIL, Tata Chemicals, and Oakfield Refractories in India. Since then, we have steadily expanded and emerged as a trusted partner to some of the world's largest manufacturing companies, offering a wide range of products and services to industries such as iron and steel, refractories, ceramics, cement, aluminum, and glass. At Global Bond, we cater to both primary and secondary manufacturing industries with our wide range of products that include refractories, steel, metals and alloys, ores and minerals, graphite electrodes, and plastic.
Very happy. It's a wonderful journey, and it's a good news that I've got to learn my grandkids and whatever the goal is. The other thing that I hope is consistent on is the effectively things we learn. And I wanted that it's extremely important to all countries to trust us. And what I think that I have to trust is quickly that if there is an issue with the material that is supplied, it is our guarantee of the responsibility to resolve it to your satisfaction.
At Global Bond, we take pride in following fair and ethical business practices, as well as adhering to stringent quality control measures to ensure the supply of the highest standards of products to our customers. Guided by a dynamic and visionary leadership and supported by highly experienced technical and marketing teams with in-depth knowledge, Global Bond has firmly established itself as an internationally recognized and reputable brand. Today, as we strive towards the future with confidence and hope, we remain committed towards ensuring long-term satisfaction for our partners around the world.
India, a name that resonates with growth, progress, and infrastructure will always be a key driver of its growth story, with steel and its backbone. Jindal Steel and Power is committed to building a self-reliant India. With interests in steel and mining, JSPL is a key driver of the resurgent India. JSPL is testimony to the vision of a pioneering nation builder, Sri Om Prakash Jindal, who showed what small town India can dream and accomplish. JSPL's growth story runs parallel to that of India. From a single unit in Hisar in 1952, JSPL has grown to be a leading Indian conglomerate. India's growth engine runs on the rails made by JSPL. At its Redhaven rail manufacturing facility at Ryan, a testimony to the Make in India campaign. India's first and only plant equipped to manufacture single-piece rails of up to 121 meter, which can be further extended up to 484 meter. The Raigad steel plant in Chhattisgarh is one of the largest sponge iron manufacturing facilities in the world. Spread over 3,500 acres, the Angul steel plant in Odisha is India's most modern setup that houses India's first and only coal gasification-based DRI plant. The Patratu plant in Jharkhand manufactures India's favorite Jindal Panther TMT rebars, equipped to withstand shock loading and cyclic loading condition, making them an ideal choice for buildings in high seismic zones. The wire rod mill here is equipped with world-class capabilities to produce value-added steel. Located in the hills of Barbil in Odisha, JSPL's 9 MTPA pelletization complex is the largest pellet production facility in the country that was set up in a record time of 23 months. In a journey of setting new benchmarks, JSPL has emerged as one of the most cost-efficient steel producers. JSPL is also a responsible mining player with a focus on backward integration in both iron ore and coking coal. Spreading its wings, JSPL acquired and developed mines and mineral assets across the world. Through JSPL's momentous journey, so far it has invested $12 billion across the globe, done economic activities worth $53 billion, and paid $5.3 billion in taxes since inception, providing employment to more than 1 lakh families. Under the able leadership of Mr. Naveen Jindal, JSPL saw unparalleled growth and expansion. Many iconic megastructures across India bear testimony to JSPL's national commitment. JSPL's tradition has been to put people first, be it its employees, communities, and investors. Amongst its various activities, JSPL Foundation also runs a unique initiative called Swayam Shiv to promote, preserve, and propagate tribal arts and crafts of India. Through its key initiatives like Kishori Express, Vatsalya Project, Asha the Hope, the foundation has brought a positive change in the lives of communities around its plants. In its endeavor to provide quality and affordable healthcare to the local communities and societies at large, JSPL set up multi-speciality Fortis O.P. Jindal Hospital and Research Center in Raigad and Tamil Nadu. In the education sector, the O.P. Jindal Global University, a non-profit global university promoted by JSPL, has consistently been ranked amongst the world's top and India's best. The O.P. Jindal University in Raigad, Chhattisgarh provides industry-aligned academic programs with focus on steel making, manufacturing excellence, steel industry 4.0, steel logistics, and steel global markets. as a building block in the self-reliant India story. JSPL succeeds when India grows.
Welcome to the world of JSW Steel, where vision, technology, and innovation serve as the driving forces behind the growth on a global scale. Since its inception, JSW Steel has always supported India to pursue its self-reliance. JSW Steel, being India's leading steel manufacturer, boasts a strategic manufacturing presence not only in India, but also in Italy and the USA. Moreover, it takes immense pride in its extensive export to over 100 plus countries across 5 continents. Having rapidly expanded its manufacturing capabilities, JSW Steel has now become India's largest integrated steel manufacturer. Our advanced facilities use cutting-edge technology to produce high-quality steel products that meet the needs of our global customers. With a wide range of flat and long products, JSW Steel is renowned for its versatility and reliability in steel products. JSW Steel boasts an impressive array of specialized brands in its portfolio. It fosters our active and profound involvement, enabling us to stand as proud partners in the process of nation building, where JSW Steel has emerged as a key collaborator in the journey of making the world a better place. Our relentless pursuit of excellence built with 4 decades has earned us numerous prestigious awards and titles. JSW Steel recognizes the vital role of employees in achieving organizational success. The company is dedicated to cultivating an inclusive and forward-thinking workforce that prioritizes the growth of both the organization and the wider community. Our CSR projects focus on environment, breathing education, health, and skills, making a meaningful impact on people's lives with warmth and care. Our strategic growth plan aligns with India's increasing steel demand, actively supporting the nation's sustainable development. As a trusted partner in nation building, we uphold a commitment to excellence. We are JSW Steel.
Transforming science into solutions, a tradition that Berthold has already shaped at the beginning of its 70th anniversary. Professor Dr. Rudolf Berthold was the pioneer of non-destructive testing using radioisotopes, X-rays, and other technologies. As a scientist, he researched ever more reliable and sensitive methods of materials testing, which in 1948 set a worldwide milestone in the industrial development of the first radiometric level measuring system. To this day, our passion is to turn scientific progress into developments that reliably ensure the safety of our customers' employees and equipment in the harshest environments and under the most adverse conditions, while minimizing the use of energy and raw materials. We bear this great responsibility together with passion and commitment every day and in 7 locations worldwide. We are focused on the highest quality and our workforce. Each and every one of our employees, from our most experienced to our youngest, is part of a large Berthold family. Together with our customer partners, we develop solutions that reliably control processes, make operations safer, and thus maximize efficiency. We offer solutions that are perfectly tailored to every application, meet every requirement, and satisfy customer needs. We transform science into solutions. We are Berthold.
KIOCL Limited, India's premier pelletizing and pig iron complex. KIOCL Limited, a flagship company under the Ministry of Steel, was established on 2nd April 1976 to mine, beneficiate, and export iron ore concentrates from pigment deposits. KIOCL is engaged in the production of iron oxide pellets and foundry-grade pig iron suitable for domestic as well as international markets. The raw material iron ore procured from Bellary region is transported through rail route to its captive railway marshalling yard at the New Mangalore port area. The ore received by rail and ships is stored in two covered storage sheds, each of 2 lakh tons capacity. The iron ore is conveyed to bar mills through silo and bunkers for screening through primary screens, grinding, and filtration. Two of the 3 bar mills are operated at a time in a closed-circuit grinding. Each bar mill is maintained at 250 tons per hour feed rate. The ground slurry is then passed through derrick screens for final separation and pumped to dewatering cyclones. The slurry is then pumped to two agitator tanks of 7,500 ton capacity each. The slurry is filtered through vacuum disc filters and also horizontal pressure filters to get filter cake of moisture 11% and 8.5 to 9.5% respectively. The filter cake thus produced is conveyed to the storage shed through a series of conveyors. The filtrate generated during the filtration process is sent to thickener for recovery of water used for various processes. The entire plant operations are controlled through computer control system at both facilities and pellet plant. Additives like bentonite, limestone, and coke are ground at the given ratio or mixed with iron ore filter cakes. The mixed material is then conveyed to the day bins. Day bins will feed mixed material to bottom discs, which are inclined at 47 degrees with 7.5 meter diameter. The discs can produce 140 to 160 tons of green pellets per hour. These green balls are screened through primary roller screens and then double-decker roller screen to get correct size of 9 to 16 mm. Unsized pellets are sent back for processing. Correct-sized green pellets are then fed to the furnace, which has a reaction area of 492 square meters. In the furnace, the pellets are gradually fired up to 1320 degrees Celsius to get the desired physical properties like CCS of about 250 kg per pellet. These pellets are screened for correct size before conveyed to the stockyard through conveyor system. The pellet stockyard can accommodate approximately 2.5 lakh tons. The pellets are loaded through mechanized loading system, which includes boom-type reclaimer and ship loader of the capacity of 6,000 tons per hour. A captive iron ore berth has been provided to handle ships of 65,000 dry-weight ton with loaded drop of 12.5 meter. With the provision of an exclusive berth, waiting time for ships is eliminated. KIOCL has installed a captive power plant consisting of 3 diesel generator sets of 9.36 megawatt capacity each, using furnace oil as fuel at pellet plant, and 7 megawatt captive power plant at blast furnace unit, which uses surplus blast furnace gas. The pig iron complex was commissioned in February 2001 with an annual capacity for production of around 2.16 lakh tons of pig iron. Today, KIOCL is capable of producing pellets. The greenery in and around KIOCL plant is one of the major thrust areas. Greenery is well developed with regular plantations. Water sprinklers have been installed to contain dust. As a socially conscious corporate, KIOCL is actualizing the CSR projects, particularly in the area of education, drinking water, infrastructural needs, community development, women empowerment, public sanitation, and healthcare, etc. KIOCL, building the nation, pellet by pellet.
When India got independence in 1947, it was an era which started with a lot of uncertainty about what lay ahead. During these testing times of a newly independent country, a young, vibrant visionary dreamt of contributing to the progress of a growing nation. It was none other than Shri Madan Lal Ambabhai Patel, establishing MACO in 1968 at Kolkata. In the early days of business, the company was supplying indigenous industrial products in and around Kolkata. In the 1980s, Subhash and Nagesh, the sons of Shri Madan Lal Ambabhai Patel, joined the company to steer MACO towards a prosperous and glorious future, turning their father's vision into reality with major focus on steel industry. In the 90s, MACO for the first time started collaborating with foreign manufacturers to bring cutting-edge technologies to empower the Indian steel industry and bring it at par with the world. But soon, MACO, with its innovative and dynamic approach, diversified its operations in other core sectors like oil and gas, mining, railway, power, access equipment, drives and transmission, machine tools, and projects. These strategic business units representing the core sectors are headed by industry experts and supported by sales and service team. Steel. MACO is supplying various equipment like measuring gauges for rolling mills, bricketing press, welders, marking machines, rolls for rolling mill, scarfing machine, and steel shots to ensure quality production in steel plants. MACO's group company Desmet also plays a critical role in the production of quality steel by providing solutions for hot metal desulfurization. Macro provides safety for not only the high-value equipment in the mines, but also the precious lives, maintaining 1,200 plus installations of automatic fire suppression systems on earth-moving equipment and providing vacuum chambers for underground mines. Macro provides a wide range of critical equipment for the diesel and electric locomotives. Today, with its experienced engineering team, Macro is also providing track maintenance machines and rail welding services. In the oil and gas industry, Macro provides a wide range of products and services like onshore rigs, mud bucks, clutch and brakes, dampeners, and various accessories. We provide services for chartered hiring workover rigs and renting of advanced composite mats. Drives and transmission, serving several industries with a single focus to ensure customers' production efficiency and smooth running of plant. Our product offerings are rotatory union, pneumatic clutches and brakes, barrel couplings, guardian shaft, gearbox, shock absorbers, and hydraulic buffers. We were first to introduce aerial work platforms in India, manufactured by GE USA to ensure safety and efficiency at workplace across all industries. Today, we have also forayed into renting of these equipment with service team in yards across the country. NACO, and with its EPC company, Sunag Engineering, has successfully executed various turnkey projects across industries in the last decade. Today, NACO, along with its 30-plus overseas partners, has been remarkably successful in garnering recognition as one of the leaders, providing best-in-class engineering equipment, project management, installation, commissioning, and after-sales services, all with a clear focus on building New India. Along with this journey, NACO has also entered into joint ventures with 4 foreign companies: Copper, INS, Sibre, Metalog, in the last 50 years, NACO has undergone a complete transformation from being a trading company to now being an end-to-end solution provider with over 500 employees and with a footprint in 4 countries based on its 3 core values: integrity, customer satisfaction, building relationship. Our sustained efforts helped us witness an exponential growth in our clientele. This includes some of the world leaders in the industry. It is because of these valued customers and their faith in our work, NACO has earned many awards and accolades, strengthening our position in the world market. Since its inception, NACO has always taken initiatives towards corporate social responsibilities. NACO. What do you find when you dig deep into the depths of the earth? We found a few rare elements like commitment, compassion, a passion for perfection, and a vision for a stronger and better tomorrow. That is enemies. It's not just a pioneering story of one of the world's finest iron ore producers, but a story of leadership with a human touch. From the depths of the earth to the bottom of hearts, NNDC has touched lives all around, creating wealth, building sustainable opportunities, and working towards impacting lives positively. NNDC, harnessing Earth's goodness.
Welcome back, everybody, after lunch. So we'll be continuing with the last session we were doing before lunch. So requesting all the speakers to please join back on the stage, everybody. Dr. Suresh Chandra Khatoi, Riti Chatterjee ma'am, Dr. Aurobindo Bandyopadhyay, Primitals Technology, Mr. Harsh Chaudhary, CEO Centro World. I think he was not there in the previous section. B.V. Ravi Kumar, Director Cosmo Power Tech, Saurabh Shah Roy, Assistant Vice President Sales Impulse Power Technology. Mr. Kanchan Ramchandra Chatterjee and Mr. Piyush Ranjan. I will request Dr. Aurobindo Bandyopadhyay to please start the presentation. Big round of applause.
Good afternoon again. I think I'm lucky. After this heavy lunch, I think most of the people will be in Expo, so they won't know what I'm speaking about. So I'm from HCD Asia Limited, and I'm the chief technologist of the company. And I'll be briefly talking about our technology for iron ore beneficiation. in its various forms. Very briefly about that, we are an ESG-driven company supporting the circular economy, and our main thrust is recovering values from erstwhile waste and low-grade minerals. We have about 450 plants in India, out of which about 40 are in iron ore and few are in other minerals. And we are very much into the ferrous sector for the last 16 years, and we have plants in about 40 locations of various capacities, from about 50 tons per hour to 200 tons per hour. Now, we are talking of technology, which has different meaning for different people. And so far as we are concerned, whatever it means for us to be a technology partner or a technology provider, we'll try to explain. Now, in any design, these are the three fundamental things. One, you have to develop the process for the particular mineral or the ore. Then you have to engineer the process suitably. And when we engineer it in a particular way, it becomes a technology for us. This is how we conceive of technology. Now, this is a bit difficult to understand per se, so I try to say through a few slides how it has evolved. Now, this is one plant, which is somewhere in the south, which was washing low-grade, and this you can see the -6 plus 75 micron material, which is 60%, which was very low grade with a high silica and alumina. This was his pain point. He was not able to export this. So we put up a washing plant of this configuration, and we could achieve 62.5 to 5.6% alumina, silica, and 1.5% aluminum. A very good grade for any steel plant. Now, this gentleman operated this plant, and in 3 months he paid back. And next 3 months he accumulated enough money that he could buy a chopper to come from Bangalore to his place. And in the next 3 months, he was on the road because the buying was illegal. So that's another story. This is another plant where, which is of 2008 origin, where they were treating 20 millimeter ore, and we are upgrading it from about 69 to about 62, 63 by limiting surface material. And he was making 10 lakhs per day in benefit in the year right now. And this is another plant owned by a very big operator, where he was crushing 80 millimeter and producing lumps for the blast furnace. -15 was low-grade mineral, so he was not able to use it. And this he sort of washed with our machine, and he got very good grades. So he was happy with that. Now, all these three are washing plants, washing ore of various grades. And what I should say, I mean, you cannot distinguish how does it help? I mean, how does it explain technology? So let me show you. The first plant was 100 tons per hour, and it had a connected load of 337 with a water consumption of 50 meters per hour, with an area requirement of 46 by 46 meters. Now, we had a double the capacity of a plant, which used much lesser power, much less space, and much less water. So this is the technological development in our concept. And this we have built up over the years, last 16 years or so. And this is our latest offering. You can see the modular design, which does not require any foundation. It's just skid mounted. It is mounted on top of these slabs. It does not require a very big foundation. The material moves linearly and very small distance, which reduces the power consumption. And we have extensive system for water recovery. So we recover about 95% of the water. So the main things are we are recovering 95% of the water, lesser footprint, lesser power, quick, easy, safe access. We have PLC controlled operations requiring less people, and a very tight and sort of effective sludge management system, which is not shown here. Now, this is the fundamental concept. Now, when we apply this concept to mineral beneficiation plants of our design, we will keep this modular concept in mind. Now, this whole thing was patented and we have whole patents in various countries. And the effectiveness of the system has been well demonstrated in various ways. Now, we are coming to beneficiation. So how does beneficiation has evolved, the ore processing? Initially, the grades were high. We were rejecting only the fines which were low grade, and just crushing and spinning was enough. Then the ore grades fail, as we have been hearing since morning, and it is a fact. And we had to introduce a system of washing the fines, which went to the sinter making. So from crushing, we went to washing, and we generated a lot of slimes. Now we are coming to the stage where even this washing is not good enough. We have to have a beneficiation of the whole ore. The beneficiation could be in two stages. It could be done without crushing, without size reduction, if the liberation is good enough, or it could be with total grinding of the ore and making it sort of effective. So how you go about it depends on the ore, and the test work conducted on that ore will slowly demonstrate what type of mechanism is required to achieve the grade. So taking an example of 20 millimeter ore for DRI calibrated lumps. So if we wet screen it over wash it over a screen, and we get a product. That lump ore and fines. If the lump ore meets the requirement, then you don't do any further work. If it doesn't, then you give it a scrubbing, because you are removing surface contamination. If it removes we get a good grade, then it is fine. Otherwise, you go for a jigging process. Jigging generates a jig product and a jig reject, and jig reject has to be completely ground because you cannot liberate faster. Coming to the fines, we can have a pump, cyclones, and spiral concentrator if required. Otherwise, if it beats the grade, we do not go further. So you can add equipment as the ore requires. Now, so far as the hydrocyclone overflow is concerned, which has most of the slimes, say about 45 micron, we could dewater it to hydrocyclone and then pass it through magnetic separators if required. If not required, we do not do it. So, and then we have the whole water recovery system and everything. So, is it washing or beneficiation? Because that debate has been going on that we are making only washing plants. We are in fact making a beneficiation plant which upgrades to a lesser extent. But if required, it could be integrated and made into a beneficiation plant. So this is the concept of our offering. And this we do through extensive test work in our laboratory. And depending on the results of the test work and the future predictions of the customer about the nature of the ore, or the changes that can take place, we can integrate the whole plant. So coming to a operation where it was a siliceous ore from somewhere in Karnataka, and we developed this flow sheet. I don't want to explain because there's hardly any time. It is ration now. So this is how the plant will operate. You can see the linear nature of the ore, of the plant configuration. You can add equipments as you require, or you can operate them as required. As soon as the ore changes, you can make alterations. But the whole alignment is on a fundamental concept which we have shown earlier. So it has got washing. It is generating two source products. The fines are going to an attrition scrubber, then to fine screen. From fine screen, it is going to spiral concentrators if required. Final concentrator, the products are generated. And then the fines go to magnetic separation after a cyclone. Too early. So this is another view. This is another view. You can see this is the magnetic separator. And this is the product. So from 38% silica, we came down to 18. And it is accepted. So we are not always going in for high grade ore. Many of the mines have low grade ore, but it could be upgraded to this. And this is the advantage. We have a 200 tons per hour plant requiring only 65 by 200 meters. Otherwise, it would have been a big structure with a lot of movement. So 2000 kilowatt hour and water requiring is only 50 to 55 meters. Water is scarce in Karnataka. So if it requires total grinding, then you can have a fundamental process. Then attached to that, I can give a conveyor with a ball mill. With a ball mill, I can pump it to hydrocyclones, but there too spirals. And the spiral product could be dewatered in our system. There's the product. There's the project. So I can integrate that. So the same concept of this regularity on a linear plant, I can add equipments and take out the equipments as required. Similarly, this is a tomato beneficiation plant where this is the bird's eye view. You can see the linearity again, and the ore is being received. Only the oversize is being crushed. There are fine streams, there are magnetic separators, there are spiral concentrators. This is how it looks like. We have two grinding mills. You can see there are two orientations. And only the cabling part, we are keeping it in a shed. Rest of it is open. This is another view. This is third view. So you can see how the whole thing revolves, keeping the basic concept in mind. So this is 70 tons per hour plant, which is quite high because most of them are 20-25. So it is only 750 kilowatt. We require 50 by 100 meters, in which we are integrating so many equipment, and the upgradation is satisfactory. So we have suitable technology, sustainable, zero discharge, recovers up to 95% water, clean energy, minimum land requirements, portable. You can shift the plant. These are our marquee customers. And these are the various awards we got. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. I would now like to invite Mr. Harsh Chaudhary, CEO, Central World, for your presentation. Big round of applause.
Okay, I'll do it in 12 and a half minutes in between. Perfect. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. My name is Harsh Chaudhary. I'm a co-founder and CEO at Centra.world. Now, some of these numbers you might have heard today, but it's important to reiterate these numbers. Number one is that, we all know that we need to maintain global temperatures within 1.5 degrees of previous levels, right? Otherwise, there's going to be catastrophic events over there. 50% is the emissions reductions which need to happen for these catastrophic events to be prevented. Another big number is that in India, 12% of India's greenhouse gas emissions comes from the steel manufacturing sector alone. This is excluding mining, excluding further processing. This is primary and secondary steel manufacturing only. This number at a global level is about 8%. Right? So steel is very important, not only from a nation building standpoint, but also from the standpoint of CO2 emissions. And India's CO2 emissions today stand at about 2.5 tons of CO2 per ton of steel. Now, the global average is about 1.9. Europe is operating probably a little closer to 1. This is a place where India really needs to catch up, right? And there are specific reasons why India's emissions are high. Our coal route, lesser scrap availability and many other things. But the bottom line is we need to control this. Now, when you start thinking about how do you actually facilitate emissions reduction, there are a lot of questions which really come up, right? I mean, how do you even think about these? What are the methodologies to calculate emissions? What are the reduction projects? People are talking about AI, people are talking about blockchain. How do you even go about this, right? And really the first step in all of this is to be able to accurately measure what your CO2 emissions are. And we think that there are three imperatives to do this. Number one, using the recognized methodologies. In today's world, there are methodologies from ISO, the new EU import regulation, CBAM. There are regulations coming from various governments. So I think understanding which methodologies to follow is very, very critical. Secondly, data. We are sitting on huge piles of data. You know, there's a common fact out there that large industrial companies use only 1% of the total data that they generate. 1%, right? All of the rest of the data we are collecting, but we are not really using. And finally, you know, once you have all of this data, you need to have robust calculation engines to really make sense of all of these. Gone are the days where you can rely on one simple Excel spreadsheet, which worked for a bit of time, but now we are at a place where, you know, you have terabytes of data which are available to you. If you're not using that, then you're really wasting it. Considering all of these things, we set up Centra.world. Now, the vision for Centra.world is to really decarbonize industrial manufacturing. Now, we focus on ESG as well as, you know, decarbonization, covering scope 1, 2, 3. We are a software platform, right? We use elements of AI and blockchain where needed. We are focused on industrial manufacturing. Right now, our focus is only on the steel sector. We take a value chain approach, right? So, you know, carbon dioxide is a very disrespectful gas. It doesn't respect organization boundaries. It will flow along with the material it is associated with. So when we work with people, we work with their suppliers as well as their customers. And finally, we're about a 30, 40 member team located in Bangalore. Now, in terms of our products, our main product is Centra.calculus, right? So this is a steel specific product, covers scope 1, 2, 3, that does all your ESG reporting. We've modeled out about 200 different manufacturing processes within steel industry, and all of that gets modeled out and you get your emissions calculation over here. Second one is Centra.certify. So here, you know, we help steel companies get certified on anything related to ESG, climate, etc. All of this is digitized. What would take you 6 months to do is now done in 6 days. The next one is Centra Network. Now, how many of you all have heard of the term Scope 3? Right? Can I see a show of hands? Anybody who's heard of Scope 3? I see a few hands over there. I see a few hands over here. Right? I see something over there. Okay, perfect. So Scope 3 emissions are essentially all those emissions which happen outside your steel plant, right? They're happening because you're buying, I don't know, some dolomite from somewhere, you're buying some quartz, you might be buying some IOP. These are all things which are not being manufactured on your side, but you're getting allocated these emissions because they're part of your value chain now. Centra.network really acts on that point, right? And Centra.network on blockchain is Centra Trace, where we are setting up a blockchain so that we can monitor emissions across the entire value chain. More products like that we have, but let me talk about a few more cases over here, right? So a bunch of different companies that we are working with, including users of metals like Volvo. We have the producers of steel like JSW, Arja Steel. We just started some work in the Middle East with Emirates Steel and many others, right? Now, thinking about, you know, how do you even, when you think about CO2 emissions, monitoring, etc., what are the elements of AI and blockchain that can actually be used? So number one is, you know, in the whole data gathering process, what we are actually seeing is that, you know, the whole aspect of gathering data is actually quite painful. I mean, data is residing in your level 2 systems. Some of it is sitting in your ERPs. It's all over the place, right? So that's where we come in, where you know, you can start using AI to actually enable all the data collection to happen from across your plant, across all your data systems, right? And that is really the first step. The second step is around calculation engines. Now, as I was saying earlier, I think gone are the days where you can rely on a simple Excel file to do your calculations. You're dealing with large volumes of data. You want data to do magic for you. That's what you want it to do, right? And that's where we need these AI-driven engines, and I'll talk a little bit about that. You know, there are tons of these reports which need to get generated. I mean, you must have heard of this BRSR report and many others, right? These are all tedious. This takes a lot of time. I mean, steel makers should be making steel, not writing reports, right? And that's why we've gone ahead and digitized a lot of these, right? So at the click of a button, you can generate your CBAM, which is your export report. You can do all of that. BRSR reporting, many other ISO methodologies. So all of this reporting is now digitized, right? There are elements of Gen AI. I mean, Gen AI is writing, on one hand, you can use it to write poems for your children, but at the same time, we take a more serious topic like writing out these reports. That's what we're putting in the case. And finally, the certification of results. Now, many of you work with third-party certifiers who will come in, visit your plant, do audits, certify many things. It takes months to do. It doesn't need to take that long. I mean, it can be made much, much faster, much, much smoother. And that's what we are doing. We're using, again, elements of AI to actually do that. I'll dive into 2 or 3 cases, right? Now, the first one is, when you're calculating emissions of a steel plant, you can do it at a company level. You can do it at a process level. In terms of frequency, you calculate emissions at a yearly, monthly level. But what we are actually focused on is calculating emissions at a heat level, right? So supposing in your induction furnace or your electric arc furnace, you're running a heat of about 2.5 hours. Now we are actually tracking emissions at that level. Why are we doing this? Because what we then do is we have the emissions at a heat level, and at the same time, we're able to map it to a certain customer order. So to each customer bundle. So essentially what you have is you have the ability to be able to have emissions reporting per customer order. So if this is the thing that I'm sending to a customer, this is a bundle which has, I don't know, 12 or 13 ton bundle. For this unique bundle, I will have the CO2 reporting. Why is this important? What can I do with this? How can I monetize that? The most important thing over here is that, a lot of times you hear our steel companies say that, I have one customer in Europe who's asking me for a lower emissions product. Now, because of that one customer, I'm not going to go out and reduce emissions of my entire plant. It's far too expensive to do that. Because we have this heat level calculation and reporting, for that customer order, you can attach a carbon certificate or a renewable energy certificate to actually bring down those emissions, right? So that's a real world use case on how actually this will actually happen. We've actually implemented this at Kalyani Steel and also doing this at Emirates Steel in Abu Dhabi. This is something this is a perfect example of how sustainability, while doing good, it also helps you create top line value because then you get a higher value for your product. The second one is Scope 3. This is something that we are implementing at Volvo right now. So Volvo has 2,000 suppliers globally. Many of these companies are in the area of providing metals, casted and forging products. Now, Volvo wanted us to capture the emissions of all of their suppliers, all of the 2,000 suppliers globally. That's what we are doing now, where we are going and installing the software at all of their suppliers. For each one of them, it very quickly calculates the emissions and brings them back to a customer like Volvo. Now, what we also do is that, your suppliers will not want to expose all of their data to you, right? Because, for them, it's, you can get them back to the negotiation table. So what we then do is that our company captures all of this data, runs all the calculations, runs a lot of analytics on it, and translates very, aggregated values back to a customer like yours. Once we are actually doing all of that, this provides an end-to-end value chain. So for example, on one hand, we're working with JSW, on the other hand, we are working with Volvo. And ultimately for Volvo, JSW is a primary supplier. It goes to 2-3 other people to come. So essentially what we're doing is we're creating this whole network in the metals industry where everybody is either a supplier or a buyer of a metal product. And now through our platform, everybody's CO2 footprint is up in the cloud somewhere. Now, with the right permissions, you can access that so that for any new supplier you're getting on board your platform, you'll know what their CO2 emissions are. So your entire CO2 monitoring becomes very, very crystal clear. One more interesting example is this blockchain-enabled track and trace. So what happens is that, emissions start off at the mine and they might end up at your customer. So what we do is for each of these emission points, right, we call them nodes, you create, like in the word blockchain, the word block, you create a block of data in which you are entering the CO2 emissions, you are entering the dispatch numbers, and you're entering a cryptographic sign. All of this gets uploaded to the cloud as a block. And as it goes through, this is a very simplified view, but there are about 15 or 16 points that a steel product will go through. So for each point, you create a block which goes up on the blockchain, and at the end of it, you have either a private cloud or a public cloud where all of this data is available for anybody to know what the emissions of their particular product are. If this was a steel product, I would know which mine it came from, what were the associations of it, what are the emissions of it, and even the transportation that it actually went through. Next is, I was talking about compliance reporting. You'll see many logos over here: GRI, FASB, CDP. You'll see SEBI, which is BRSR. many other regulations which are out there. And we hear more and more steel players saying that, we're in the business of making steel, not writing compliance reports. How do we make this whole process simpler? We did a deep research on all of these regulations. We identified that there are only 275 unique metrics which cover all of these regulations. Right? Once you have these 275, each and every one of these reports can be generated at the click of the button. So that's what we've automated at Centra.world, right? So a lot of, interesting use cases in the CO2 emissions part enabled by AI and enabled by blockchain are now a reality. I would urge each one of you as sort of leaders in the steel industry to actively explore them, and do reach out to me if you have any more questions. Thank you.
Thank you. 10-12 minutes. Rohit Kumar.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm myself speaking. I don't I'll be talking about gasification of the importance of gasification of high ash coal to meet thermal energy needs in the steel industry. I'm B.V. Ravi Kumar. I represent Cosmo Power Tech. We promoted this company 1 year. A bit about ourselves. We are engaged in development and commercialization of technologies for conversion of solid fuels to higher value products, particularly gases. So far, we have worked on development and commercialization of gasifiers for range of fuels from wood with 1% ash to coal with 47% ash. Everything in between: wood, biomass briquettes, coal, charcoal, pet coke, everything we had gasified for various customers. Application development: in the past 20-25 years, we have adapted or retrofitted gasifiers to a variety of kilns and furnaces, including DG sets. We had spent many years in the initial years to feed gas to DG sets and generate power. The current status is we are making absorbed atmospheric pressure for any fuel, but most of the installations in the field are coal because they're the easiest fuel available to the customers. The largest atmospheric pressure gasifier that we have developed and installed and commercialized is 4.6 meter diameter. That is so far. And currently, we are engaged in R&D. Present R&D is for pyrolysis of both coal and biomass. The objective of pyrolysis of coal is of non-coking coal, not the coke part. Pyrolysis of non-coking coal. The objective is to produce char for reduction processes, particularly for the ferroalloy industry, and gas, because Indian coal, it's difficult to produce high value gas through air blown or open blown gasification. So pyrolysis will give char for reduction processes, and gas for chemical or thermal processes will be nitrogen free high value gas. Pyrolysis of biomass is for producing green carbon to substitute mineral carbon, and the gas part will go on to various things, including green hydrogen. So that's the R&D in progress. Maybe in another next year, maybe we'll to come up with some bench scale or pellet scale things. Initial work is going on. About our presence in the steel industry, we have more than 100 successfully operating coal gasifiers, all for heating applications, thermal applications across various segments of the steel industry. We have expertise in gasifying high ash Indian coal.
in fact, most of our customers are in Chhattisgarh, Odisha, and Bengal, where and out of the 100, about 80, 85 gasifiers are operating on 45% ash coal. So that's where our expertise is. We were the first to use producer gas from biomass gasifier for wire annealing in 1999, and first to use the gasifier in the rolling mill in the year 2000, 25 years ago. And those years, 99, 2000, 2003, 2004, up to 2005, we were mostly in biomass gasification. Then we shifted to coal. So all our initial trials were with producer gas, but producer gas produced from biomass. In hot dip galvanizing, GA wire, rolling mill, etc. 2012 was our first installation with a battery of gasifiers in pellet plants. We standardized right then in 2012. We standardized 4-meter diameter gasifiers when the largest available in the market was 3.6. Last year, we successfully commercialized 4.6-meter double space gasifier. It has been running for almost 1 year now. And currently, we are executing projects for another 10, 12 4.6-meter modules in Raipur. These are our clients, mostly in Chhattisgarh, Odisha, and Bengal. One down there, south, BMM, that was long ago, one installation, but mostly here only in this belt. Coming to the topic, I'll spend a little time on this matrix. This is the thermal energy demand matrix. You can see that apart from reduction, a lot of fuel is required in the iron and steel sector for heating. A lot of heat is required. Some of the plants have embraced producer gas, like pellet plants or rolling mills or wire galvanizing units, but there are some more who are still using as costly fuel as LPG. In Raipur, there may be 100 gasifiers operating in pellet plants and rolling mills, but there are another 20 hot dip galvanizing plants are using LPG. I don't know why. In the same premise, there is a rolling mill unit using producer gas and a hot dip galvanizing unit using LPG. Okay, and there is only within our customers, there is only one customer who is using producer gas for hot dip galvanizing, but others are yet to come online. I think a few more successful installations to solve the problem. Forging is one sector where producer gas has not made entry. There is no difficulty in getting temperatures. There are some other sectors where producer gas has not entered. A variety of fuels are being used: furnace oil, LSHS, LDO, LPG, ECI, coke oven gas. There are many fuels. But I personally feel that at least in the Eastern Indian geography, high ash coal, 45%, 47%, 47% ash coal converted to producer gas should work out to be the most economical fuel, whatever application you take for heating. Some of them have embraced, some of them are not. But in due course, most of them should do it. They should at least evaluate. Because there are no limitations. What are the issues to be addressed? Process temperatures, most of the temperatures are order of 1400 maximum. So there's no issue in getting that temperature with producer gas, with preheated air or with regenerative combustion. There are many ways to get the temperature. Now, with the kind of clean gas that is available, clean producer gas, any kind of process control, whether you want any temperature variation, any time temperature curve, any SSR control, with the kind of automation and clean gas technologies available, there are no issues. Stack emissions are definitely lower than LSHS or FO. Only with LPG you have to guarantee. There are no issues. Easy availability of fuel is one issue. I think there is no issue about that. Technology is available for both fuel conversion and substitution. Cost economics is one thing which is to be evaluated case by case, but in most cases it should work out. I have already spoken what is mentioned in this sheet. Yeah. So there's one part which I have not seen anyone talking about. That is substitution of coke oven gas. Recovery type coke oven gas. The coke oven gas is a very high value gas, rich in hydrogen, rich in methane, no nitrogen. And it is being used for heating in steel plant. Early part I worked in the steel plant. So it's being used for heating in various places all around the plant. You can convert it into syngas use the vertical shaft DRI, or whatever you want, make ammonia, whatever you want to do. It's a rich gas. So I think someone should try replace some of the proton gas with producer gas and take the gas for a higher value application. Some numbers, I have taken 45% ash coal, 3,200 GCV and 65% conversion. Taking those basis, that as basis, for 1 kg of LPG, you require about 6 kg of 45% ash coal, and for 1 kg of FO, you require 5 kg. You can work out these numbers for any fuel. That's taken 3 different fuel. This is our recent workhorse, 4.6 meter double stage gasifier in coal gas application. It is ideal for large capacity applications if crude as bed is not available. If crude as bed is available and it can give high value gas, converting 45% ash coal, then that's the thing to be evaluated. But so far, that is not commercially available. Till that becomes commercially available, the USP is converting high ash coal to high value gas, a rich gas, tar-free gas, and tar that is available is as liquid fuel with 9,000 to 10,000 kilocalories, dust-free. You can use as liquid fuel. These are some numbers I think. If I conclude, is this time okay? It is technically feasible and environmentally friendly to meet all thermal applications, almost all. There may be some which I have not come across, whatever I have come across, whatever I can perceive. Any heating application in the iron and steel industry, it is worth evaluating producer gas, even if you are using photon bag. It is worth evaluating producer gas. Technology is available from us, from our friends, or maybe today's bed if it has matured. I don't think it has matured for higher coal. If it has matured, that's worth evaluating. Whether you take from me or from a friend or from wherever, producer gas is something we should be evaluated to meet any heating application. Thank you.
Thank you so much for nice question. The next one is about Saurav Saroy.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Saurav Shaharoy from Increase Power Technologies. We have been talking on the carbon footprint, the sustainability, making of steel processes, how we can improve the efficiency and all these things. I would like to bring your notice towards this particular topic I will be covering today, is the energy efficiency. Or we have a lot of issues in the power quality in the steel segment, maybe in terms of harmonics, maybe in terms of power factors, because our grid, the networks are getting polluted with non-linear loads every day. Like pellet plants, if we talk about, I come from a steel background earlier. So like a pellet plant having around 200 drives. So those drives are making different pulses and different kind of harmonic. So we are into that field. So if we just to be about the company, we started in 2014. Our 90% business as on today are into power quality only. It's a 100% Make in India product, completely designed and developed in Bangalore. And our R&D is recognized by Government of India, TSIR. It's a 10 years company now. We have almost 400 plus customer base across the world with a footprint around 5.5 lakhs ampere in every process industry. The clientele includes one of the largest steel makers of India, like Tata Steel. We got our 7th order from Tata Steel this year. We are in ArcelorMittal, Nippon Steel. We are in Saarloha. We are present in all the cement industry across the India, like ACC, Lafarge, everywhere. So as I said, 2023, we touched around 5 lakhs ampere, and this year we'll be touching around 5,75,000 amperes across the world. Product is completely type tested in India. In this power electronics segment, we have a lot of dominance from the different countries. But those are not type tested in India. We have a very proper guideline of a type test in India from CPRI, TUB, so many things. So at least we can demand something, which is, firstly, our government is pushing for Make in India. The second thing, at least the type test can be done in India. If you are making anywhere in the world, you can just have a type test here. Now, if we talk about power quality trends, sir, there are three major issues. What we can solve from the load end of the plant. Reactive power, which is power factor, harmonics, and the unbalance of the different loads. And all of these have a different technical issues. Like if you have harmonics, you have what are these harmonics? These are losses. These are the losses of the system. So losses means the energy. So if we can save these losses, we will be contributing to some more efficient plant as well as in the carbon footprint reduction of these things. Same thing, there are some commercial implications. I'm not going to that detail. I'll try to quickly come into the technical aspect of it. For last 50 years, we have been using only this capacitor-based technology, which is a passive compensation. But Intel come up with a technology which is a IGBT-based technology, and which can solve all the three issues at the same point in time. Yeah. Okay. So how this IGBT actually does? We have learned only three components in our electrical engineering, which is resistor, inductor, and capacitor. If we talk about a resistive circuit, we have. Right, stop. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, our chief guest, Honorable Minister, has already arrived. Yeah. Our minister requests everyone on the dais to kindly get down because the minister is going to join us on the dais. Our chief guest, Honorable Minister for Steel and Rural Development, Government of India, Sri Phaggan Singh Kulaspe ji, who needs no introduction. मंत्री जी आज हमारे बीच पधारे हैं, ये हमारे लिए बहुत सौभाग्य की बात है। उनका बहुत बड़ा कार्यक्रम रहा है नागालैंड में। पिछले 3 दिन से मंत्री जी नागालैंड में थे, फिर भी वो समय निकाल के हमारे पास आए। इसके लिए हम तहे दिल से उनका शुक्रिया अदा करते हैं। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया मंत्री जी जो आप हमारे यहाँ बीच आए। उनके साथ है डायरेक्टर इंचार्ज दुर्गापुर स्टील प्लांट मिस्टर ब्रिजेंद्र प्रताप सिंह जी, LNT के वाइस प्रेसिडेंट मिस्टर कुमारसन जी हैं, मिस्टर श्रीधर जी हैं जो CEO हैं KSPL डाउनस्ट्रीम के, वो भी ज्वाइन करेंगे। CMD MSCC भी हमारे साथ हैं। So I would request gentlemen to kindly take the dais. First, Brigender Pratap Singh ji, please come. And I request our team to kindly felicitate Sri Brigender Pratap Singh ji with a bouquet. Please come up. मंत्री जी लास्ट में आएंगे as per protocol. So I want you to sit with the minister. आप यहाँ बैठिए, तो minister will sit. May I request Sridhar ji to also come up? Mr. Sridhar. And मेरे भाई राजेश जी, Mr. Rajesh Kumar, Managing Director Kalfrisa India, and his COO, Mr. Pablo, to also come up. Pablo, I would request you to also join us. Coming all the way from Spain, राजेश मेरे भाई हैं। So that's Mr. Sridhar, CEO JSPL Downstream, General Steel and Power के डाउनस्ट्रीम है। पुनीत जगतराम का जी JSW के आ गए हैं क्या? पुनीत जगतराम का जी आप भी आ जाइए मंत्री जी के साथ। पुनीत जगतराम का जी सीनियर वाइस प्रेसिडेंट है JSW के, जो रॉ मटेरियल हैंडल करते हैं, पूरा रॉ मटेरियल उनके पास है। मैं बुलाना चाहूंगा CMD MSCC को। CMD MSTC. You know, the entire government sourcing is generally done by MSTC. So a big round of applause for CMD MSTC, who has just taken over as CMDC in the month of January. Sir, you joined on January 15th, or so you took over as, on the 1st of January, he took over as CMD MSTC. So may I request Mr. Kumaresan, जो हमारे स्टील के खपत में बहुत बड़ा योगदान करते हैं, करीब सर 4 मिलियन टन आप खरीदते हैं स्टील, 6 मिलियन टन, तो बहुत बड़े, और हम हमारा वैसे भी कहावत है, कस्टमर इज ऑलवेज द किंग, तो हमारे स्टील जो खरीदते हैं वो हमारे लिए राजा हैं. So Kumaresan ji, thank you so much. I would also request Director Commercial of KIOCL. सर, ये पब्लिक सेक्टर का हमारा बहुत बड़ा योगदान रहा है देश में, तो हम कैसे भूल सकते हैं what the PSUs have contributed towards the nation at large. The Director Commercial of KIOCL, one more public sector company. So he's also with us. And last, our chief guest, the most important person we have been waiting for the last 2 days to hear, हमारे माननीय मंत्री जी फग्गन सिंह कुलस्ते जी, जो हमारे बीच में आए, और उनका बहुत बड़ा योगदान रहा है. जब कभी किसी इशू के लिए हम मंत्री जी के पास गए हैं, वो हमेशा ये बोलते रहे हैं, जरूरत पड़ने से मैं प्रधानमंत्री जी से भी बात करूंगा इस बारे में. तो ये बहुत बड़ा योगदान मंत्री जी का जो रहा है, इसके लिए हम तहे दिल से उनका शुक्रिया अदा करते हैं. इन स्पाइट ऑफ हैविंग सच अ बिजी शेड्यूल, मंत्री जी आज हमारे बीच पधारे हैं. और मंत्री जी, अभी हमारे जो पैनल डिस्कशन हम करेंगे, उसमें मंत्री जी रहेंगे हमारे साथ. कोई अगर किसी सवाल मंत्री जी से किसी को पूछना हो तो कृपया अपना हाथ खड़ा करें. आप कोई भी पॉलिसी डिसीजंस के बारे में सवाल ना पूछे तो अच्छा है, लेकिन फिर भी अगर कुछ आपका दरख्वास्त है मंत्रालय के पास, तो मंत्री जी से कृपया आप पूछा करें. मंत्री जी जरूरत पड़ने से हमें ये भी बोल चुके हैं कि वो प्रधानमंत्री जी से भी बात कर सकते हैं अगर जरूरत पड़े तो. तो विद दैट वी विल गेट गोइंग. वी लेफ्ट. अच्छा, मंत्री जी का, तो मंत्री जी का मैं मंत्री जी तहे दिल से आपका शुक्रिया अदा करूं. और ये पैंडेमिक में 3 साल जो मंत्री जी का सहयोग मिला है, मंत्री जी को मैंने जितनी बार उनसे मैंने अनुरोध किया, मंत्री जी आप आ जाइए. मंत्री जी बहुत बार हमारे वेबिनार में आ चुके हैं, बहुत बार हमसे जुड़े हैं. कभी तो ऐसा हुआ है, मुझे याद है 14 नवंबर लास्ट हमारे जब 25 साल का मैगजीन का सेलिब्रेशन था, मंत्री जी अपने जो कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी में थे, इलेक्शन के बीच में, उस इलेक्शन के बीच में अभी हमसे जुड़े, तो मतलब उनका जो योगदान रहा है यह मैं कभी भूल नहीं सकता. कुछ रिश्ते होते हैं जिसको आप पे बैक नहीं कर सकते, तो वैसे मंत्री जी का योगदान रहा है. और पूरे हमारे जो इस्पात के पूरे जितने लोग हैं, सबके साथ मंत्री जी जुड़े रहते हैं. यही हमें हमारे मंत्री जी का खास बात यही है. तो पहले मैं शुरू करूंगा एक छोटा सा कमेंट फ्रॉम डायरेक्टर इंचार्ज ऑफ दुर्गापुर स्टील प्लांट, जो हमारे महाप्रबंधक हैं दुर्गापुर स्टील प्लांट के, श्री विजेंद्र प्रताप सिंह जी. उनसे मैं दरख्वास्त करूंगा टू स्टार्ट. तो आप 2 शब्द, सिंह साहब आप 2 शब्द हमारे लिए आज. जनरल सेल एक्सपेंशन, यू कैन टॉक अबाउट सेल का इतना बड़ा योगदान रहा है. सेल, हाँ, आपका प्रेजेंटेशन आप कर भी सकते हैं. प्रेजेंटेशन रेडी है सिंह साहब का? तो सर आप प्रेजेंटेशन से ही शुरू करें. यू वांट टू टेक यहाँ से उनका प्रेजेंटेशन, एक सिंह साहब ने एक प्रेजेंटेशन तैयार किया है आज, तो वो प्रेजेंटेशन चालू करते हैं.
respected Honorable Minister for State, Steel and Rural Development, Sri Pagan Singh Kulaste Saab, all dignitaries on the dais, all dignitaries of the dais, a very good afternoon to all of you. First of all, let me thank Sri Nirmalya Mukherjee Saab for calling us all here for this wonderful session of Steel Summit, a gathering of experts from all the steel industries. And he has requested me to do a sort of talk on something challenges which are faced at present by the steel fraternity in particular, and SAIL as a SAIL collectively what we are doing to take care of the national steel policy. Steel industry, we all know, is the highest employment generating sector. It is generating a huge employment. Also taking part in the national GDP growth. We all know that our nation's GDP growing. I think the slides are not changing.
Next slide.
From where?
Go to the next slide. Yeah.
Yeah. I think you go to the next slide. Here in this, we think that the global steel production already you must have discussed in the previous session. India steel production is growing at the highest rate. We see that last year it has grown at the rate of 11% in India, and compared to other countries, China, it has grown almost was at the equal stage, and other countries growing at the rate of maybe 3% or 4%. As far as our GDP is concerned, the GDP of the country growing at the rate of 6%, and in the coming years, it is projected that the country GDP will be growing at the rate of more than 6%, 6 to 7%, maybe around 7.5%. If we see the other countries in the world, the other countries are not growing. The developed countries may be growing at the rate of 1% or 2%, but all the developing countries, the GDP growth will be at the rate of 3%. Now, the steel consumption is directly linked with the growth in the GDP. If we see the in the past 20 years, the trend, the way the steel consumption has been increasing has directly linked with the growth of the GDP of the country. Around 2% of the country's GDP is directly linked with the steel consumption. And if we see the per capita consumption of the steel in the country, which is maybe around 86 kg, as compared to the world average of around 228 kg. That's why a steel policy was framed up in 2017, National Steel Policy by Ministry of Steel, wherein it was decided that by 2030, the country's steel production has to go to around 300 million tons. The per capita steel consumption has to grow to 160 kg by 2030. Making value-added steel, making steels which is imported from other sources in the country itself, attaining global standard as far as the our efficiencies are concerned, and achieving zero emission, net zero emission by 2070. It is now, and reducing the carbon emission going to below 2 by 2030. As far as the challenges in the steel industry is concerned, we see the challenges which we are facing in the steel industry. If we see, can we change the slide? Thank you. The topmost challenges being safety, raw material security is another challenge. Logistic and infrastructure is going to be a challenge if we are going in for expansion of the steel industry. Environmental sustainability is also one of the challenges, and cost of financing. If we deliberate and see these challenges one by one, safety is becoming a major challenge because of lack of skilled manpower. What we are facing in the steel plant, that in our expansions, the skilled manpower is not available to that extent. So it is very important that we see that the manpower engaged, especially contractual manpower, are trained
as per their knowledge and their skill has to be increased. Three areas where development as far as safety is concerned, which is very important, is behavior, safe working conditions, and third is following standard operating practices and standard maintenance practices. Taking care of these three things will take care of the safety. At SAIL, in all the steel plants under the guidance of our board and under the guidance of the Ministry of the Steel, all steel plants, we have appointed consultants who are guiding us for developing a safe working culture inside the plant and aiming for a zero accident, going in for accident-free steel inside the plant. Of course, lot of technologies and AIs also we are using as far as the safety in the steel is concerned. As far as the raw material security is concerned, raw material again is becoming a bigger challenge as far as when we are going in for expansions of our plant. When we talk about the raw material, three things are coming in our mind. That is iron ore, coal, and raw material for making this our refractory bricks. Iron ore is a major raw material for making steel, and especially in SAIL, what we are seeing, the iron ore reserves are depleting, and the quality of iron ore is going down. When we are using low-grade iron ores in the steel plant, overall the gang rate in the blast furnaces increases and the coke rate of the blast furnaces increases. This also increases the CO2 emission of the plant. So beneficiating this ore, reducing the gang metals of this ore is one of the challenge as far as the raw material is concerned. Coal, our over dependence on the imported coal. Whatever coal we are using, around 80% of the coal we are importing from Australia, USA, and other sources. And these coal imports are directly affecting our cost. Around 50% of the cost of our saleable steel goes towards the procurement of coal. So it's very important that we maximize the use of coal, indigenous coal, and for that, the actions taken which we are taking up in the SAIL is that is use of SAM charge batteries in ISP and Rourkela steel plant. We are going to install SAM charge batteries in all our expansion projects. Also, we are going in for SAM charge batteries. As far as uses of reducing the coal usage in the blast furnaces, reducing the coke rate of the blast furnaces, again, it is very important that all the old blast furnaces have to be replaced by modern blast furnaces, and we are in the process of going in for bigger size blast furnaces, where more than 4,000 metric cube of blast furnaces will be installed in the plant. As far as availability of the raw material for the refractory, again, that is the biggest challenge because raw material availability for the making refractory in SAIL, we are having own SRU unit, refractory making unit, and all these refractories are sourced from other than China, and China is the source where the raw material for refractory, that is magnesite, is available at the cheap source. So at this platform, I would also request Mantri Sahab is here, that maybe SAIL also should be given permission for importing raw material for making our refractory bricks at our own refractory plants in the SRU unit. As far as other challenges are concerned, logistic and railway is again becoming a challenge. For making 1 ton of steel, we require to have shipped 4 tons of raw material and outbound material. Of course, a lot of government policies has come in this, dedicated freight corridors, general purpose wagons, and other road infrastructure, development of roads, which have helped in shifting of this raw material and shifting of the finished goods from plant to. But still, going in from the present steel capacity of maybe around 150 million ton to 300 million ton, doubling the steel production in the country, it is very important that this dedicated freight corridors, what are planned by the government, has to come in time, and all the rail and road logistics has to be improved. So interventions from the government and what we have seen in this budget also, huge infrastructure spending as far as infrastructure projects are concerned, rail, roads are there inside, and it is almost we are confident that in the coming days, whatever expansions we are planning, that will be supported by rail and road infrastructure. Environmental sustainability is also going to be the major challenge. If we see the talking about the environment, three things very important, that is
air, water, and land. Talking about the air, the emissions in air, that is carbon emission, PM emission. Carbon emission is the topic of the day, where we have been given a target by Ministry of Steel that our present carbon emission, which is around 2.5 ton per ton crude steel, that has to go to below 2 by 2030. And necessary steps we are taking. In country, around 40 to 45% of the iron making route and steel making route is to blast furnace and bauxite. And in this route, reducing carbon emission going below 1.8 is really difficult. So from the present level, going to by 2030, the target is to go to below 2, for which a lot of actions which we are planning at scale is reducing the coke rate in the blast furnaces by improving the coke quality, improving the efficiencies of the blast furnace, using best available technologies, that is maybe TRT in the blast furnace, waste heat recoveries in the blast furnace, use of stand charge batteries, use of CDQs, and also increasing the energy efficiency of the plant. Whatever latest modernized plant we are taking, whatever plants we are going in for expansion, we are making the blast furnaces ready for use of hydrogen in the plant, hydrogen and alternate fuel like natural gases, so that the PCI injection can be replaced by natural gas or maybe hydrogen in the later times when the hydrogen is available at the cheap rate. Now, at the present, hydrogen is available at the rate of around $5 per kg. And if it comes down to $1 per kg, then only this will be commercially viable for steel. So it's very important that we make ourselves ready for use of hydrogen for making in and going in for making green steel. As far as CO2 emission is concerned, reducing emission is one part where we are doing a lot of things for improving our operational efficiency. And the next thing is, if we want to go below 1.8, that is carbon capture, and it is usage. Even for carbon capture, we have tied up with IIT Mumbai and also some of the industries where they will be setting up pilot plants in Burnpur steel plant for capturing carbon and pumping into the CBM well, where these carbons will be utilized properly, and even converting this carbon to ethanol or methanol for the proper usage of this carbon and earning some revenue out of it. Because carbon usage, carbon capture again is going to be a very costly affair. We have taken a pilot project wherein the indications have come that maybe for carbon capture of around 1,000 tons per day will require an investment of maybe around 4,000 crores. So if we are going to invest such amount of money for carbon capture, it's very important that whatever carbon we are capturing, out of that, we have to gain some revenue. We just cannot waste that carbon by pumping it into the oil wells and not utilizing that. So we are taking up some of the projects where converting this carbon into useful product and earning some revenue out of it. This is a project we are taking with IIT Mumbai, where we are taking a pilot project where in 50 tons of carbon per day will be captured and pumped into a CBM well. That just to have a proof of concept where we'll be able to show that carbon capture is possible from our place. Talking about other sustainability parameters, again, it's important is reducing PM emission and specific water consumption. Our PM emission presently, which is around 50 mg per normal meter cube, that has to go to below 30 mg per normal meter cube in the coming days, for which all our ESPs and our back filters we are modernizing and upgrading our ESPs. As far as specific water consumption is concerned, specific water consumption, which is around 2.8 presently, the target is to go to below 2.2 or to go below 2 meter cube per ton crude steel by having zero liquid discharge and other water circulation system within the plant, and aiming for zero liquid discharge from the plant. We all know the government thrust on the infrastructure. The last budget we have seen around 10 trillion rupees has to be spent on the infrastructure in the coming budget, which has been proposed by the Government of India. And the major project which has been envisaged is building up of the airport, building up of the seaport, development of the roads, development of the other smart city and other cities, wherein a lot of consumption of the steel will be there, and around 60% of the consumption of the steel is going to the infrastructure sector. So that's again showing a trend wherein a huge consumption of the steel will be required, and the growth of the Indian steel industry will be there. AI and digitalization of AI, use of AI in the steel industry again is coming in a big way, where we are seeing that utilization of AI in the plant to monitor the health of equipment, to improve our efficiencies of the operations of the plant again is very important. As far as the expansion of the sale is concerned, keeping in line with the national steel policy, CL has also made its plan for expansion from 20 million ton of the present level and to go to 35 million ton, for which the plants of Banpur, Durgapur, Bokaro, and Rourkela will be expanded and the factories will be expanded. My best wishes for this seminar, and I think the 2 day seminar has been successful. The participants who have been coming here must have gathered a lot of information from each other. Let me once again thank Nirmal and Pradisa for calling us here and making this session live. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Singh Saab. Mr. BP Singh, enablers जो हैं हमारे इस्पात उद्योग में, enable मतलब जो हमें करना है to reach 300 million ton, उसके बाद 2047 तक जो 500 मिलियन टन की हमारी जो टारगेट है उसको पहुंचने में हमें क्या क्या जरूरत है. आई थिंक मिस्टर बीपी सिंह, डायरेक्टर इंचार्ज Durgapur Steel Plant and Expo Steel Plant, has highlighted all the issues. He spoke on raw materials, he spoke on industry 4.0, you spoke on decarbonization. So हमारे सारे जो issues हैं और enablers हैं उनको सिंह साहब ने बहुत अच्छी तरह से, I think सिंह साहब एक बार जिक्र भी किए हैं, the refractory raw materials, which is subject very close to heart of मीरा जी. मीरा जी, मैं आपसे यही रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा, एक बार आके आप अपना थॉट शेयर करें मंत्री जी के सामने. मीरा जी काइंडली. मीरा साहनी जी जो हैं ये प्रेसिडेंट है ग्लोबल मोनार्क के, जो दुबई बेस्ड हैं और हमारे आज के कॉन्फ्रेंस के प्लैटिनम स्पॉन्सर भी हैं. तो मीरा जी से मैं यही रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि आप 2 शब्द कहें मंत्री जी के लिए कि रिफ्रैक्टरी रॉ मटेरियल के लिए सोर्सिंग हम कैसे करें. मीरा जी, would you like to take the dais?
सडनली आप मुझे बोलने के लिए मंत्री जी, आपका यहाँ पे आने के लिए बहुत शुभकामनाएं. Warm welcome to all of the very nice to be back on the stage here. Raw materials के लिए मैं क्या बोलूँ? It's really a huge challenge for the refractory industry. चाइना से बहुत कुछ आता है और main source of refractory raw materials तो चाइना ही है. But everyone is trying कि चाइना से दूर होके कहीं और से भी हम लें. It's good कि कुछ raw materials हम लोग यहाँ बना रहे हैं, like the alumina, white fused alumina यहाँ बनता है. But the main raw material, which is magnesite, वो चाइना से ही आता है largely. There are other sources, magnesite के भी, Brazil है, other countries as well. But वो price high हो जाता है. जो मैंने कल अपने स्पीच में भी बोला था कि रिफ्रैक्टरी इंडस्ट्री की ये सबसे बड़ी प्रॉब्लम है कि वो चाहते हैं कि नॉन चाइनीज जाए. बट आप सब जो यहाँ बैठे हैं स्टील प्लांट के लोग, आप अपना प्राइसेस बढ़ाएंगे नहीं तो देयर इज ऑलवेज दिस कॉन्फ्लिक्ट. चाइना से प्रॉब्लम्स होते हैं, एनवायरनमेंट इश्यूज हो जाएगा, लॉजिस्टिक इशू हो जाएगा, शिपमेंट्स नहीं होते हैं, एंड देन देयर स्ट्रैंडेड. तो थोड़ा सा मदद कीजिए ताकि वी कैन लुक एट नॉन चाइनीज रॉ मटेरियल्स, एंड वी आर ग्लोबल सोर्सिंग कंपनी. हम कहीं से भी सोर्स करके कुछ भी दे सकते हैं. तो हाँ, I mean, the industry has to really be a little more supportive to the refractory producers to be able to move away from China. Otherwise, yes, there are a lot of materials to India में खुद हम बना रहे हैं, and we have magnesite here as well actually. So उसका भी as a, some things can be done about mining, improving the quality. We have to be self-sufficient and we should at least try and do what we can in India. Thank you.
Thank you, madam.
That's enough.
Thank you, मीरा जी. Thank you. यही तो हमारी मकसद है कि हमें आत्मनिर्भर बनने के लिए किसी के ऊपर हम निर्भर ना बने, जितना हो सके हम कम कर पाए किसी के ऊपर निर्भरता। इसी का तो आत्मनिर्भर का ये पूरा जो प्रधानमंत्री ने बहुत दिनों से ये बात कह रहे हैं, आत्मनिर्भर भारत की ओर हम जो बढ़ रहे हैं, ये इसमें हर एक रॉ मटेरियल हमारे देश में उपलब्ध हो और हम कुछ ना हो तो ऑल्टरनेट रॉ मटेरियल सोचे कि ये नहीं तो कुछ और सही। और हमारे माननीय मंत्री जी के जो सहायक हैं, उनका प्राइवेट सेक्रेटरी जो है अनिल कुमार जी, वो खुद एक मेटलर्जिस्ट हैं, जो इसकी वजह से मंत्री जी को हर एक दिन अपडेट मिलते रहता है हमें क्या करना है। तो मैं आपका भी अनिल जी बहुत बहुत शुक्रगुजार हूँ कि आपने शुरू से आपका सहयोग रहा है। और आज मैं हर बार बोलता हूँ, आज फिर से दोहरा रहा हूँ, इफ यू गो टू मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ स्टील टुडे यू विल फाइंड अ मार्क डिफरेंस। मैं पिछले 30 साल से उद्योग भवन जा रहा हूँ। मैंने ये सरकार 10 साल की जो है, इससे पहले मैं देखता था बहुत सारे लोग मंत्री जी के दफ्तर के आसपास घूमते रहते थे। आज आपको कोई एक मिडिल मैन नहीं मिलेगा, किसी को आप नहीं देखेंगे कि मंत्रालय में मंत्री जी के रूम के सामने मतलब घूम रहे हैं कोई काम के लिए, क्योंकि हमारा प्रधानमंत्री का एक ही कहना है, ना खाएंगे ना खाने देंगे। सो दैट इज व्हाट हैज मेड दिस मिनिस्ट्री corruption free in the last 10 years, and we are so proud of it. We are proud of our prime minister because he has delivered what he has promised to this country. And you know, any day you go across the world, मैं तो यूरोप में घूमता हूँ, मैं हर एक जगह जाता हूँ, हर एक जगह क्या आज हर एक भारतीय का क्या इज्जत बढ़ गया है। We are treated as, you know, a country with a lot of power. That's the difference which this prime minister has done for this country. We should all feel proud of our prime minister who has made India so proud. मैं अभी श्रीधर जी से रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा। श्रीधर जी पहले आर्सेलर निपन स्टील में रहे हैं, अभी सीईओ हैं जेएसपीएल डाउनस्ट्रीम के लिए, बहुत बड़ा कोल्ड रोलिंग मिल, गैल्वेनाइजिंग और कलर कोटिंग लगा रहे हैं। 1.2 मिलियन टन फर्स्ट फेज का आपका एक्सपेंशन है। श्रीधर जी, आप अगर दो शब्द आपके जेएसपीएल में आप जो अंगुल में लगाने वाले उस बारे में आप कुछ कहें। श्रीधर जी, Sridhar ji is CEO, JSPL. He was earlier CEO of AMNS coating unit in Pune. Sridhar ji.
Good afternoon, Mantri ji. In fact, what Mr. Nirmal Mukherjee has said, we are all proud of our Prime Minister, we are all proud of our country, and we are all proud of the government. Having said that, the rate at which India is growing, 6.5% of GDP growth, one of the fastest growing economies in the world, and the Prime Minister has so proudly said in the US, joint session to the Congress that in his third term, and we all know that he's going to come for the third term, that India will be the third largest economy in the world. I mean, the roads are being constructed at the rate of 40 to 45 kilometers per day. This has not happened anywhere in the world. And we are the second largest road network in the world. The infrastructure, the government is spending 10 trillion rupees. And by, let's say, 2025, so we'll be the largest road network in the world. And coming to the renewable energy, right now we are at 133 gigawatts, but by 2030 we should be about 500 gigawatts. So all these are leading to steel consumption in a big way. The roads, the renewable power, and also the poverty reduction because of rapid urbanization, because of the GDP growth. What is going to happen is the steel consumption from the level what it was before, let's say 10 years back, now it's at 87. And if we have a target of 160, and we are going to reach it at this rate. We are at 140 million tons for production. And by 2030, it will become 300 million and beyond. Thanks to the enabling and the facilitating environment which has been created by the government, all the entire steel industry is quite grateful to the government, the rate at which we are going. And we at JSPL, we have a very ambitious target to grow. We are at 9 million tons. We will go to 12 million tons, 15 million tons, eventually to 25 million tons. In Angul, we are expected to be the largest single location steel producing in the near time soon. Having said that, we also have the coal gasification plant in Angul from the Mugi technology. And this is this is a step towards reducing the carbon footprint. I can go on, but with this, I would like to conclude saying that we are all thankful to the government and to the steel ministry for creating an enabling and facilitating environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Sridharji. Thank you so much. In fact, this is what I keep saying. The government's role or the ministry's role right now is not to play the role of policing, but to play the role of a facilitator. In Europe, what we see, the governments play the role of facilitators. So the similar thing has happened under Modi ji's regime. This is a perceptible change because Modi ji bolte rehte hain. Modi ji bolte hain, minimum government, maximum governance. That is what Modi ji's statement is. So our role is not policing. Steel ministry is not doing policing anymore. In a decontrolled regime, the role of the ministry is to play the role of a facilitator, which is what it. मैं पहली बार जब अनिल कुमार जी से मिलने गया था, मैं तो सोचा भी नहीं था कि एक मंत्री जी का दफ्तर में आके मुझे जूस के लिए पूछा जाएगा, खाना के लिए पूछा जाएगा। तो अनिल कुमार जी बोले आपके लिए क्या खाना मांगा है, क्या जूस पीना चाहते हैं। मैं तो छोटा सा पत्रकार हूँ, आई एम अ स्मॉल टाइम जर्नलिस्ट. माई जॉब इज टू ब्रिंग द गवर्नमेंट्स व्यू बिफोर द इंडस्ट्री. पत्रकार के नाते मेरा यही मेरा काम है. लेकिन वो मैं चौंक गया कि व्हेन आई वेंट इनटू द मिनिस्टर्स ऑफिस, it was like being in a corporate office where I was treated like a proper customer. That is the greatness of Phaggan Singh Kulaste ji. So big round of applause Mantri ji ke liye. And I have not seen a down to earth minister like him. A real down to earth minister. जो आप इतना देर तक, मैं अभी मंत्री जी के साथ बैठा था, हम लोग काफी देर बात कर रहे थे, and I reminded him of a time when the previous governments were there, where the public sector units used to, work only on the then minister. I don't have a problem in naming him, Beni Prasad Verma. उनका जो है पोस्टर और फ्लेक्स बनाने में कॉर्पोरेट कम्युनिकेशन लगा रहता था. Now there is not an inch of interference. अपना सिंह साहब हैं, चेयरमैन सेल को भी आप पूछ सकते हैं. None of the ministers will do it. Because यही फर्क आया है, यही फर्क आया है इस गवर्नमेंट में. So that is why I am so proud of our Prime Minister. मैं कुमारसेन जी को थोड़ा बोलूंगा. अभी कुमारसेन जी बोल रहे थे कि 6 मिलियन तक खपत वो लासेन टुब्रो में करते हैं. और जैसे मैंने कहा, जो हमारा इस्पात खरीदता है वो हमारे लिए भगवान है. तो कुमारसेन जी, आप बताइए कि हाँ, कैसे हमारी खपत बढ़ाया जाए. हम तो 300 मिलियन टन की बात करते हैं, लेकिन जाएगा कहाँ ये 300 मिलियन टन? आप ही तो कंज्यूम करेंगे.
See, once again, Nirmaladar, good afternoon. Honorable Minister Sir, the respected dignitaries on the dais, of the dais, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to everyone. My name is T. Kumaresan. I am heading the Minerals and Metals Verticals of Larsen & Toubro. Larsen & Toubro need not have any introduction. We are the nation builders. We are proud to be associated with two milestones which has recently happened. One is Ram Mandir. The second one is the transformer link that will say this all built by Larsen & Toubro. We are also doing some of the signature projects, which is the first of its kind, thanks to Honorable Prime Minister and the government, the high-speed rail project, which we are doing more than 60% of the job. This is the answer, Mr. Dada, where we are going to consume the steel. So today I am going to talk about that, as a role of LNG, as a nation builder, steel plant builder, and also a consumer. Let me talk about first as a plant builder. Thanks, BP Singh Saab, that, to see that in the next 10 years' time, according to the steel policy, the steel is going to be, the consumption and the, capacity addition is going to be almost double. Over a period of 100 steel industry in India is more than 120 years old. And today we have a capacity of 160 million ton and producing 125. Getting it to double in the next 10 years, which is 300 million ton. It's a great news for the plant builders like L&T and many other, EPC plant builders. Having said that, some of the challenges which Singh Saab rightly pointed out here, the safety, yes, which is the topmost concern. The safety that, today there is a shortage of skill sets. L&T today produces every year 100,000 skilled workmen across its CSTIs. We call it as a construction skill training institute. We have 12 institutes. What we are doing is we pick up the students from the rural area, from ITIs, 10 and 12 pass people. They come to us under the National Apprentice Scheme. We give them training for a 6-month scheduled course. And thereafter, we give the certificate. It's not only for the L&T's projects, it's for the country. Anybody can pick up. Most of them we engage in our project. Having said that, the safety today is way of our life at L&T. We use digital and AI tools to overcome and create an environment where the safety is not just an activity, it's a core value for us. Second thing is the sustainability. The sustainability that 37% of L&T's business comes out of green business. We are committed to reach water neutral by 2035 and also carbon neutral by 2040. We are the top third firm globally graded in ESG index out of 200 firms. So we are fully committed to the sustainability. The third one, how are we going to do in the next 10 years? Let me talk about the project implementation. We are doing a lot of global projects. If you see in domestic also, you take it any sector, it's reduce the interfaces. The customer is, very good at producing steel. There are good project management, good companies who can build the projects on time. The on-time delivery company comes, the selection of the contractor plays a very big role. And how the packaging concept is made, that's another big will determine the success factor. So the maximum success is seen when it is gone in an EPC mode, so that the large companies comes to the stage and execute the project on EPC basis, where their interfaces are less, the time and cost is assured. I will take this forum to not only the sale and other customers to look into this. The second one is that, the selection of the contractor. Many departments, again, thanks to the government, quality and cost-based selection is the norm today. We call it as QCBS. The moment we do the evaluation criteria in the pre-bid stage to choose the capable contractor, then I used to tell my customer, protect your investment. Today, the cost of capital is so high. If the projects, if you don't complete on time, the IRR is not coming on time, it puts a stress on the overall capex. So I would request you to take that also in that consideration. And another one is that dispute resolution mechanism. If I say again, thanks to ministry and government, Vivad Se Vishwas scheme. That's a very good step by the government of India to settle many disputes. It's there in many departments like highways, ports, and I would request that it also to come in the steel industry. Honorable Minister, this is one request I'm putting in this forum, so that many of these disputes can be resolved before it is getting to the court. So with this, on the dispute resolution mechanism and the model, we are fully committed to do it. And the last one is, again, Atmanirbhar Bharat, Make in India. lot of improvement these schemes have been given to the domestic industries, have been given a lot of opportunity. Where one area is further required is that the technology transfer agreement, unless until government and customer come together, this cannot happen in India. And if you see in oil and gas industry, most of the technology is transferred or it is licensor and licensee agreement. Probably that needs to be extended to the metal industry as well. Last, not but the least, uh, again, things have shown that trillion economy. Honorable Prime Minister, that I was part of the delegation 2 days before that when we were in Abu Dhabi. Here also he said that, India is going to be the third largest economy in the next term. To do that, lot, in order to reach that kind of level, the consumption, every area, more waterways are going to be there, more highways are going to be built. Today, if you see that last 1 year, most of the consumption is driven by internal consumption more than the export. I am sure the kind of infrastructure plan, Gati Shakti plan, various schemes which the government has, I have no doubt that the consumption is, which is one of the highest in the world and will continue to grow in the same. Once again, Dada, thank you so much. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kumar Sanji. It's been always wonderful since you always come forward and participated at various events. Now I'll request the other large player, the largest producer in India. JSW Steel is the largest steel producer in India. And the raw material head, who heads the raw material procurement, raw material management at JSW, पुनीत जगतराम का जी, आपसे अगर दो शब्द रॉ मटेरियल के बारे में आप स्पेसिफिकली कहें तो अच्छा होगा कि हमारे आयरन और कोकिंग कोल ये सब का प्रोक्योर में हमारे क्या बाधाएं हो सकती है या हम क्या हर रोज से आप इस दिक्कत से कहें।
माननीय मंत्री जी and dignitaries from various steel and related companies in India, from JIOCL, from SAIL, from LNT, from MSPC, और मेरे स्टील इंडस्ट्री के साथियों, आप सबको मेरा प्रणाम। Raw material for the steel industry, as Mr. Singh Saab was talking from Durgapur plant. So more or less, I would say the challenges what India is having has been there for quite some time in terms of availability of coking coal, iron ore, including the refractory raw materials. But there has been a drastic improvement. What we have seen, iron ore production has gone up by about 70 million ton in last 2 years. When we compare the production of other countries, that significant increase has not happened. So we are on the track. We will always be behind because every time government is setting up the new vision, now the vision is 300 million ton. So it's taking time in terms of coping up with the vision. ये समय अभी जो अमृत काल का चल रहा है, we are seeing every industrialist is expanding their capacity, and that too even JSW. We are currently running at a capacity of 29 million ton, and in next financial year we will be doing about 36 million ton. And we have chalked out a plan by 2027 we will be about 50 million ton of steel capacity. Most of the industry order has been picked up by our friend from LNT. So wherever we go, we see the LNT setting up the plant with all the good practices, safety practices. But coming to raw material again, we have a big hope, we have a huge expectations from the Indian government to as much as possible open up the mining in coking coal, iron ore, so that the India is Atmanirbhar and we don't have to look around, as Mr. Singh was saying, to Australia or any other country in terms of a supply of raw material. Madam was talking about the magnesite. It is available in India. It's only a matter of time how quickly we open it. Alumina bauxite is obviously open for the refractory in large quantity in India, and that has been started converting and going into the refractory making already. And समय तो ऐसा है कि आज किसी भी इंडिविजुअल इंडियन से आप मिलते हो तो आप लोग देखेंगे उनमें एक अजीब सा ऑप्टिमिज्म आया हुआ है हर यंग टैलेंट में, हर इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट में,
तो ये हर्षोल्लास और सेलिब्रेशन का टाइम है. इसके साथ आई स्टॉप हियर एंड आई कांग्रेचुलेट ईच वन ऑफ यू एंड विल वेट एंड हियर मोर मंत्री जी. थैंक यू.
थैंक यू पुनीत जी. हम अगेन फिर से मुझे आपसे तो स्पेशल धन्यवाद कहना पड़ेगा क्योंकि आप स्वस्थ नहीं थे, फिर भी आप आए. यू हैव टेरिबल toothache, I know that. In spite of that, you were here. So once again, thanks for being here. आप स्वस्थ हो जाएं बहुत जल्दी, यही कामना करेंगे. Now I'll request Chairman cum Managing Director of MSTC to share his thoughts with us, because MSTC does a lot of sourcing of all the, in fact, all government, most of the government purchases which are done on tenders is done by MSTC. I think reverse auction also you do. So if you could speak a few words on MSTC's role in the entire ecosystem and what you've just taken over. So yeah, you are so to say a fresh talent in MSTC, and you serve the railways as well.
माननीय इस्पात और ग्रामीण विकास राज्य मंत्री श्री फग्गन सिंह कुलास्ते महोदय, all the distinguished friends on and off the dais. I am privileged to be here today with an opportunity to speak to all of you. Being a part of the sector and yet something slightly removed from the sector. Why I say that? Being a part of the sector, we started life as a canalizing agency for scrap. Over time, the relevance of that function has gone. We are also present in probably every major steel plant in the country as slag and scrap recyclers and resuppliers. It's a major function through a subsidiary of ours called FSNI, Ferro Scrap Nigam Limited. And the USP today is that we are an e-commerce platform, which is a very transparent, a very robust platform for e-auctions and e-procurement for all kinds of services and commodities. My colleague Singh Sir talked about the two opportunities and challenges of sustainability and leveraging digital transformation. I'm proud to say that as a part of the Ministry of Steel, we are right in the middle of both of them. We have a joint venture for end of life vehicle recycling. As through FSNL, we are into recovery of steel from slag and recycling. And as a part of the digital transformation, we are probably one of the pioneers of taking the procurement and auction process from physical form into the digital, into an acceptable digital platform over the last 15 years. That is an area that we will keep working in. We look at different opportunities, the possibility of customizing requirements with the sector going on a major exponential increase path. There would be requirements and opportunities for sourcing of material, for providing a platform for marketing the product nationally and internationally. That is where we feel we fit in completely. Once again, I'm grateful to the organizers for giving me an opportunity to talk about a little about my company. And we look forward to the sector going on a completely exponential great path. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ghoshal, for such a brief but pertinent role which MSCC plays in the ecosystem. It connects us, connects the entire supply chain. This morning when I was having a discussion with Miraji, with Vice President Raw Materials of Tata Steel, Mr. Sundaramam, we are talking about the role of, the entire supply chain. I think MSTC connects the supply chain together. So that's a huge role, I would say. Before I move on to my good friend Rajesh Bhai and then Chief Guest will address, because we have to let Mantriji leave for the airport. His flight is at 6:15, so 5:15 he should be there at the airport. That means latest by 4:45 we wound up the session. तो महापात्रा जी आप दो शब्द बोल के राजेश भाई को छोड़ दीजिए. राजेश भाई दो शब्द बोल के उसके बाद मंत्री जी बोलेंगे. महापात्रा जी इज डायरेक्टर कमर्शियल ऑफ KIOCL, मंत्रालय का हमारा इस्पात मंत्रालय का और एक सदस्य हैं. KIOCL is an important player in the ministry because it manufactures pellets, which plays a very important role, because this morning the entire discussion was on pellet. कि हमारे जो आयरन ओर है उसको सही तरह से हम लोग अगर इस्तेमाल करना चाहते हैं तो पैलेटाइजेशन बहुत जरूरी है. महापात्रा साहब, ओवर टू यू.
Respected Minister Sir, Pagan Singh Kulhaste Sir, and all the dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. KIOCL, earlier known as Kudremukh Iron Ore Company, it is the first company who was dealing with this magnetite iron ore fines, producing iron ore concentrates and having a pellet plant in the Mangalore, in the right on the shore. And it's the first company and only company in India who it's 100% UI unit. Almost 95% of produce is exported. And before I talk about this, my thing will be very brief. And regarding the pellet making to the nation, I'll just quote a small proverb from the Sanskritam. Dharmam rakshati rakshitaha. Means if you protect the dharma, dharma will protect you. Dharma means, it doesn't mean that religion I'm talking about. Dharma means doing the things in the righteous way, in a truthful manner. If you uphold those ethical things, probably the process will take care of what we do. Why I'm talking about in this context? In our country, we have three issues. First issue, this is regarding steel industry, particularly the raw material, and in very specificity about the pellet. Where we stand, what we aim to achieve, what is need to be done. Where do you stand? In 1950s, India and China started together. We are in the same level of development, same level of steel production. Today, 2024, China produces more than 1,000 million tons of steel. We produce around 140 million tons of steel. China consumes almost 1,700 million tons of iron ore to produce 1,000 million tons. Out of 1,700 million, almost 200 million tons they import. They import anything and everything. Anything beyond 45%, they import. What we do? We use only the good quality of iron ore fines or iron ore, and all the low quality, means whatever is there below 58, we export. So why this kind of anomaly? There is something amiss in our approach. So that is in this particular thing, I'm trying to tell you what we have to do. So there is a big gap between what we aim and what we want to achieve. And what really we want to achieve, Government of India has taken really a very path-breaking approach. And that is the first step was the National Steel Policy 2017, where 300 million ton we have to create the capacity by 2030, and 255 million ton of finished steel we will be producing. And for that, we require almost 450 million ton of iron ore fines, iron ore. And for that, government has kept a target of almost using around 50% of pellet in the steel making. So if that means around 227-28 million ton of pellet is required. Today, the capacity in India is around 136 million ton. And we produced last year, calendar year, around 90 million ton. So that is a huge scope. And pelletization is the mantra. So anything we do without beneficiation, we have to use this low grade dump iron ore fines, whatever is being generated in the mine site, it has to be beneficiated. Without beneficiation, we are not going to achieve our Atmanirbhar Bharat and that self-sufficient in the production. That is, and government of India is taking a lot of efforts, and that is really praiseworthy. And as a government and KICL and it's under Ministry of Steel, we are also benefited. And regarding that, what we have to do to achieve this, probably just I'll summarize in 2 minutes. We have to have short-term, medium-term, and long-term approaches. I'll just give you one small anomaly, what is in our efforts. That is, for example, presently what is happening for last 1.5 months, the iron ore prices in the international market is going down. It has almost gone down by around $15 to $16 last 45 days. And in India, iron ore fines prices have gone up by around 600 to 1200 rupees. And steel prices is in standstill. And that means there is on the account of raw material itself, there are 2,500 rupees increases there. So this is the catch we have to do. We have to see that government has to take some policy measures. Like that means the iron ore pricing has to be linked to some kind of indexing, where you take the basis for auction. We cannot, that means if the solo mode, these iron ore fines are being auctioned, and that is the price is the only thing. So some kind of like NDRC in China, they do the control, price control they do. Similarly, we have to devise such kind of policies. Some are linking to some part of the auction prices, some part of the index prices, so that should be a balance between the raw material prices, finished product prices, and intermediate prices. So this is one of the things where we have to look in. And in the medium term, probably we have to think of like the beneficiation, all the captive mine owners, government have to think of, it's my personal view, but anyway, so that means the beneficiation should be made a part of the mining activities, so that they should not sell the iron ore in the open market. After only beneficiation, so they say food for thought, we can think in that direction. And that's where the long term is concerned. So we must be focusing on the clusterization, where government can create the facilities, infrastructure, the common man, that means the producers, medium, small, or micro, whatever they can utilize the infrastructure, so that there should be some synergy, cost of production will come down. Maybe like we can establish the slurry pipelines, maybe the logistics we have to think of. Those things we have to, so this is a submission before the Honorable Minister, sir. And with this, I just conclude. Thank you.
Thank you, Mahapatra ji. Really, you touched upon the pertinent subjects, and also the fact that Ministry of Steel has played a very proactive role, especially during the last 10 years, almost 10 years, that this government has been there. राजेश भाई, आप तो मेरे परिवार के हो, आपसे क्या बोलना, आपको मैं सिर्फ 1 मिनट दूंगा। आप मेरे भाई हो, आपको सिर्फ 1 मिनट दूंगा, क्योंकि मंत्री जी को मैं फ्लाइट नहीं छूटना चाहिए मंत्री जी का, इसलिए मैं आपसे यही रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा, 1 मिनट में आप कल्फ्रीजा के बारे में और एनर्जी सेविंग ऐसे हम कैसे कर सकते हैं, इस बारे में आप 2 शब्द कहें। Mr. Rajesh Kumar, my brother, is the managing director of Calfreeza India, which is based in Zaragoza, Spain. And Pablo was kind enough to invite me to Zaragoza in Spain. I cannot forget the excellent hospitality I enjoyed with Pablo in Zaragoza. And again, I am going to be there in 2 months, end of May, when I visit Danelli. After Danelli, I'll be visiting you. Thank you so much, Pablo. Rajesh, over to you. Your clock starts now. 60 seconds.
नमस्कार, श्रीमान मंत्री महोदय, श्रीमान बीपी सिंह महोदय, डायरेक्टर इंचार्ज दुर्गापुर सेल, सम्मानित देवियों और सज्जनों, मैं इस मौके पर क्या कहूं कि बहुत सम्मान का विषय है कि मंत्री महोदय हमारे बीच हैं। आज हम जिस जगह पर पहुंचे हैं, इसमें भारत सरकार, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ स्टील का काफी योगदान रहा है, और उन्होंने स्टील फ्रेटर्निटी के सपने को अपना सपना समझा है। कैल्फ्रीसा मेरी कंपनी है, मैं उसके बारे में ज्यादा कुछ नहीं कहना चाहूंगा इस मौके पर। हमने पिछले 2 दिनों में काफी चर्चाएं की।
इस मौके पर पूरे स्टील समुदाय को देखते हुए वाजपेयी जी की, स्वर्गीय वाजपेयी जी की एक कविता की कुछ पंक्तियां कहता हूं। कदम मिलाकर चलना होगा, बाधाएं आती हैं आए, घिरे प्रलय की घोर घटाएं, पांव के नीचे अंगारे, सर पर बरसे यदि ज्वालाएं, निज हाथों में आग लगाकर हंसते हंसते चलना होगा, कदम मिलाकर चलना होगा। धन्यवाद।
आप तो 60 सेकंड भी नहीं लिए राजेश भाई। थैंक यू सो मच। सो लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, आप जिस वक्त के लिए इंतजार कर रहे थे पिछले 2 दिन से, वो वक्त अभी आ चुका है। हमारे मुख्य अतिथि माननीय मंत्री महोदय, हमारे आदरणीय श्री फग्गन सिंह कुलस्ते जी, आज हमें जो मार्गदर्शन करवाएंगे, हम उसी के लिए इंतजार कर रहे थे पिछले 2 दिन से। माननीय मंत्री जी, आप बैठ के बोलना चाहेंगे या पोडियम? तो अ बिग राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज फॉर ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर।
एसोसिएशन स्टील समिट एंड एक्सपो, इस कार्यक्रम में इस तौर से हमारे एमडी वीरेंद्र जी, एमएसटीसी श्री वीपी सिंह जी, हमारे परिनिदेशक श्री विनय कुमार मिश्रा जी, निदेशक ICL राजेश कुमार जी, प्रबंध निदेशक श्री दर्जी, COJSPL हमारे हरेशन जी, LNT श्री ले जी CO, और श्री हमारे पुनीत राम जी का एक वरिष्ठ उपाध्यक्ष BSW, और हमारे देश के संचालक हैं। बहुत अच्छा हमने ऐसे पूरे कार्यक्रम को इन 2 दिनों में जैसे संचालित किया है। मैं विशेष तौर से आज इस स्टील एवं जी के द्वारा जिस आयोजित एशियन स्टील समिट एक्सपो 2024 के इस महत्वपूर्ण सम्मेलन में यहाँ पर आए हुए सभी प्रतिनिधियों का, हमारे सभी अलग अलग क्षेत्र से जो हमारे यहाँ लोग उपस्थित हैं, मैं सबको बधाई देता हूँ। समय और कल जब ये कार्यक्रम शुरू होगा, जैसे मुझे बताया गया है कि अलग अलग 5 सेक्टरों में 5 हमारे सब्जेक्ट्स जिन पे डिस्कशन हुआ है, परंतु आज इस बात की मांग में जो अपेक्षित मजबूत वृद्धि के साथ आज जब भारत वैश्विक इस्पात उद्योग में एक प्रमुख उत्पादक के रूप में उभर रहा है, तो बार बार आप सब लोगों ने उल्लेख किया है कि इस आत्मनिर्भर भारत प्रधानमंत्री जी की एक विबद्धता है, और इसको आर्थिक परिवर्तन के केंद्र में देश का इस्पात उद्योग है, जो एक महत्वपूर्ण शक्ति के रूप में कार्य कर रहा है, जो भारत के समग्र विकास और प्रगति में महत्वपूर्ण योगदान देता है। आज मैं कह सकता हूं कि जब हमने प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के इस दूसरे कार्यकाल में जब मैं इससे स्टील के सेक्टर में आया, तो मैंने अनुभव किया कि इस्पात क्षेत्र का जो मजबूत प्रदर्शन और रणनीतिक भूमिका और इसे देश की आर्थिक समृद्धि की आधारशिला के रूप में स्थापित करते हैं,
जो विभिन्न क्षेत्रों को प्रभावित करती है और एक मजबूत आर्थिक महाशक्ति बनने की दिशा में भारत की यात्रा के पक्ष को आकार देती है। और उसके पीछे हमने जो प्रयास किए और उसका मुख्य उद्देश्य है कि इस्पात क्षेत्र ने उल्लेखनीय जो उपलब्धियां हासिल की, वर्तमान में 171 मीट्रिक टन की क्षमता के साथ भारत दुनिया के सबसे बड़े इस्पात उत्पादक के रूप में स्थापित है। वित्तीय वर्ष से 2023-24 में अप्रैल से जनवरी तक के जो कच्चे माल का उत्पादन समय 118.4 118.4 मिलियन टन हुआ है और तैयार इस्पात का जो उत्पादन है वो हमारे पास से 113.5 मिलियन टन है। और खपत है, जहां तक उसका उल्लेख आप देखते जा सकते हैं कि खपत 112.4 मिलियन टन हुआ है। और पूर्व में जो पड़े स्थिति को अगर ध्यान में रखें तो हुए देखें तो स्पष्ट होता है कि इस्पात की मांग उत्पादन की तुलना से ज्यादा है। आज जरूरत इसी बात की है और इसलिए हमने विभाग के अंदर अलग अलग प्रकार के, जैसे आज ये संगोष्ठी हमारी में हम इस पे शामिल हो रहे हैं, ऐसे अनेक प्रकार के, और हमने चिंतन शिविर भी किया ऐसे अलग अलग सेक्टरों को। और कुल मिलाकर के आज जो देश की जरूरत, उस जरूरत को हम कैसे पूरा कर सकते हैं। अभी ये जो आंकड़े मैंने बताया कि जितना हमारे पास सन होना चाहिए उस डिमांड के अनुपात में हम थोड़ा पीछे हैं। और इसलिए पूर्व में जो पड़े स्थिति को ध्यान में रखते हुए अगर देखें तो स्पष्ट होता है कि इस्पात की मांग उत्पादन की तुलना में ज्यादा है, जिस वजह से आयात की तुलना में निर्यात कम हुआ है। क्योंकि जो इन्वेंट्री है, जो वो जो ट्रांजिट में है, अतः हमें मांग के अनुसार उत्पादन को बढ़ाने की जरूरत, और वर्तमान में हम लगभग 80% क्षमता पर ही उत्पादन पाकर आ रहे हैं। हमें अपनी क्षमता का 100% तक उत्पादन करना, तभी हम ये जो लागत कास्ट कम कर पाएंगे, मांग को पूरा कर पाएंगे, आयात कम होगा तथा निर्यात बढ़ेगा और संसाधनों का लाभकारी उपयोग किया जा सकेगा। और इस वित्तीय वर्ष में कच्चे माल का जो उत्पादन 140 मिलियन टन से ज्यादा होने की एक संभावना है। अगर हमारी जो पिछले 2017 में जो इस्पात नीति जब हम अनाउंस किया और उस समय 230-31 तक हमारा 300 मिलियन टन का जो कच्चे माल का जो हमारी महत्वाकांक्षी एक लक्ष्य निर्धारित किए हैं, इस लक्ष्य की प्राप्ति के लिए हमारी सरकार ने कई नीतिगत फैसले किए, जिसमें से विशेष तौर से हमारा कोलसिफिकेशन, पीएलआई योजना, स्क्रैप पॉलिसी, गुणवत्ता नियंत्रण आदेश, घरेलू उत्पादित आयरन और स्टील उत्पादकों की खरीदारी में प्राथमिकता, टास्क फोर्स का गठन जैसे अनेक फैसले लिए गए। और इसलिए मैंने कहा कि मुझे याद है कि जब मैंने पिछले दिनों जब हमने काम प्रारंभ किया और इन 5 वर्षों के दौरान ये सारे जो महत्वपूर्ण फैसला हमने किया, और इसके पीछे हमारा उद्देश्य यही था कि हम ज्यादा से ज्यादा स्टील सेक्टर को और कैसे हम उसका एक्शन को बढ़ा सकते हैं, उसके लिए क्या क्या आवश्यकताएं हैं, अगर आपको याद होगा कि हमने ट्रांसपोर्टिंग के क्षेत्र में, अगर रेलवे का आप देखिए, शिपिंग में आप देखिए, जितने हमारे दरगाह हैं, हाईवेज देखिए और हमारे एयरपोर्ट्स देखिए, अगर डिस्ट्रिक्ट के क्षेत्र में जैसा हम अनुमान लगाते हैं, तो ये अनुभव आया है पूरे देश में कि आज निरंतर इस दिशा में अगर हम जितना कम लोगों को खर्चे में ज्यादा सन हम बढ़ा सकते हैं, इसके लिए जो हमने प्रयास किया है वो इसी का ही परिणाम है कि इस्पात की मांग में वृद्धि मुख्य रूप से सरकारी बुनियादी ढांचे में खर्च और भारत के निर्माण क्षेत्र में निजी निवेश में उछाल से प्रेरित। इस बजट में भी हमारी सरकार ने अधोसंरचना विकास पर 11 लाख करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा का व्यय करने का लक्ष्य रखा है, जो इस्पात की मांग को और बढ़ाएगा। हमारी सरकार ने इस माल ढुलाई को सुगम और सस्ता बनाने के लिए इस अंतरिम बजट में खासतौर से रेलवे में विशेष कॉरिडोर बनाने की घोषणा की है, जिससे इस्पात के लिए माल ढुलाई सस्ता, तीव्र और सुगम होगा। ऐसे अनेकों प्रयास इन दिनों में हुए और ये हमारा लक्ष्य भी है, इसको और आसान बनाने का हमारा जो प्रयास है। पहले भी मैं आपके ऐसे सम्मेलनों में कहा था कि भारत में प्रतिभा की कमी नहीं है। आपने देखा है कि बीते 9 वर्षों में हमने अंतरिक्ष, डिफेंस, फार्मा, रेलवे जैसे अनेक ऐसे क्षेत्रों में आत्मनिर्भर बने और इसके पीछे कारण ये है कि परंतु इससे बात के क्षेत्र में सभी प्रकार की जो तकनीकी होने के बाद भी हम आयात पर निर्भर हैं। हमारे कैपिटल गुड्स और तकनीकी को आयातित करते हैं। क्या हम अपने वैज्ञानिकों को प्रोत्साहित करके आयात को प्रतिस्थापित नहीं कर सकते? पिछले अनुभवों को हमने देखा है कि हमारे पास इसकी कमी नहीं। प्रधानमंत्री जी बार बार इसका उल्लेख करते हैं कि अगर आत्मनिर्भर बनना है और देश को और शक्तिशाली बनाना है तो हमारे स्वयं के संसाधन जो हमारे पास उपलब्ध है, चाहे वो तकनीक के क्षेत्र में हो, चाहे हमारे वैज्ञानिक हो और चाहे हमारे टेलियल्स भी हो, हम उसका उस टेक्नोलॉजी का कितना भरपूर उपयोग कर सकते हैं, हम इस दिशा में सोचें। हम इसके पहले जैसा मानते थे इस दुनिया के अंदर भारत के बारे में, तो ये अनुभव आता है कि वास्तव में हमारे पास इन दिनों में जो कुछ भी हमने किया है और उसमें से अधिकांश जो प्रयास हुए हैं इस भारत के हमारे जो खासतौर से इंडस्ट्री के जितने हमारे जो सेक्टर्स हैं स्टील के क्षेत्र में, सब मिलकर के हमारे चाहे प्राइमरी लेवल के आप देखिए और चाहे हमारे सेकेंडरी लेवल के हमारे इंडस्ट्री हो, आज इन सबका योगदान अगर देखें तो इस भारत के लिए इस्पात के क्षेत्र में जितना हम आगे बढ़ पाए, ये सबका एक प्रकार का समन्वित प्रयास है, सबके सहयोग से संभव हुआ है और इसमें से ही निकल करके हम आगे बढ़ पा रहे हैं। और इसलिए मुझे कहते हुए प्रसन्नता होती है कि जब मैं इस सेक्टर में ऐसे कई क्षेत्रों में हमने अनेक बार आप लोगों के निमंत्रण पर अलग अलग क्षेत्रों में जब इस प्रकार की संगोष्ठियां करते हैं, आप लोगों ने कल से आज जब चर्चा हुई होगी तो उसमें से एक सार निकल के आता है और उसमें से मैं हमेशा कहता हूं कि उसको हम और आगे कैसे बढ़ा सकते हैं और उस तकनीक को जितना हम भरपूर उसका उपयोग कर सकते हैं, ये हम सबको मिलकर के करना चाहिए। हमारे
वित्तीय वर्ष से 23-24 में अभी तक जो हमारा 37 मिलियन टन से अदा का जो लौह अयस्क का निर्यात हुआ है, जिसमें लो ग्रेड के लौह अयस्क भी है। यह लौह अयस्क हमारे कैप्टिव तथा मर्चेंट माइन से उत्पादित किए जाते हैं। मेरा मानना है कि हमें लो ग्रेड और लो अयस्क को बेनिफिशिएशन करके देश के ही इस्पात उद्योग में इस्तेमाल करना चाहिए। जब दूसरा देश बेनिफिशिएशन कर सकता है तो हम क्यों नहीं कर सकते। और हमें लौह अयस्क को निर्यात करने की क्या जरूरत, हमें काफी एवं पेस्ट की प्रथा से बाहर निकलने की जरूरत। हम हमेशा एक दूसरे पर निर्भर करते हैं, दूसरों के तरह हम देखते हैं, और इसलिए हम जो बात करते हैं वो सभी टेक्नोलॉजी जापान, चीन, साउथ कोरिया जैसे देशों में पहले से लागू है, परंतु हम लोग अपने यहाँ के इस्पात उद्योग में लागू करने में दशकों लगा देते हैं। हमें टेक्नोलॉजी प्रदाता भी बनना है और रोजगार के सृजनकर्ता भी बनना है, और अपने यहाँ के प्राकृतिक संसाधनों का लाभकारी तरीके से उपयोग करते हुए तैयार माल का निर्यात करना। वास्तव में हमारे पास कुछ कारण हो सकते हैं, परंतु जैसे पारदर्शी तरीके से हम रॉ मटेरियल के बारे में, कोयला के बारे में, हमारे माइंस के बारे में, ये सही है कि कुछ क्षेत्र ऐसे हैं और दूसरे कुछ क्षेत्र है जहां पर हम अभी भी एक दूसरे पर निर्भर करते हैं। परंतु मुझे ये कहते हुए प्रसन्नता है कि इसके लिए अभी मैंने देखा है पिछले कोविड के समय में हमारे एमएसएमई के क्षेत्र में जो हमारे दृष्टि थे, हमने उसके लिए बहुत आसान तरीके से, प्रधानमंत्री जी बार बार हम लोगों से कहते, लगातार राज्यों से बात करना, हमारे अलग अलग डिस्ट्रिक्ट से बात करना, उनकी संबंधित जो भी समस्याएं हैं राज्यों से हमने वहां की सरकारों से चर्चा कर जो आसान तरीका अपना सकते हैं, क्योंकि राज्यों के अंदर भी उनकी अपनी कठिनाइयां होती। कई बार ऐसे समिटों में मैंने देखा कि हम आपस में जो बातचीत करते हैं उसका समाधान क्या है, उसका रास्ता है बातचीत करना और उसमें से आगे बढ़ना। और जब तक हम बातचीत नहीं करेंगे एक दूसरे के साथ में, चाहे वो राज्य सरकारों से संबंधित हो और चाहे किसी नीतिगत संबंधित कोई संस्थान हो, तो उनके सामने जो कठिनाइयां होती है उसका समाधान का तरीका क्या हो सकता है, ये हमने अनुभव किया। और इसीलिए जितने बार इस प्रकार की वार्ता हुई, चर्चा हुई, उसमें से ही हल निकलता है और आगे बढ़ते हैं। यही आज के समय में ये जो फार्मूला है, और इसीलिए मैं कह सकता हूं कि हम हर माल का जो निर्यात ना, और इस 2 दिन के कार्यक्रम में 5 सत्रों का जो आयोजन आप लोगों ने किया है, इसमें लोहे एवं इस्पात, मेकिंग, कास्टिंग, रोलिंग और टेक्नोलॉजी से लेकर ऊर्जा क्षमता एवं आगत प्रभावकारिता और बेनिफिशिएशन एवं डेटाइजेशन टेक्नोलॉजी इस्पात उद्योग के ग्रोथ प्रोस्पेक्ट एवं अवसर जैसे अनेक विषयों पर चर्चा की गई। यह चर्चा और संवाद निश्चित रूप से एक दूसरे के यहाँ किए जा रहे हैं, हमारे बेस्ट प्रैक्टिस को साझा करने का उचित प्लेटफॉर्म प्रदान किया है, और आप लोगों अपने यहाँ इन बेस्ट प्रैक्टिस को लागू करने की दिशा में काम करेंगे, ऐसा मुझे पूरा उम्मीद है। मैं विशेष तौर से, जिसे मैंने कहा कि अपने अलग अलग क्षेत्र में हमेशा इस बात का उल्लेख प्रधानमंत्री जी बार बार इस सेक्टर को बढ़ाने के लिए कहते कि क्या संभव हो सकता है, इसके लिए कौन सा हम तरीका अपना सकते हैं। हम उसके बारे में विचार करें और पूरे दुनिया के तरह हमारे पास भी वही मैकेनिज्म है। केवल हमको आगे बढ़ने की जरूरत, और बिना किसी संकोच के, भय के अगर हमने इस काम को हमने किया तो निश्चित हमको सफलता मिलने वाली। आज इन कम समय में अगर देश के पूरे इन वर्षों को आप देखेंगे तो मैं कह सकता हूं कि मैंने उन दिनों को भी देखा है। मैं लगभग 30 साल से 32 साल से मैंने इस देश के पूरे राजनीतिक परिदृश्य को भी देखा है, उद्योगों को भी देखा, इंडस्ट्री सेक्टर के अलग अलग क्षेत्र हैं उनको भी देखा है, पॉलिसी मेकर जितने भी रहे सरकारों को। वास्तव में इच्छा शक्ति सबसे बड़ी ताकत। आज नरेंद्र मोदी जी की इच्छा शक्ति के कारण आज ये जो संभव हुआ है, आज हम इस मुकाम तक भारत पहुंच रहा है, तो इसके कारण हमेशा हमने जो सफलता प्राप्त किया है, केवल हमको अपने इच्छा शक्ति, बहुत बार हम संकोच में या अपने आप को कमजोर मानते हैं। स्वाभाविक है, जब हम आगे बढ़ते हैं तो बहुत सारी कठिनाइयां भी होती है, उसमें कुछ कठिनाई भी होती है, कुछ कमियां भी होती है, परंतु जब हम सब मिलकर के एक दूसरे के साथ परामर्श करके आगे बढ़ते हैं तो उस परिणाम तक पहुंचने में हमको आसानी होती है। और इसलिए हमारे पास किसी प्रकार की तकनीक, किसी ऐसे हमारे जो वैज्ञानिक हैं, हमारे तकनीक के क्षेत्र में ऊर्जा से, उनमें से कोई कमी नहीं। आज ये हम अपने आप में गर्व करते हैं भारत के बारे में कि जब इस सेक्टर में हमने आगे बढ़ रहे, और आने वाला जो भविष्य, ये भारत जिस प्रकार से प्रधानमंत्री जी ने एक संकल्प लिया है कि 2047 जब देश के 100 साल हो गए, उस समय भारत की इस तस्वीर के बारे में, हम आर्थिक दृष्टि से कहां पहुंचने वाले, ये हमारी ताकत बढ़ेगी। उस समय हम जितना अच्छा कर सकते हैं इस भारत के बारे में, भारत के विकास के बारे में, इस तकनीक के बारे में, आज ये मैं मानता हूं कि हम चाइना और भारत के बारे में ये जो हम कंपैरिजन करते हैं, हम नंबर 2 हैं, परंतु जो गैप है, इस गैप को भरना हमारे लिए बहुत कठिन होगा। परंतु जो जरूरत है भारत के अंदर, भारत के लोगों को, हम उस कमी को हम पूरा करें, जो रिक्वायरमेंट है उसको पूरा करें, इस तकनीक को हम पा सकते हैं और उस मुकाम तक पहुंचने में हमको कोई कठिनाई नहीं होगी। ये मैं आपको विश्वास के साथ कह सकता हूं, जिस गति से हम आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, और ये आप लोगों के सारे प्रयास के कारण संभव हुआ है। और अतः मैं इससे आयोजित समिति की अधिक सराहना करता हूं और इस कार्यक्रम के सफलता के सफल आयोजन के लिए मैं बधाई देता हूं कि आप सब लोग मिलकर के इन 2 दिनों के अंदर जो कुछ भी आप लोगों ने संवाद किया है, चर्चा किया है, निश्चित तौर से आने वाले इस भारत के भविष्य के लिए, खास तौर से हमारे स्टील और मेटलर्जी के क्षेत्र में हम कितना आगे बढ़ पाएंगे। और इसलिए सम्मेलन की सार्थकता यही है कि इसमें से कुछ निकल करके आगे आना चाहिए और ये देश के हित में आगे हो, हम आगे बढ़े। यही कल्पना के साथ मैं आप सबको एक बार फिर बहुत शुभकामनाएं देता हूं, बधाई देता हूं कि इन सफल आयोजन के लिए, इसे की सफलता के लिए आप सबको धन्यवाद। नमस्कार।
Ladies and gentlemen, I would request you to give a standing applause to the Honorable Minister. A standing ovation to the Honorable Minister. मंत्री जी, फिर से हम आपका आभार प्रकट करते हैं। हम आप बहुत बहुत आभारी हैं। जो 3 दिन का नागालैंड सफर के बाद आप थके हुए थे, उसके बाद हमको विश्राम का भी वक्त नहीं मिला, बस भोजन करके अब सीधा यहाँ चले आए। आप बहुत बहुत आपका तहे दिल से आपका शुक्रिया, और हम आशा रखते हैं कि आप आगे भी हमें ऐसे मार्गदर्शन करवाते रहेंगे। और इस्पात मंत्रालय का जो सपोर्ट हमें मिला है, इसलिए आपका और आपका सेक्रेटरी नगेंद्र सिन्हा जी का आभार प्रकट करते हैं कि हमें मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ स्टील का लोगो सपोर्ट भी मिनिस्ट्री से मिला है। इसके लिए इस्पात मंत्रालय का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। और आपका व्यक्तिगत तौर से आप इतने व्यस्त रहे हैं, आगे हमारे चुनाव आने वाले हैं, आम चुनाव आने वाले हैं, फिर भी आप इतना नागालैंड ड्यूटी पर थे, फिर भी आप पार्टी प्रोग्राम खत्म करके आप जो यहाँ हमारे साथ पधारे, इसके लिए आपको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। Ladies and gentlemen, I have a small duty to perform before the minister leaves, which will the presentation of the memento to our honorable dignitaries on the dais and our chief guest, honorable minister. बेटा ready है तुम्हारा? चलो. First, may I request, madam, you know, I would like you are the platinum sponsor, I would like you to come up and present the mementos to the honorable dignitaries on that. Meera Sahani ji, President of Global Monarch Dubai, to come and present the memento to our honorable dignitaries on the dais. Next, Mr. Puneet Jagatramka from JSW. Mr. Mr. Singh, आपका हो गया? Yeah, Mr. Manavendra Ghoshal, Chairman cum Managing Director MSTC Limited. Next, Mr. Rajesh Kumar, Managing Director Calfreeza India. Mr. R.V. Sridhar, CEO, JSPL Downstream. Mr. Kumaresan, Senior Vice President, Larsen and Toubro. And Mr. Mahapatra, Vinayak Krishna Mahapatra. सर कृष्णा है कि कृष्णा है? कृष्णा तो कृष्णा जी का रूप है कि नहीं? विनायक कृष्णा महापात्रा. So before the honorable minister leaves, I'll take just, we have time for 2 questions. Anyone, please raise your hand. Yes, Orgoda, please. Orgoda is from Kaju Nojrol University. Yeah, 1 question. Yeah.
Namaste, sir. I have a question for you. Ministry of Steel is really doing a great job in investing a lot of money into the development of steel industries and going forward towards Dikshit Bharat 2047. It's a really commendable job for you. The hats off to you. Only thing I just wanted to put some questions on is that there is a skill development in agency which is taking care of the skill of the students and the new people. But where is the productivity of those students? So please take care of that. The productivity of the students, those who are being skilled, from them we should get back the money you are spending on skilling those people. The productivity of those people has to be taken care. This is one I wanted to put it to you. And second question is that, sir, there are
no, only 1 question. I can't take
this is connected. This is connected. Steel Ministry connected. Only one is that all the big countries, they have gone for bigger high-rise buildings like Burj Khalifa, Empire State Building, Eiffel Tower. India is not having high-rise buildings. If that is taken care of in each city, you know, the construction, the weight of the constructions industry, the construction, the material which is being used, steel can be used into it. And by this way, the consumption of the steel in each city will go high. And the way India is going higher towards the, you know, global leaders, if we can put this, because Burj Khalifa, Empire State Building, like Eiffel Tower, these are all milestone for their country. In India also can do this. That will be very good for all of us. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Too long question. मंत्री जी, आप कुछ tell?
अभी एक उदाहरण आप देख सकते हैं, इससे जो अटल सेतु है, आप इससे अनुमान लगा सकते हैं कि हमारी क्षमता में कोई कमी नहीं है। ये आप इसको मान करके चलिए। और इसलिए जैसे आपने कहा कि वो के बारे में, ये एक उदाहरण मैं आपको दे रहा हूँ, और इसलिए इससे बड़ा और कुछ हो नहीं सकता हमें, और इसको और आगे।
धन्यवाद मंत्री जी। कल हमारा जो पहला जो स्पीच था, वो डॉक्टर स्वरूप, जो CIDC, सेंट्रल कंस्ट्रक्शन इंडिया डेवलपमेंट काउंसिल, जो हमारे नीति आयोग और कंस्ट्रक्शन इंडस्ट्री के साथ में, डॉक्टर गौरव स्वरूप जो डायरेक्टर जनरल हैं CIDC, वो DRDO के जो बिल्डिंग, कर्नल साहब का, जो कर्नल साहब भी कल हमारे साथ स्पीच दे रहे थे, जो जम्मू एंड कश्मीर इंसर्जेंसी ऑपरेशन में भी थे। तो हमारे वीर वीर सैनिक देश का, वो सिर्फ देश का सुरक्षा नहीं, बिल्डिंग भी बना सकते हैं, या DRDO ने दिखा दिया। तो ये 10 करीब 7 मंजिला, लेकिन हाइट का हिसाब करेंगे तो 10 मंजिला बिल्डिंग सिर्फ 45 दिनों में बना है। इस बात का एक बिल्डिंग जो सिर्फ DRDO ने बनाया है 45 दिनों में, आप अगर चाहें तो वो वीडियो में आपको आपके साथ शेयर कर सकता हूँ। 45 दिनों में, और उसका नाम दिया गया था मिशन 45। तो डिफेंस रिसर्च एंड डेवलपमेंट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन build up this building. You know, they put up this building in just 45 days. So our country is capable of doing miracles. And I say that with conviction because Modi ji एक बात बोलते हैं, मोदी है तो मुमकिन है। So I strongly believe in that. अगर मोदी जी हैं तो हमारे लिए सब कुछ मुमकिन है आज इस देश में। Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for a wonderful 2 day session. और मंत्री जी अगर हमारे प्लेनरी सेशन में नहीं रहते तो ये जो 2 दिन का हमारा सफर था, इतना सक्सेसफुल नहीं रहता। तो फिर से तहे दिल से मंत्री जी का शुक्र अदा। चलिए सर, बहुत 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 धन्यवाद। Prodipto, may I just request you to inform West Bengal Police and the escort to keep it ready. So the minister has to, escort should be ready. Yeah.
We'll be continuing with the next session and starting in 10 minutes. Requesting all of you, we'll be starting the next session in another 10 minutes. The last technical session 5, which is left, we will be starting with that session. Delegates will be starting with the last technical session, which is left in 10 minutes.
What does a coking plant look like in your eyes? We are the only state-owned engineering company in China specializing in fields of coating, refractory, and glass. Relying on world-leading technology in coating and refraction with our own intellectual property rights and complete supply chain. We would like to join with global customers to promote green and intelligent development for a better future. Our sustainable innovation is to keep up with the times. This is the original impetus for Accolade concentrating on progress in technology and equipment. When India came to independence in 1947, it was an era which started with a lot of uncertainty about what lay ahead. During these distant times of a newly independent country, a young, vibrant visionary dreamt of contributing to the progress of a growing nation. It was Rani Pradhan Shri Madan Lal Ambari Patel, establishing NATO in 1968 at Kolkata. In the early days of business, the company was supplying indigenous industrial products in and around Kolkata. In the 1980s, Subhash and Nagesh, the sons of Shri Madan Lal Ambari Patel, joined the company to steer NATO towards a prosperous and glorious future, turning their father's vision into reality, with major focus on steel industry. In the 90s, NATO for the first time started collaborating with foreign manufacturers to bring cutting-edge technologies to empower the Indian steel industry and bring it as far as the world. But soon, NATO with its innovative and dynamic approach diversified its operations in other core sectors like oil and gas, mining, railway, power, access equipment, drives and transmission, machine tools, and broadcast. These strategic business units, representing the core sectors, are headed by industry experts and supported by sales and service teams. Steel. NATO is supplying various equipment like measuring gauges for rolling mills, riveting press, welders, knotting machines, rolls for rolling mill, stamping machine, and steel shops to ensure quality production in steel plants. NATO's steel company Desmet also plays a critical role in the production of quality steel by providing solutions for hot metal desulfurization. NATO provides safety for globally value recipients in the north, also the project loans, maintaining 1,200 plus installations of automatic fire suppression systems on earth-moving equipment and providing vacuum chambers for underground maintenance. NATO provides a wide range of critical equipment for the diesel and electric locomotives. Today, with its experienced engineering team, NATO is also providing tank maintenance machines and rail welding services. In the oil and gas industry, NATO provides a wide range of products and services like onshore rigs, mud pumps, catching rigs, dampeners, and various accessories. We provide services for chartered hire workover rigs and renting of advanced composite mats. Drives and transmission, serving several industries with a single focus to ensure customer production efficiency and smooth running of plant. Our product offerings are refrigerated medium, pneumatic clutches and brakes, barrel couplings, plug and shaft, gearbox, shock absorbers, and hydraulic filters. We were first to introduce aerial work platforms in India, manufactured by GE USA to ensure safety and efficiency at workplace across all industries. Today, we have also forayed into renting and used equipment with service team in yards across the country. NATO and with its EPC company, Sunad Engineering, has successfully executed various turnkey projects across industries in the last decade. Today, NATO, along with its 30+ overseas partners, has been remarkably successful in garnering recognition as one of the leaders, providing best-in-class engineering equipment, project management, installation, commissioning, and after-sales services, all with a clear focus on building new India. Along with its journey, NATO has also entered into joint ventures with 4 foreign companies: Copper, INS, Sibri, Methanol, in the last 50 years, NATO has undergone a complete transformation from being a trading company to now being an end-to-end solution provider with over 500 employees and with a footprint in 4 countries based on its 3 core values: integrity, customer satisfaction, building relationships. Our sustained efforts helped us witness an exponential growth in our clientele. This includes some of the world leaders in the industry. It is because of these valued customers and their faith in our work, NATO has earned many awards and accolades, strengthening our position in the global market. Since its inception, NATO has always taken initiatives towards graduate responsibilities. NATO.
We have the technical session 5, which is left. So if the speakers are over here, then we can start the session. Outlook for energy efficient and cost effective technologies for iron making, steel making, casting, rolling, and finishing lines. We have A.V. Bhushan, Director R&D Steel and Projects, Abhitech Energycon Limited. We have Shurojit Kumar Datta, Director, Datcon Consultants. As speaker, we also have Shourav Basu Malik from Manish Innovations. We also have Mr. Rajiv Maitra, partner of Deloitte. So if our speakers are over here, we can start the session. We are the entire thing is recorded live on YouTube. So we can start the session if you want. Mr. Shourav Basu Malik from Manish Innovations, if you are there, and Mr. Rajiv Moitro, partner of Deloitte, if you are there. So we'll be doing a memento felicitation to Mr. Kanchan Ramchandra Chatterjee, Business Manager, Steel, Carl Beckham Lubricants India Private Limited, sir. Token of appreciation, honor, felicitation from our end. Can we have a louder round of applause? Even the number is less. Thank you so much, sir. I would like to request Mr. A.V. Bhushan, sir, to please start your presentation.
Good evening. Hello. I'll be very fast. We are at the tail end of the day. Obviously, people have run out of energy. So thanks a lot for all of you to be the audience for my presentation. So we are a company called Abhitech Group of Companies. We are in energy conservation. And we provide end-to-end solutions, technology solutions for steel plants. We manufacture specialty chemicals, and I will be sharing what these products are as we go along. We started in 1997. We are a 25-year-old company, and we have had an extremely checkered career growth for the last 25 years. So this is our manufacturing unit. We have two group companies. One is Abhitech Energycon, and the other is a group company called Technocraft Switchgear. We manufacture switchgear. So we also export our products to various countries across the globe, and predominantly all coal-fired plants and steel power plants. We have tie-ups, institutional tie-ups with various research and development institutes in India, and we do cutting-edge technology research for various end-to-end technology solutions. So most of our products are objectives are aimed at reduction in specific energy consumption, improved plant availability and reliability, and of course, reducing the carbon dioxide emissions, which everybody has been talking about for the last 2 days. Now these are the product range. We have solid fuel catalysts, liquid fuel catalysts, and specialty chemicals. And we also have solutions for carbon capture, carbon dioxide capture, and we offer AI-based solutions in steel making for specific niche applications. So the first product that we talk about is a flow improver. These are specific targeted niche applications for pain areas to remove pain areas in steel plants. It's a flow improver. It improves the flowability in winter season or monsoon season. Due to wet raw material, the raw material doesn't flow easily on conveyors. So we have come up with a product which is called a flow improver. and which absorbs the moisture and makes it to flow smoothly on the conveyors and also reduces the wear and tear of the conveyors. Okay, it's a very simple product that can be simply dosed onto the conveyors and easy to, and it gives excellent benefit. So similarly, we have another product, which is a binder, which is used in agglomeration process for pelletization. It improves the cohesion and addition forces between iron ore and water molecules, and therefore brings about an excellent agglomeration property to the pellet that is used. So the pellet, this is used in pellet plant. And this is also dosed very easily onto a conveying system. And these are the dosing systems where it is sprayed onto the disc pelletizer. So the basic benefits of this product are it reduces the consumption of bentonite very significantly, anywhere from 20 to 40%, and it also improves the quality of the pellet produced. So a number of prominent pellet plants in India are using this product very regularly. Reduction in bentonite, as I said, is about almost 30 to 40%, and significant reduction in fines and cracks are obtained. Then we have a catalyst. This is a very unique catalyst for the coke oven application. It improves the coking properties very significantly. It is dosed along with coking coal in the ratio of 1 kg to 7 tons of coking coal. This product is developed entirely by the Department of Chemistry at IIT Bombay, and we are the license holders for this technology. So basically, this product works on the catalytic devolatilization of the coking coal, and it improves the coke structure. So the benefits that can be obtained are essentially improved coke quality. I'll just come back to this. Yeah, improved coke quality, and you can change the blend composition, use higher quantity of inferior grade coal, and also reduce the coking time. So it is typically dosed on a conveyor right into the coking coal tower. So again, a number of prominent steel plants, almost all many steel plants, integrated steel plants in India are using this product, and it results in improvement in M10 and M40, and it can also substitute hard coking coal or prime coking coal by soft coking coal. So we have a similar product just like Flow Improver. We have another product which is called SAPMAC. This is a moisture reduction agent for coke moisture, reducing coke moisture post wet quenching. So this product is sprayed onto the conveyors very easily using a blower mechanism, and it can reduce the coke moisture by anywhere from 1.5 to 1 to 2%. So which is 1 delta, 1 to 2 units of the coke moisture. As many of you would be aware, the reduction in the coke moisture can cause significant reduction in coke rate in the blast furnace. And this obviously leads to reduction in the CO2 emissions. So we have diesel catalyst. This catalyst can be used for improving diesel consumption in various applications. Any applications that are using diesel in a plant like locomotives can use this product. We have a number of customers, and it's also being exported to various countries across the globe. And we have a product for heavy fuel oil consumption, which is called Thermol, and it can be used on coal tar and heavy fuels and LDO. And it has various benefits like reduction in fuel consumption and also maintenance benefits. So CO2 capture, we have introduced a very good technology in partnership with IIT Bombay, where we capture the CO2 in flue gas and convert it to useful byproducts. And we are also developing 2 unique products. One is the sinterate to reduce the sinter fines, which is a very big issue presently in the steel plant, and also a unique briquetting technology to utilize and recycle steel scrap. So this is an overall flow chart of all the products that we have using in a steel plant. At various places it can be used, our products, and these are aimed at process efficiency improvements and bring about significant reduction in CO2 emissions. Some of the largest steel companies are our plants. With this, I conclude. Thank you very much. Thank you. Any questions? We'll be happy to take.
Thank you so much. Can we have another round of applause? And A token of appreciation, honor, and felicitation to sir on behalf of us. Thank you so much. I think no other speakers are there present right now for this particular session. So we end it over here. Thank you so much, all of you, for being over here. And 2-day long Asian Steel Summit and Expo 2024 ends over here. Thank you so much, all of you. A big round of applause, everybody.